health and to the future of our planet, all addressing the burning platform. How do we get the next 10 years right, which is so critically important? So now a bit of history. CogX was founded in 2015 by Charlie Muirhead and Tabitha Goldstart, bringing together an amazing assortment of CEOs, entrepreneurs, academics, actors, activists, and policymakers working to realize the global goals and the biggest transformational opportunities of our time. Thought-provoking, immersive, engaging, and inspiring, CogX brings together the most incredible cross-sections of society in one space. Past speakers have included John Kerry, Robert Downey Jr., and Dame Vivian Hunt. And this year we have another stellar lineup. And headline speakers include Ted Chiang, the best-selling author, Michael Abrash, the Chief Scientific Officer of Meta, Dame Wendy Hall, who's one of my personal heroines, and Emma Chinovsky, CEO of UNHCR UK, which obviously will be a very topical chat. Finally, a few rather boring housekeeping points. So to find out what's going on and to look at the sessions, go to cogxfestival.com. And there, yeah, all the speakers and agendas are there. Download the CogX app. Make sure you do that. And do check out my podcast, Start Somewhere. Show up early. I mean, I know we haven't got so many people in here right now, but over 3,000 tickets have been subscribed to. So there are going to be long lines, so get in line because you can't bag a seat. Just remember that the summit stage can only be accessed if you have a Global Leadership Summit pass. Networking is going to be taking place in the Quantum Black space just down there, and they have the lure of free coffee, so definitely make your way there. Do visit the bookstore. It's an online bookstore brought to us by those amazing people at Blackwell's Bookshop. And do remember to take pictures and share your comments online and tag at CogX_festival or use the hashtag CogX Festival 2022. Gosh, what a mouthful. We are going to be filming these sessions, and they will be shared to CogX's online platform on YouTube later on, so you can watch your favorite moments or encourage other people to look at them. Finally, there are loos in this venue, you'll be glad to hear, just over there. And in case of fire, a fire alarm will sound, and you'll need to make your way calmly downstairs, where the building attendants will direct you to the meeting point in Lewis Cubitt Square, which is over there. So that's all the housekeeping done, all the boring bits. And now I can't wait to introduce our first panel, Health from 30,000 Feet, Where Do We Go From Here?, which is moderated by Dr. Kat Arney, founder and creative director of First Create the Media, author of 3 no less popular science books, and presenter of Genetics Unzipped, the podcast, and of Ingenious on BBC Radio 4. So a round of applause for Kat and her panel. Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Well, this is a really good sign. I always like it when there's more people in the audience than there are on the panel. I was a little bit worried about that. So this session is called Health from 30,000 Feet. For those of you who do not wish to participate in the Imperial Metric Culture War, that is 9,144 meters. So CogX is, as Sarah said, all about understanding transformational change. And where better to explore that in health? Health is something that affects us all. Certainly at some point or other in our lives, we all have some form of health. And this is a really fantastic opportunity to get a bird's eye view to see what's going on across various areas of the health sector, from technology to patient care, to the latest ideas that are coming through from startups and exciting biotechs. And how do we actually make that work within the context of our NHS, and then taking a more global perspective? How do we share our learnings with the wider world? Now, health has been on our minds over the past 2 years. I don't know, obviously, this is the first pandemic kind of mention of the day. If you're doing bingo, you can fill that in. Also, it has brought unprecedented change. So fill in your unprecedented tick on your bingo card as well. And the COVID-19 pandemic, it has exposed our weaknesses in our health systems. It's also brought about strengths, new ideas, challenges and opportunities. It's shown us that we can do things. It's accelerated things that we were already doing, and provided a lot of new ideas for the future. So as we gradually move into what I hope is a sort of a post-COVID, or at least a living with COVID world, we did want to ask 4 leaders in the world of health what they think about the changes they've seen, the challenges that they're facing in their worlds, and the opportunities that lie ahead. And these 4 leaders are, I'm very delighted to be joined by, Chris Wigley. Chris is the CEO of Genomics England. They exist to push insights from the cutting edge of genomics into routine medical care. Thanks very much, Chris. We have Jacob West, Director of Health and Life Sciences at Microsoft. He leads Microsoft's Health and Life Sciences business in the UK. We have Joanna Holbrook. She's Chief Scientific Officer at Cambridge Epigenetics, where they're building and commercializing DNA sequencing tools and software to read more information from DNA. Now, my PhD was actually in epigenetics, so I'm going to try not to nerd out too much with Joanna, but it's a very interesting area. Check it out. And finally, Catherine Pollard. She's Director of Tech Policy at NHS England, responsible for the Joint Digital Strategy and Policy Unit, the Transformation Directorate of NHS England, and that is a big, big job. So big round of applause for our fantastic panel. So I want to start with trends. Obviously, this is a kind of standard conference question. Lots of things have changed over the past 2 years, and I wanted to get from each of you a sense of how your world has changed, mostly professionally. If there's been any big personal changes you'd like to share, please do. But we'll start with Chris, seeing as you're here on my left. So how has the world of genomics and the kind of work that you do changed through the past 2 years? What have you seen happening?
Well, it's been a fascinating couple of years for anyone involved in healthcare and particularly genomics, and in many ways terrible. In many ways, I think in response to the crisis, we've seen some of the best of the ecosystem kind of come together. I think if I was going to pick out a couple of themes, one would definitely be genomics coming into the mainstream, so to speak. And obviously, the big driver of that has been the pandemic. Friends of mine, my parents, random people you meet in the street, suddenly you have very coherent conversations about pathogen genomics, about human genomics, about T cells, about B cells, in a way that a couple of years ago was kind of unimaginable. So I think it's come to the forefront of all of our kind of conversations through this time. Specifically for Genomics England, I joined only just before the pandemic. And so we've changed a lot, we've grown a lot, we've responded to a lot of those pressures. And for us, genomics coming into the mainstream has involved things like launching the world's first sort of health system-wide whole genome sequence-based diagnostic service in partnership with the NHS, which has been amazing, and we're now getting thousands of patients through that service every month, as well as doing lots of research work through the pandemic, and now kind of looking ahead, I guess, to the next chapter on how we can really bring the benefits of those kinds of genomic medicine, those kinds of insights to everyone.
Jacob, how has your world changed?
Thanks, Kat. Well, channeling a bit of remembered Dickens, this feels a bit like the best of times and the worst of times. So I'm both hopeful and a little concerned when I think about the interface between healthcare and technology in particular. So concerned because if you look at the NHS, it's got this lowest level of public satisfaction for the last 25 years. It's got more than 6 million people waiting for planned care. You've got a workforce under real pressure, pretty burnt out. But I also feel optimistic. If you think about the pace at which technology was rolled out and adopted under conditions of expediency, it's truly transformational. One example, Microsoft Teams rolled out to 1.2 million people, health and care staff, in a matter of weeks during the pandemic. I think we put to bed some of the lazy myths about the pace at which healthcare systems can adopt innovation. And then sort of symbiotically linked to that uptake in technology, we've got this longer run trend, this explosion of data. I know one CEO of a large pharma company told me they had accumulated more data in the course of the first quarter of the pandemic than they had in their entire history. So this is huge. But, and there is a but, the technology is not integrated generally or deployed at scale, and the data is largely unstructured, messy. So there is a job in front of us, and that's part of what we, with many other organizations, are trying to fix. How do you help organizations engage with that messy health and care data ecosystem?
Thank you. Joanna, how has your world changed?
It's been a pretty awful couple of years, but it's happened now. And now I think these decades in the middle of the 21st century, this is going to be remembered as the era where healthcare completely changed, was transformed. And that's because the science is there. Our ability now to read and to edit DNA is transformative. We're going to be able to treat and maintain health on an individual level. That's incredible. And I've always worked in preclinical research. I've always been really excited about the science. And right now, our abilities have really come to pass. But what's not been there is the infrastructure. And this is what Chris and Jacob was saying. It's seemed almost impossible that this is going to get to clinic, that we can change a moving machine, which is under a huge amount of pressure. And yet, within the pandemic, so much has changed. Vaccines made by newfangled RNA technology have been developed, have been approved, have been delivered population-wide. We're routinely now doing in-house testing, and it feels like the trust is there, and some of the will is there. It's huge problems to come, but I have hope that when the science is ready, it will get delivered and we'll be able to maintain health. So I take that as a positive, that it happened now. And then I also, and this is a bit more personal, I know a big change in my colleagues and the candidates. We're hiring a lot at the moment and we're interviewing a lot of scientists. And there's a shift in people's motivations. We've all reevaluated our lives during the pandemic. Time spent away from our loved ones has to have real purpose. And I see that people are very driven to have immediate application of their work. Scientists are always fascinated by science, but now they need to get something that's useful and usher in this new era. So I'm coming out a little bit bashed, but in hopeful for the future.
And I will just flag that some of the technology Joanna's talking about, our ability to read, to write, to edit DNA, we'll be discussing that at a session at the end of the day in this room called the Genesis Machine. So if you're interested in sort of future DNA technologies, do make sure you come back for that one. And then finally, Catherine, the NHS, we're one of the biggest players, obviously, in our response to the pandemic and at the kind of cutting edge of delivering all this technology. How has your world changed over the past 2 years?
Yeah, well, it's certainly been a bit of a roller coaster. Like Chris, I started at what was NHSX just before the pandemic, and I don't think I've ever worked quite so hard in my life as those first few weeks and months. And I mean, Jacob's already talked about some of the kind of healthcare challenges that we now face and that patients kind of face day to day. But I guess I'd also want to reflect on what it's been like for our staff. I mean, we have seen the brilliance of commitment and how many extra miles so many of our frontline professionals of all walks of life will have gone. And indeed, even sitting in a national role, you know, we had staff who just turned their hand to things they were completely unfamiliar with and just embrace it with the kind of this guise of getting on. I think actually that has been a really helpful kind of cultural norm of breaking. I mean, the NHS is often seen as kind of very rigid and procedural. And I think actually one of the biggest things that we've achieved through the pandemic is an ability to work out how we can make decisions quickly, test, adapt, learn, improve in a much more rapid cycle. And I think certainly one of the kind of legacies of NHSX, we really hope, is that we put a couple of the basic premises of how you design good products, like user-centeredness and, you know, rapid action cycles, and not doing kind of these big waterfall-based programs, that we've instilled that not just in what we do nationally, but also much more in kind of how the NHS thinks and feels. I think I, like Jacob, am hopeful, but very kind of cautiously, because of this workforce situation. We don't have the greatest set of retention numbers at the moment. We have a massive recruitment challenge, But I do think that through digital technology data, we can give our staff a much better proposition and the tools that they need to hopefully feel more satisfied and fulfilled in their jobs.
And I guess the challenge that you're facing is basically you're turning the NHS from a purely sort of medical organisation to a tech org, and having to think about it in that more agile way, to get stuff done in the way that smaller health startups might. And I guess this isn't just a problem that's restricted to the NHS. Any large healthcare service is having to start to think about this. And in terms of the data issue, actually, Jacob, I want to come back to you and start with you to open up a discussion about the challenge of the kind of data that we need to gather, we are gathering, and how do we deal with it. So what do you see as the biggest data challenge, Jacob? You did mention like sort of interoperability and things like that. Where's the big issue?
Well, there's so much bloody data, which is both amazing but a challenge. I saw one estimate in the FT recently, 30% of the world's data, I don't know how they get to these estimates, is in the healthcare industry, and probably as much again outside of it. So it's both structured and unstructured. It's routinely collected healthcare data. It's genomic data. It's lifestyle accumulated data. But actually, almost none of that data is that useful in its own silo. So the point is about how you connect it. So interoperability, you're absolutely right, is at the heart of it. How do you ingest, normalize, make secure in modern infrastructure data in a way that can then allow it to speak to other bits of data? Microsoft has a set of healthcare APIs which do just that. But you then, beyond the ingestion of the data, you need to analyze on top of it. So what are the analytical tools, and how then do you turn it into collaborative action? How do you allow the system, the team, Atul Gawande talked about this being the century of the system for healthcare. It's not just about the heroic individual. So that cycle between data ingestion, data analysis and data aggregation, data collaboration is fundamental to realizing the value from that huge accumulation of data that we have.
And I guess one of the challenges is that we're dealing with increasing atomization. So kind of, Catherine, how are you seeing it? We're seeing a lot of private healthcare companies trying to deal with the NHS, lots of startups, all these different forms of data. Is that kind of atomization of the health data landscape an issue?
Yes, and I think, if anything, it is something that we have really crystallized in our kind of perspective nationally. And actually today our data strategy for health and social care is being published, so later on, please look out for it. And it talks about kind of a number of big systemic challenges we need to make to harness the potential of health data. One is about public trust and transparency, which is incredibly important, getting really clear with the public about how we're using the data and making sure that we have the highest level of ethical standards, actually something that Genomics England do very well. But the other thing is, to your point around atomization, that we need to probably look a bit more strategically than just expecting that through having great standards that will be able to seamlessly flow hundreds and hundreds of different data points to each other. And so we're going to be starting to make some quite big national investments in things we call secure data environments, so data platforms that will be used by the NHS and particularly integrated care systems to be able to analyse their waiting lists, analyse their populations, see where there might be health disparities that they're not aware of, and then also to make it available to the research community in a much more streamlined but also secure manner. So picking up some of the recommendations from the Goldacre review.
And so, Joanna, your company, Cambridge Epigenetics, you're kind of wanting to add another layer of data on top of all this data. So tell me a bit about that. Like, what is this extra data layer, and how, again, is that going to fit into all these other data streams?
Yeah, it is an extra layer, and it's a complex extra layer because it's probably longitudinally needed. So epigenetics is the grammar of the genome. It tells you which of your DNA sequence is used, and it changes over time, and it changes with environment. So it changes at the beginning of disease. It changes in response to what you do. So by looking at your blood, I can tell if you smoke. I can tell how many packs and whether you quit. And I can also tell the consequences of childhood trauma and social deprivation. There is a huge amount of information there that we can use to track that individual disease. As Jacob mentioned, we're collecting lifestyle data. Lifestyle data is a nightmare. People lie. It's incredibly difficult to capture and normalize. actually, epigenetics is the interface of how your lifestyle affects your DNA. So that information could be incredibly valuable, and it could pick up disease before it happens. But it's different in every tissue in your body, and it has to be measured longitudinally. It fits into the same kind of data systems that genetics fits into. So all the Genomics England data is stored in a way that would work for epigenetics as well. And in fact, the technology my company works on measures genetics and epigenetics together and uses the same file formats. So it's not a technical challenge to store the data, but it's an order of magnitude more data. And it's an algorithmic challenge as well to understand, to model it across time and track it to outcomes that really matter. And that's something I think that we are beginning to have the tools to do.
So, Chris, I want to come to you now, because this is basically like a big longitudinal problem. It's always like, space is not the final frontier, it's time when it comes to this stuff. So how, from the genomic side of things, how can we take this view, this much more longer term view, to understand how our genes, how our bodies, how our epigenetics all works together to affect our health? Because now we're starting like newborn sequencing, aren't we? So how's all that working, and what's the perspective there from this much deeper, longer term studying?
Great question. I mean, I think as we look to the long term, we need to build on solid foundations. And I'll maybe come back to the long term in a second, but I think just to pick up on the points that my three colleagues have made, I think it's really important to understand that in health data terms, we to some extent live in a kind of post-apocalyptic landscape, and we need to build a new and brighter future. I'm a bit of a science fiction nerd. It's a bit like Isaac Asimov's Foundation. Like, we need to just build a new future that's different. I think the kind of megaton nuclear bomb was the National Programme for IT, MPFIT, which some people may still be having screaming nightmares about, which kind of left the community with this view that any consolidated technology or data infrastructure was a bad thing. And I think that we as an ecosystem need to kind of get over that. And so that's like one big thing that we need to get over is we do need to make things interoperable. We do need to have national standards, ideally even international standards. We need to have a system that all talks to itself, and different systems that talk to each other. I think the second point, just to pick up on the ethics piece, is we had CareDoc data. Just last year we had the GPDPR sort of confusion and challenges. We need to have a new conversation with, quote unquote, the public, and I don't think there is such a thing as the public when it comes to this. Different people have really different views on health data. Not least, the simplest distinction is, are you sick or are you well? Because if you're sick, you have a completely different view about your health data than if you're well. We need to land the basic points that it's not our data, it's their data, it's the person in question's data. And we need to build the right systems that empower them, not just engage with them, but actually empower them to own that data and make meaningful decisions about it. And I think if we can build on those two foundations, a sort of technology and data infrastructure that is truly national and systemic and interoperable, and an ethical foundation of individual and communal ownership of data, not kind of technocratic ownership of data, then we're set up to do great things. To turn to your actual question, sorry for sort of rambling first.
It was a rambling.
Well, no, that wasn't the answer. That was just that was the pre-answer.
More of a comment than a question.
The Newborns project that we're about to engage on is a great example of why we need both of those things in place. So we're about to sequence the genomes of 100,000 babies if their parents opt into to doing that. Oh my God, is there a situation where we need to be ethical about how we use this data? Yes, right here. Oh my God, is there a system where we need to make sure that whatever data systems, whatever cybersecurity systems and so on, we're building are robust? Yes, absolutely. But the really exciting thing about that program is, to some extent, it's a 100-year project because, people born today could reasonably expect to live to 100. And these 100,000 babies will be the first group of humans ever born who grow up with their genome on file. And so one of the aims of the program is to screen those babies at birth for sort of early onset, genetically driven conditions that are treatable and get them straight into treatment, because we know that leads to much better outcomes. A second is then to develop new drugs for conditions which are currently not treatable. And the third, which is the most kind of speculative, is to explore this question of what does it mean to grow up with your genome on file. I'm going to stop talking in 1 minute, I swear. I listen to a lot of music on Spotify, for example, and there's an agreement between me and Spotify. I share my data, they make recommendations, and every week I get a new playlist, and I'm like, wow, where's this song come from? This is brilliant. The way I would frame this is we have an opportunity as the NHS, as the system here in the UK, to say, how about a free lifelong subscription to recommendations about your health and well-being? It's based on the same kind of agreement. You're going to share your data with us, we're going to share recommendations with you, but instead of being a song that you like, it may be something that saves your life, it may be something that means you have a much greater degree of wellness and happiness in that life. And I think that's an extraordinarily exciting opportunity for that cohort and for all of us over the next kind of 100 years and beyond.
And the thing that sort of tweaks me a bit about this is that as someone coming from a scientific background, grants run for 5 years if you're lucky. Our governments turn around every 5 years if we're lucky. This is really long-term funding. And as anyone will know, sometimes you find a favourite computer service or software and then it's like, oh no, we're not doing that anymore. So I don't know if Chris, you want to briefly start and then the rest of the panel. It's like, how do we actually make this stuff work for the term, the duration, the next 50, 60, 70 years that we need to?
I think sometimes things stick around. So like USB ports have been stable for quite a while now, which is great. We kind of have USB-C now. I think we need to make some kind of generational decisions as a community, not least on things like ontology, right? About what is the one or two systems of organizing data that we all kind of commit to for kind of 20 or 30 years, and we realize that changing that is going to be a really big deal, and we need to, it's not going to be perfect, but we need to make these decisions. So I think a lot of it for me is about actually lifting our heads. Now we've got this opportunity to rebuild, to build systems that work better, and making some really strategic decisions, and making them in a collaborative and engaged kind of way, and hopefully making them well. But we have to make some decisions, otherwise we live in a kind of Tower of Babel world where no one can talk to each other because everyone's suddenly speaking different languages.
Jacob, from the tech world, how do we sort of end up accidentally avoiding a MySpace of genomics or something like that? How do we actually make this stuff work for the long term?
Well, I think if you're thinking long-term investment, then one of the issues we need to address is the cost of clinical trials. £2.5 billion or so for taking on average 10 years to bring a drug to market. How can we start to undercut that business model? How can we change the economics for the biotech and pharma industries so that they can make different and longer term investments? So that would be one addition.
I think Chris described the solution, which is patient custodian data. Yeah. We own our data, we own our health data. We should get to choose who we share it with. We should get to choose whether we donate it to a research cohort. There's plenty of precedents that people will share data to get something back. I mean, look at 23andMe. People gave up their data with almost no controls to find out if they were half Viking or whatever it is. We should get to make those decisions, and we can't look to big tech or public sector to build a system that's going to do everything, because only we as patients know which healthcare we've interacted with, whether we've seen private doctors, whether we've been abroad. We need to have a solution where we hold our data, and then however the systems change, however the algorithms change, we can choose to participate. So data that is interoperable, but is owned by the patients.
Catherine, do you have something?
I mean, I think totally agree about effectively harnessing the citizens' expectations of how they use technology in everyday life, and then actually just trying to make sure that we're constantly responding to those, and that weight of effectively consumer expectation on the NHS will create an inevitability about our need to respond to it. The other thing that I think we can enable from a kind of national policy perspective is, so our NHS leaders do stick around. I mean, some chief execs have been in place for decades, and they provide continuity and that long-term view. And so if we can build within our kind of clinical workforce in our boards that much more strategic perspective and a much more deep understanding and appreciation for digital and seeing it as something more than just like a bunch of servers that their kind of IT manager hopefully keeps running, then I think we've got the opportunity to be much more strategic and thoughtful about it. Something we can't do nationally, but we can definitely enable locally.
So all this discussion is really exciting. I get very excited about the idea of like a tech and a data-enabled healthcare system. But one thing that then I worry about is the risk that this will actually cause, like, with the data divide, that there's a risk of reinforcing health inequalities. People who are already poorly served by the health service may be more suspicious, and you actually risk creating people who are sort of forced away from this potential benefit. So again, a sort of a quick round the panel of how do we actually avoid exacerbating these health inequalities? What's a good place to start? I'm going to start at the other end, though. Sorry, Chris.
Great. So I think kind of there's two things we can do. On the macro level, we can actually just make sure that by bringing lots of different data sets together, that we have a much richer picture, and that we're able to have a much more sophisticated understanding of who might be being underserved. We've done that incredibly well, actually, with COVID vaccines, and that's enabled us to say, okay, there are certain communities that are not taking up vaccines in the way that we'd hope them to do, and then you work with community groups in a very analog way to effectively make sure that whether it's trust issues, whether it's access issues, that those can be overcome. And then I think the other thing is we're starting like a big program of digital inclusion, and I think we need to understand what's real and what's a myth in terms of what those barriers are. We definitely know there are financial challenges to access, so we're looking at things like how we can reduce the data costs if you're trying to access NHS services on your mobile phone and things like that. But I think it has to start with quite a empirical, data-driven approach as to what the barriers are and which communities we really should be worried about, because it's definitely not just, you can't just take like an age-based broad brush approach to this.
Joanna.
So I agree, absolutely. There's so much we need to do to reach out to people. But I also think we should do some active research. So I started as an academic, I moved into genetic epidemiology, and I talked to all these epidemiologists, and I was really shocked because social economic status predicts almost everything. Almost all health outcomes are pretty much predicted by social economic status. Epidemiologists know this, and they just control it out because there's nothing they can do. It's just the big thing that happens. What is it really about being poor that makes you sicker? Is it food? Is it the work you do? Is it access to healthcare? We know that there's actually, going back to epigenetics, there's actually an epigenetic signature of low social economic status that you can see in people's genome. And it's how your social economic status when you were a kid, not when you're an adult. You can see that. You can predict what your mother's education was and what your household income was just by looking at your blood when you're 40. We need to work out what it is, what actually caused that problem, what is it that we need to intervene in, and we need to be able to measure if the interventions worked. So yes, we should absolutely reach out, and we should try to convince people who have been badly and underserved to have faith in the medical systems. But also we need to actually go actively and find out how we are getting this so wrong.
Jacob?
I think we're right to be talking about inequalities. I mean, COVID shone a spotlight on them, didn't it? I think if you were from certain black and minority ethnic communities, you were more than twice as likely to die from COVID than white people like me. And that sits on top of inequalities in this country, which are staggering, really. If you grow up in southwest London, Richmond, you can expect 18 years more of healthier life expectancy than if you're a child growing up in, say, Blackpool, Northwest. But I think the technology and inequalities debate sometimes becomes quite zero-sum. So how can we create a progressive agenda around technology and exclusion or inclusion? And a couple of small pointers in that direction. So if you have certain forms of neurodiversity, technology can actually really improve your accessibility with healthcare, because asynchronous communication, it can really work for many communities. And that's something we don't always pick up because it's a group of people who perhaps haven't articulated it in the way we like to hear. And then technology can also take away technology. If you think about ambient sensor technology, which is provided by companies like Nuance, recently acquired by Microsoft, you transform the patient-clinician encounter if the doctor or nurse is able to step away from their terminal and look you in the whites of the eyes and say, what's going on? How can I help you? Rather than spending half their working week on clinical documentation. So technology can actually be progressive, and I think we need to try and embrace that whilst not doing away with the real inequalities that are out there.
Chris, obviously getting people to participate in these big genomics programs, you do need to build trust. So how can we avoid entrenching inequalities through the work that Genomics England is doing?
I think, I don't want to oversimplify, but I think that Joanna's point really resonates with me, which is you just got to do the work, right? You've got to get out there, do the work, right? So we've just been given funding in the recent spending review, which is great, on a program that we're calling Diverse Data. Historically, again, I don't want to sound too post-apocalyptic, but I'm going to use this phrase again. We slightly live in a post-apocalyptic world in terms of diversity of these data sets and therefore the ability to serve people with personalized medicine. Pop quiz for the room, okay? Who's feeling brave? What proportion of GWAS studies, genome-wide association studies, which are like in the papers when you read, scientists discover gene for X, this kind of work, what proportion of those studies have been done exclusively on European ancestry genomes? Anyone who's feeling brave? Shout out a number. 95? It's not quite that bad. Anyone? 85%. Well done, sir. So 85% of all of this work ever in the history of humankind has been done on European ancestry genomes, because those are typically the largest population in the volunteer-led studies that have been done to date. Your archetypal health study volunteer is an affluent 35-year-old woman living in Hampshire. So if you're a poor 75-year-old Afro-Caribbean guy who lives in Dagenham, it is really unclear whether the insights derived from those volunteer-led data sets are going to be relevant for you in terms of your personalized health. So we've applied for and got dozens of millions of pounds to work on this. A big part of this is getting really granular about engagement. I made this point earlier about there's no such thing as the public. I think that's really, really important. There isn't a single view on this. We need to understand where different communities are. And I don't think there's a lever we can pull that says build trust. It would be nice if there was a trust lever that we could just pull. I think the question for us is, what can we do to be trustworthy? How can we actually make sure that we are empowering patients, not just engaging with them about their data? How can we make sure that we are protecting it and that we're letting patients make the decisions about who's getting access for what purpose to their data? That we're being completely transparent, that we don't have immortal cell lines that are derived from a patient who doesn't even know that anyone has those cell lines that then last forever, that tons of science gets done on, et cetera, et cetera. That we put the right legal constraints in place so that we don't allow health data to be used by, for example, the police or the insurance agencies, so that we can be trustworthy. We can demonstrably do all of these things. But I think the fundamental point is, it's not about hand-wringing, it's about doing the work. It's about getting out there, doing the research, doing the work, building the right data sets, doing the research, making it happen.
So now we're coming to the last 10 minutes. I should have said at the beginning, I'm afraid with this session we don't have time for questions because we have 4 panellists, a lot to talk about. But if you do want to ask questions, do come and hang around at the end. Also, you can tweet your comments on social media. The hashtag, I believe, is hashtag CogXFestival22, and CogX_festival is the handle. So we're going to come now to the opportunities. So I think we'll start at the end. Where do you see the big opportunities over the next coming 10 years? Catherine, for the NHS, big challenge from where we are coming out of the COVID pandemic.
So I'm going to pick 2 distinct themes. One is about a problem I think we can solve, and the other opportunities about how we go about doing it. So on the kind of problem side of things, really, really practical practically, as I mentioned, we have this incredible workforce challenge. If we embrace the right type of technologies, be those AI-based ones, or really practical clinical decision support, or the automation of processes, particularly those that take away administrative tasks that are effectively low value adding, they can help us ensure that every interaction with a person is a meaningful one, and that we can provide a much perhaps broader set of healthcare practitioners to work as part of that holistic team. So really kind of thinking about it from an upskilling piece. And one of the kind of key, if kind of entrepreneurs or innovators come and talk to me and they start to tell me about what they're doing, I'm like, okay, just think about how you can measure that in almost like minutes saved per member of staff, because that's the metric that really, really resonates with the NHS. But then the how has got to be through this partnership working. We have some incredibly great pockets of excellent partnerships between the NHS and industry, both big tech and kind of emerging tech. And that's something that we really need to make much more systematic, widespread, so that we are no longer the kind of, I guess, the customer that everyone is very reluctant to come and want to work with.
Yeah, that's definitely a challenge. Joanna, where do you see the opportunities coming?
I'm really excited at the moment by new findings happening in molecular aging research. Our DNA changes over time and as we age, and most of these changes happen in the epigenome. We used to think they were random, that damage just happened over time and there was wear and tear in the systems that were meant to maintain and fix the damage. But really beautiful new work says that's not true. Actually, we have changes in aging. They happen in the same place and in the same order over time. We have programmed obsolescence, like iPhones. But for us, the consequences of this inbuilt obsolescence are the diseases of aging, or Alzheimer's, cancer, heart disease. Well, now we know what this program is. Other scientists have managed to change the epigenome in cells in a dish in culture. You can make the epigenetic changes that move you from old to young, and the cells change in their behavior and their phenotype from old to young. So this is incredibly exciting research. To me, at the very least, it's going to completely overturn everything we thought we knew about aging. And at the most, it will give us the path to intervene to, at an individual level, correct that damage, the change in aging, and so prevent all the diseases of aging. So I'm very excited about that and watching it carefully.
And that is one of the challenges that we didn't talk about, is that, you know, we do face an aging population. None of us are getting any younger, and most of the health conditions we experience do come with aging. So yeah, that's definitely an
The infectious diseases have made some headlines. Still quite important.
Honestly, it's like I brought a book out about cancer 2 years ago, and it's like cancer didn't exist in the pandemic. It's been very frustrating.
Yeah.
Jacob, where do you see the big opportunities?
Three things I'd highlight briefly. Firstly, the power of voice. So we talked about data, but actually this hidden set of data, the conversations we're having that typically in a healthcare setting are not recorded, are not used, are not turned into a structured document. We can change that now. The power of technology can both enhance the patient-clinician encounter, as I already mentioned, but also write it back immediately into a structured electronic health record with appropriate ontologies and AI-based tooling on top of that. And that is a game changer. If you think in the NHS, there's about 500,000 doctors and nurses. They're spending several hours a week on clinical documentation. This kind of technology can cut that by about 60 to 70%. So you're talking about tens of millions of hours. The second thing, I think, building on Catherine's comments, is the practical applications of AI. So AI gets talked up a lot. It's not creationism. For the next 10 years, it's about optimization, and it does that best with high volume, repetitive tasks that are time consuming for the workforce. And we have real examples of how you can do that now. Project InnerEye, developed by Microsoft Research with Adam Brooks Hospital, which massively foreshortens the workflow associated with contouring scans ahead of radiotherapy, is one example. Companies like Ultromics for echocardiograms, IASO for clinical decision support around mental health, they are all making practical application of that technology. So we don't need to look too far in the future to see how that can be applied well. And then thirdly, I think I'm really excited about the power of synthetic data. How do you turn small data into big data? How do you use digital twins? And what in particular can that be used to drive the efficiency? How could that be used to drive the efficiency of clinical trials?
I really love that idea of do you want to just unpack this idea of the digital twin just a tiny bit? So I'm fascinated by it.
Well, I think what we're looking at there really is so often we have just a very diluted set of data on people. How do you turn that into a much more powerful data set by combining multiple data sources, but using synthetic data so it addresses all of the kinds of privacy concerns we talked about previously?
So you can build effectively a digital version of someone and say, this is kind of pretty much like you. It's not exactly you, but it's using all the data we have. This is going to be a bit like you, so we can make them predictions about what is likely to happen to you, to your health, to your life.
Precisely.
Exactly. That's incredibly exciting. And Chris, where do you see the opportunities?
So two themes for me. One is patient power, which I keep banging on about, but I think is so central to this. Digital twin, great. If the health system has your email address, postal address, and phone number wrong, then that's not great. And we know that simply by giving people access to their own medical records and saying, by the way, this is the phone number, the email address, and the address that we have for you, are they right? And letting them update them if they're wrong. You can fix a lot of those basic things. So again, I think we need to build on those foundations. So patient power would be one. The second one would be convergence. And I think it's convergence in a few different lenses. One is convergence of the ecosystem. What we saw in the pandemic was this ecosystem really pulling together clinical trials, research, clinical delivery, all coming together and really working in a mission-driven way on really big questions. And I think we need to sustain that level of kind of ecosystem convergence. I think the second is bringing together of science and clinical delivery, which tend to be thought of quite separately. But to your point about scientists want to see impact, the patients and their families want to see that impact as well, right? So how do we continually bring science into healthcare to bring those insights in and bring the data from healthcare into science, so really converge healthcare and science. And my third element of convergence is one that I guess touches on all of this around we need healthcare transformation, or we need recovery of the system from the pandemic, right? Exhaustion of people, systems that aren't going to scale economically, and we need digital transformation. And I think too many people still talk about health system recovery and digital transformation as though they're two things. I think they have to be one thing. The only way that the workforce gets less exhausted and more empowered, the only way that bringing these new kinds of insights to citizens and patients in this country is sustainable is if those things become one thing.
Thank you. And we've just got a couple of minutes. I've got a kind of quick fire round now through the panel of what is your one to watch for the next 5 years? I mean, this could be a concept, an area of research, a therapeutic, a piece of technology, a company. What have you got your eye on? And I think we will start with Catherine.
So I'm going to pick clinical decision support as a category.
So what exactly do you mean by that?
So what I mean is effectively either using AI or machine learning or indeed just kind of automation. You've got a person sat with a clinician with a patient. How do you make sure that in that instant they don't miss something that they should have done because they were busy or distracted? How do you make sure that they've got the most recent best practice or the most recent guideline from NICE at their fingertips that they can then trigger on, ask the question about? So how do you make sure that all of that depth of data that we have sat in the background is synthesized in real time such that the clinician can be prompted to ask the next set of really helpful questions that might unlock some future benefits?
Thank you. Joanna, what's your one to watch?
I'm going to go back to the idea of patient owning their own data. I think that we are going to have this huge amount of data generation, and it's going to happen partly within our health systems, but also as these technologies become more available, we're all going to start holding data, and there's going to be a huge amount of private work. People are interested in predicting their future, and they want to make sure that it's something that they hold in the same way that I'm willing to give up some of my data to Google to get something back. I think that we are going to find the private sector and the consumer sector pushing on the health our health systems, and I think that will be for the majority good.
Thank you. Quickly, Jacob.
I'm excited about platform technology applied in healthcare delivery, because we're moving away from the era of proprietary data stacks towards universal exchange, but also, and I know less about this, bioplatforms. How do we change the economics of investing in the next therapeutic or drug by thinking very differently about things like mRNA and how they can be more than just individual products, but actual platform technologies.
So you just put in an idea and it comes out the other end, put in another idea, comes out the other end.
Completely changes the risk profile and the R&D profile.
Thank you. And finally, Chris, what's your one to watch?
I think we've been waiting for it a long time. I think the predictive medicine bus might actually be about to arrive at the bus stop.
Ding,
ding, ding, right, hop on board. I think, the data is there, the science is there, the systems are almost there. We're really, really, really getting there. People were writing their doctoral theses about this in the 70s, but I think, the bus is about to arrive. Get on board, folks.
That is a very good place to end. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you to my fabulous panel. Please do share your thoughts on Twitter. It's #CogXFestival22. And if you're interested, come back here for 4:30. I'll be talking about the Genesis machine, which will be a fantastic tour of the future of genetic engineering. But thank you very much to our panel. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
And thank you to Dr. Kat and her panel. We've got a quick 10-minute break, and then we're back for a session on digital cultural transformation. You can go and spend some time in the lovely Tranquility Garden. The loos are just there. And if you want coffee, there is Gail's downstairs. So see you very shortly, and enjoy. How are everybody today? So welcome to our next session, which is Digital Cultural Transformation, and it's a fireside chat brought to us by R Squared and Rolls-Royce. And our moderator for this session is Hepsi Pemberton, who is founder and CEO of the Equality Group and author of the Diversity Playbook.
Hello, everyone. Great to be with you here this morning. And I have Manisha Mistry, the Chief Operating Officer of R Squared Factory, joining me for this fireside chat on digital cultural transformation. Can we have a round of applause, please? Great. Thank you. Manisha, great to be with you here this morning.
It's wonderful to be here too.
And we'd love to start the conversation actually just hearing a little bit more about your story. How have you got to this leadership position where you're now Chief Operating Officer of R Squared Factory after 10 years of a very prestigious career at Rolls-Royce in multiple roles? How have you got to this point?
Well, I'd like to say, like most women, it all started out with an ambition to be a footballer. Okay, I'm going to start there. And as I progressed, and I did progress up to county level, I then sadly didn't quite make it as a footballer because I stopped growing. So it was one of those, I was deeply disappointed and thought, right, what else could I do? And actually set about thinking about art and design, which was always a vested interest in me. And it was really around product and making sure we had something that was purposeful. So I struggled a lot when I was younger, not just because of my height. I'm left-handed. There's lots of different things that's actually around in my environment that didn't cater for my needs. And so as I grew up older and wiser and started to get a little bit more learned of what was available, it was really about looking at systems and the way things were designed to cater for me and to allow me to be at my best. And so that kind of moved me into the world of technology, because back then it was starting to become a lot more bigger. I was the internet generation. I'm not going to tell you my age. I'm sure you can work it out as I go down this story. And so the IT world really unlocked a lot of the potential. But again, I wasn't a natural IT person. I was a creative. And so once again, I found a real struggle of how do I use the technology around me when I'm probably not as technology enabled in my mind in the way that it could operate, but it could see the benefits. And that really allowed me a job to kind of float through different jobs thinking about things in that way around end user and human centricity. And that went right the way from procurement into logistics, commercials, and then into Rolls-Royce, where again I took on the refrained IT team, looked at front-end systems, back-end systems, and really that customer journey. And it was in doing that that I realised that alongside all of this about making it purposeful for the person using it, the biggest thing that was lacking is them feeling connected to it. It was that sense of value to them. And I raise this because this is actually about culture. This is about behaviour. And so what I wanted to do was understand that a little bit more by speaking to the very individuals that were leading the teams or delivering the services that we did, to then bring that into the customer experience. And both for themselves in delivering it, as well as the customer receiving it, making sure there was value off the back of that. And I guess I must have done pretty well in that. And it led me to work with our fantastic CEO, Caroline Gorski, to set up the R Squared Factory at Rolls-Royce, where we've taken a lot of the learnings and the practical applications we've done within Rolls-Royce out now into other industrials of a similar nature.
And that's a recent startup, isn't it? Within Rolls-Royce, R Squared Factory, you're building a business now and also creating your own culture. So how are you going about doing that? What learnings are you taking from having helped many, many other corporates and teams do that into your own?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So it is recent. We actually launched as R Squared Factory in March of this year. However, we have got 30 years of industrialised muscle memory. So it's not something we haven't done before. And I think it's a really important part here because some of this is about having the scars, the lessons learned, being able to practically talk through some of the scenarios or the examples that our customers are facing and be able to show credibility within that. And that meant that when we were within Rolls-Royce, we needed to be really within Rolls-Royce. So when we first started, we were a central function. We were delivering, we were kind of like the data innovation catalyst for the organisation, taking some R&D thinking bringing it down, distilling it, looking at how you can operationalize that, and then really allowing it to kind of flow through the businesses and the business units. The problem was we sat separate, so we felt separate, and we weren't really understanding their needs and their problems. And so very quickly, as we went on this journey, and we weren't finding that impact, we opted to say, do you know what? The best way to do this is to actually distill ourselves into the business units. So we came away with a franchise model that allowed us to sit in and work with. And I think that really started to humanize it, bring it down on the same levels, and allow us to start to coach, teach, and learn ourselves. Because it's really important to understand that this process is two-way. You might understand some of it, but if you don't understand the pain, then actually how can you really solve the problem? And what that did is it built trust. Everything for me within this world of digitalization is on trust and really trying to manage that psychological safety. Because this is about augmenting what you've learnt and what people have maybe built over time, whether it be their muscle memory or their capacity and human value, and you're trying to tell them there's a better way. They need to see the better way and be able to take it on for themselves and to be able to then tell that story for themselves.
Maybe you can tell us a bit more about psychological safety and trust. How do you establish that, nurture that? It seems to be a big point in success around digital transformation.
Yeah, it's not simple. We're complex beings, is what I would say. And the more people you put into that, the harder that gets. And so I think when it comes to psychological safety, it's doing what we've all been gifted, which is 2 ears to listen, 1 mouth to talk. And it really is about allowing the conversation to flow, understanding what's really at the heart of the problem, and then being able to work through that together. Now, I say this because it's a coaching world, and I think today's organisations have become more about that, and networks and connected networks, because no one person has all the answers. It's a collection of thoughts from others that will lead to probably a best fit, and then it's about iterating around that best fit. But the point is that it's a journey. So trust needs to be about not the immediate outcome, but where is it going, and is it going in the right direction? And that's really hard when in a world of technology, IT, challenging environments right now. If we look at some of the socio-economic changes that are taking place, we need answers, we need results now, but we're not going to get them.
And it doesn't feel like a time of great psychological safety and trust at a macro level. With the growing uncertainty and all the talent, it doesn't. So how do you make sure in your teams and with your clients you're really creating environments? Like, can you give us some practical advice of how we can be doing that as leaders? And
yeah, certainly. So one of the things that we really needed to do was take a step back and look at when were we first founded. So Rolls-Royce is 100 years old, and actually the mix-up of what is made up of R-Squared Data Labs as it was and R-Squared Factory as it is now, we're a mixture of both those that were in Rolls-Royce, those that have joined R-Squared Factory, those that were R-Squared Data Labs when we were in Rolls-Royce. And the reason I mention that is because when you started with an organisation that had a sense of purpose of what it was trying to do. And as you move forward, that purpose has changed. But have you helped that individual change too? And so what we've tried to do is make sure we start from understanding where they've come from and what they came to do, where that aspiration is versus your aspiration as an organisation, to then build the gaps and bridge the gaps, but also create safe spaces. Now, those safe spaces are environments, so physical and virtual, that allow you to open the conversation, give access to learning and development, or coaching and mentoring and networks. So it could be that you connect with outside support staff or networks and communities that can feed insights or to build on what you're doing. It could be like we have. We've actually got a physical building now in Portland Place, despite many organisations moving fully remote or hybrid. We think you need a physical space to talk. But also within that space, there are safe spaces. There are sanctuary rooms. There are yoga areas. There are places where you can separate yourself from work and think and reflect and learn and pair learn or individually learn or group learn. And the reason for that is we all have different habits, we all have different practices, and actually I'm hiring people for them. It's not about I want you to become the same. It's your uniqueness that we are looking for, and every organisation is looking for. And if I respect you for that, you're starting to build trust. So I think given that there's a real increase in push for productivity, actually how do you build space to just have that time to learn and reflect and absorb it to apply? It's those kinds of mechanics, and that plays into your processes, it plays into your policies. So it's a lot more than just a space, learning aids and coaches and mentors. It's actually the full thinking of how is it applied for that individual, not just the fact that it's there on the shelf to take. I don't know if that helps bring it alive.
Yeah, and it sounds like a very sort of human-centric approach that you're taking, almost looking at the culture before the digital transformation, the other way around.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit more about what R Squared Factory is doing and how you're engaging with clients? Like, what is the vision for this business?
No, definitely. So R Squared Factory is really about unlocking that data that's hidden or trapped within an organisation. So we typically work with large industrial sets that are safety critical. They may be quite asset intensive. They probably have lots of processes that drive their organisation. But the problem is that the data is locked. It's hard to get to. It could be in paper format, in systems that are disparate or old, or it could be actually with the operators that sit out, in remote fields, etc. And our role here is to really start to help them access that data, unlock that hidden information that will give them either efficiencies in reducing waste, preventing issues occurring, or finding new business models, new services that they can now get because they've learned insights about who they serve, what they do, how they do it. Now, to join us or be part of that, it's actually a membership. It's actually part of a community, because the truth is that for some of our biggest challenges in the world, we all have them. We all are either a sufferer or get experience from it, or a contributor to it. However, our facets are all different, and so the best way to therefore solve it is to coming together. So a lot of what we do is about collaboration. It's about sharing the problem, understanding the essence of that, and then solving it together. Taking what you need as your layer, your kind of facet, and feeding that back into your business.
And how does that membership actually work? Is it sort of on an annual basis? What do you get for it?
Sorry.
So it's a bit more about the dynamics of that.
Yeah, sure. So it is on an annual basis, but actually we always say, come feel us first. Come experience who we are, the network and the community we're creating. And then from that, we have a series of, it's almost like a journey, I think is the best way. We better understand the needs, and then we take you on that journey to help you unlock yourself. One of the biggest things we say as a differentiator for what we try to do is we're not here to fish for you. We're teaching you how to fish and to take those elements back into your organisation and harness it with your own culture, because every organisation has their own DNA, and this isn't about changing that DNA to suit what we had or what we've done with Rolls-Royce or any other organisation. It's about making sure it's yours, but it's moving to the space where you want to be. And that's that augmentation part and having your people drive that through for you.
And who is it for exactly? Is it just other companies that are similar to Rolls-Royce, having those similar large data challenges? How are you thinking about that membership
Typically,
body?
that's what we found. So a lot of what we do and the connections we've had back is with similar organisations. However, it's been interesting because as we've started to share more of what we do, actually those that are a lot more agile and nimble or smaller, maybe more 50, 40 years old as opposed to 100 years old, are absolutely still sharing the same problems. And I think that's what's really interesting is whilst the evolution of work has changed from efficiency to mass production to then now actually going back almost to individualisation, the challenges still surface in the same way. We're still finding that there's the root of the problem is something we all share. If I think about CO2 and the net zero targets that so many of us are trying to strive towards, it doesn't change. If you're a data organisation, it's your data warehousing now. It's the data services that you're running and whether that's adding to the CO2 problem. So whilst it's a different manifestation of the problem, it's the same problem. And that's why I think what we're quite surprised by is that actually we're not just hearing or having the knock on the door from those that are larger, more substantial organisations similar to a Rolls-Royce. It's actually those that are a little bit more younger and are going, well, we're hit by the same problem. How can you help? And that's wonderful, because I think that dynamic of bringing all those companies together is actually how we solve this.
Yeah. And I mean, it's at enterprise level that you're operating and trying to achieve this huge digital transformation, multiple challenges along the way. What are some of the sort of success stories that you've had so far? And do you see that continuing, or do you see new challenges coming in from the membership, things that you haven't anticipated?
So I think some of the biggest successes is actually hearing the voice of the customer back and hearing how it's helped them look at things differently and channel some of their efforts in a more considered but short burst kind of way. We both work in a collaborative way, but we talk about agility and that need to try, check, rebalance and go. And don't be afraid to stop or park, because actually that's a healthy thing to do. For ourselves, you know, within Rolls-Royce, we've trained over 30,000 people in digital awareness and skills to help them feel more comfortable. It's not about necessarily enacting, it's about understanding. And I think if you can start from a position of understanding to move forward, even if you're just signposting the opportunity to those that they can do something with that, that's still a large step forward than if you're unable to or unwilling to. And I think we need to be really mindful that the organisation will be filled with people that are just happy to do as is, willing to learn but scared, willing to learn but frustrated because they can't, and are doing it but aren't maybe at their full potential or can be moving even further. There are many people at different stages, so it's really important to not assume that everyone's in the same boat here. But in doing that, what that then did was actually unlock nearly £500 million worth of savings or value add into the organisation through digital. And this is actual hardcore digital. This is data innovation.
How did you measure that? How did you get to that £500 million?
And that's a really, really good question.
Yeah,
so as part of the process of doing this, we created a value delivery office. Now, this value delivery office is all about turning the intangible impact of data into tangible impact, P&L accounting changes. And we did that with the financial teams, with the delivery team. So this is what I mean by going into the businesses. Because actually we can't sign our own homework. We need our organisation to say, you know what, that has absolutely changed the way we either deliver, operate or provide services. And so by doing that and by being able to account for the value that we've realised from the innovation and being able to show that either through P&L, new services or reduction in impact of outages, for example, and shown the kind of product line, the actual data innovation that's associated to it, it's really helped open people's minds up because they've gone, I've got a very similar problem. Can we fix it in the same way? And this is what I mean about getting below the symptoms of what you face and getting to the heart of the problem. Because you'll find if you can solve the heart of that problem, that team can actually widen it. So we've moved certain very bespoke elements to more enterprise-wide elements so that it's helping not just a team, but now a department. And that department, oddly enough, sits in the UK, in Germany, and somewhere else. So suddenly you've now helped 3 departments. So you can see how it elevates up. That elevation there is by communicating. So this is about celebrating what you're doing, whether it's a win or a fail. I need to make that really clear. The fact that it didn't work is still a success point that you need to raise because it's a learning that others cannot, prevent somebody from going down a pathway that you've already done. And so I think it's really important that tied to this was communication. And we do a lot of that. We make sure that's done everywhere, which is a really hard thing.
It's a hard thing to do. Yeah, how do you do that? Celebrating of failure because it's a learning. How do you actually can you give us an example of when you've done that recently?
So one of the things we did was we ran a massive expo. So it was company-wide, group-wide. And this was really about, we did a year of, we really focused hard on a year of innovation where we were taking right the way from our C-suite executives through programs of either education, so that could be teaching them about what agile is or what human-centered design is, practically doing, not just the theory of, through to then into teams and into the groups, the franchises that we'd moved into the businesses, as well as the businesses themselves. And we ran an innovation awards for digital to champion anyone that had brought through something that they wanted to shout about, as well as then getting our chairman, external speakers, internal leadership onto, I think it was a 2-day expo, we called it, group-wide expo. And what we did was we kind of fed that funnel of what are we doing, what didn't work, what did work, what are our different businesses' strategies, and made it into a one-stop shop so that that content was always available. It plugged into the learning and development as well, so it was always then a broader part of the ecosystem, not just standing alone. And we allowed people to just share their stories. And it was an absolute hit. It was wonderful to see and for everyone to go through and celebrate. And what's now persisted is those awards, is those event innovation funnels, is the reverse mentoring and the digital job family and the capability builds. And the reason I'm mentioning these things is back to what I said at the start. It's not just a one-off event. It's got to plug into your processes, your practices, your DNA, because that's the only way that you can keep it perpetual. Otherwise, it does disappear. And so now, for us, actually, we don't need to talk about digital because digital's in everything. You know, it becomes part of the stories rather than a story in itself. And trying to get there is really hard, and it requires a more inordinate amount of effort. But I think it's important because it should be no different to, you know, anything else this company's doing, anyone's organisation's doing. And I know so many businesses are trying to do that right now.
Do you have a story of failure that you like to share and celebrate that you could share with us here?
Absolutely. Just to remind, so I have 2 little boys, and my 7-year-old came home and said, "Mummy, you do know what fail means, don't you?" And I was like, yeah, of course I do. And he was like, you know, it's the first attempt in learning.
Oh, I love
and I
that.
just thought, do you know what, that is awesome. That's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
And my first utter fail was when setting some of this stuff up. We were trying to work out how to help people understand what digital was. Now, I don't know if any of you have young children or are aware that Lego do a really good job at moving into the digital space with their product sets because they're very physical. And they came out with the Lego Boost set, which is basically a robot that you can program and you can learn basic Scratch with it, but in a fun way, and it does some funny things. Anyway, my son helped me build up something to do that with. The first thing was I failed because I forgot to put batteries in it. And then once I did that, it needed to do all the software upgrades, which obviously ate into the program again. And then finally, when we got it going, he was telling me about some of these buttons. And I said, everyone's got to put these buttons in. I hadn't done it myself. What I didn't expect was a very adventurous group who did and got them trumping and firing missiles to everyone. Not necessarily the purpose of the event, but it goes to show that when you bring together exploratory minds and people who are suddenly having fun, what you unlock that you didn't expect. And I actually like that as a story. Whilst it's probably not the hardcore stories of a proper epic fail, it's the soft stuff of what happens when you put people together and they are really genuinely curious. And I think all too often in organisations, and I certainly felt it within the time that I was in Rolls-Royce, and I know it's still present today, is there is a real fear of failure. There is a real, I have to make sure I do this, and if I'm seen to have not done that, or if it doesn't go right, people are watching, right? And there is the shadow of the leader and a lot of those aspects that make us a little bit more reluctant. And I would just caution us all to say, how bad could it be, right? And do ask yourself what's the worst that can happen in some of those scenarios, because actually there's not a lot that could really happen, and therefore can you provide that safe space or that environment that allows people to explore with you and for you to lead that exploration with them. Because I think now more than ever, it's about rolling your sleeves up with that and being transparent in what you might know or not know, so others can connect with that. And I think that's one of my biggest lessons, is that group taught me the lesson that I was trying to teach them, but we hadn't realised it until the end. And that to me is effective learning. That says that there's always so much more you can get out of this, and that's why transformation, particularly in the digital space, starts with the person. It really does. The skills, the technology comes after, because you need to open the mind first.
And how do you create that right mindset in a way through the learning journey that you've been talking about? How do you do that?
So we've basically built our table of elements, we call it, which is 50% of it's cultural and mindset, and a lot of them predicate on what we would all be used to within our HR or corporate settings. You know, there's always leadership behaviours, I think is usually the term that they use. Yeah. But it is really about being positively disruptive, about asking the whys and not being afraid to ask the whys, entrepreneurship and how you can quickly catalyse ideas with others, and also trying to work in agnostic ways. So we focus a lot of our skills on them, and really starting to look at human-centred design and agile principles, because again, the two of those really help complement the process and the speed of ideation. We then move into skills in the digital sense of skills. So, you know, digital literacy, data, how to unlock data, how to do visualization, basic analytics, and move them through depending on what you need by the role you're doing or where you wish to go. The last then comes technology enablement, interestingly enough. Then we look at the technology that will now unlock the skills you've learnt, because all too often it can come the other way. Yeah. And we flow that through with a problem. So we ask organisations, and we challenge ourselves through our own hackathons to say, what's the problem? And now let's solve it using these tools that we've got, so that at the end you're seeing it in practice. It's really about practitioning. And that can be done really quickly, 3 days, a day, or you could do it fully. So we typically have a 6-week programme that can roll you through and come out with an MVP, you know, something that you could actually conceptualise and sketch up and get to a feature list on.
And this is the sort of work that you're doing in R Squared Factory.
Correct,
with your
absolutely.
clients, with your members even. And tell us how people can get in touch, think about joining, you know, what are the exact criteria? That would be really helpful to understand.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we try not to go down an exact criteria because it starts with a conversation. And like I said, we're starting to see smaller organisations come to us as well as large industrial organisations. It starts with coming to the website, reaching out to us. We're everywhere. It's r2-factory.com. But what we are trying to do is now also open up sessions where you can come to Portland Place, which is where our home is, and meet us. We're doing a lot of hookups and sessions where you meet the team, you get an experience, you get to meet some of the experts that we're working with in other communities. So we've got quite a lot of partners that help as well. And it's a chance to just understand and sit with a group that want to do purposeful change. And I say that really, really intently because I think we're now seeing a manifestation of a lot of things in the world today that are affecting all of us, and individually we cannot solve. So it needs to be collective, and I think we're here to try and drive that movement forward, and we'd love others that are keen to do the same, because I think once you've got that momentum, there's a real chance to do some purposeful change.
I agree, definitely. I'm going to open up at this point to the audience and ask if you have any questions for Manisha. We have about 10 minutes for Q&A. I think if you probably just raise your hand, there'll be microphones going around. Please don't be shy. Football is a good subject as well. We don't just have to talk about digital cultural transformation.
Oh, I should have said, I am now an FA qualified coach, so I did get into football eventually, just not quite the way I planned.
Yeah, but coaching is the most important skill set now, it sounds like. Hi.
Thank you very much. Manisha, thanks very much for the interesting dialogue you've had. And congratulations to the achievements. A key question I would have is, how do you integrate, let me call it legacy staff, legacy resources from Rolls-Royce into R Squared? Is that something you systematically do, or do you build up your own team and you don't look so much at the exchange of people, of the flow of resources between R Squared and the legacy business, if you will? Thank you.
No, it's a great question. No, we absolutely do. So right now we have probably about 30 to 40% of our workforce within R Squared Factory are once Rolls-Royce individuals. And actually we continue to do that through either the graduate programmes or through what are gigs. I think hopefully some are familiar with that term. It's the new way of movement of workforce and thinking about human value and building human valued skills in short bursts. So rather than the traditional route of secondments or long-term placements, we actually allow people to come in, gain their skills, preferably with a business challenge that in the area that they've come from, so that they can take it back and share that back into their team. And they become what we call an R Squarer for life. I mean, you never leave, right? It's Hotel California for us. And the reason we do that, because again, it's about taking something away. We want you to have a lasting memory. And other parts that we do is we have professional placement programs. So we look at career switches because, again, we're starting to see a really, really big change in terms of employability and the skills that people can bring from other sectors. So we don't worry about where you come from, whether it be within Rolls-Royce or outside. The important part is what do you want to do and can we help you do that? So this is about, like I said, that human value asset. Where could you go and take those skills and celebrate them? And we can go, we were part of your journey. So we do feed absolutely Rolls-Royce in. We also feed, as I mentioned, R² out. So this isn't just one way. It is about then providing that back into the business, which I think is really important. No problem.
Hi, Manisha. Thank you for the great discussion. I have a question about perhaps you have any advice on driving cultural transformation in multi-stakeholder environments where different stakeholders might have conflicting objectives.
I think that's everyone's world, right?
Every time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I've ever gone into the room and everyone's on the same page or comfortable or happy. I do think sometimes it's the hard conversation of getting it out on the table up front. And the reason I say that is because actually what you want to do is draw up a charter, something that says we're all aligned in this way, and these are our areas that we have specific individual aspects we need to have considered. So I think you asked a question about some of the bits that are hard around this, and I would say that some of the biggest challenges in working in a collaborative environment now is data sharing, right? Let's be very clear. Everyone's data is their own, it's all protected, it's all very important to them. But the reality is that until you find a common ground to share that data, you're not going to realise the true value of what's coming from it. And that's the same with stakeholders that are coming from different angles. Unless you can find that common ground and make sure that up front that's understood and the purpose therefore to move forward is set around that, you're never going to be able to get decisions or group decisions, or at least move in a way that you need to come with a valued outcome. Now that's hard because that takes a really good facilitation and being also upfront to say, I don't job titles on the floor, I don't care, right? Who are you and what are you here to gain? And let's go forward with gaining those value outputs. So it's a very human contract, I call it, that you're needing to make now. And that's a different world that we're starting to enter. This is all, and back to my point about psychological safety, I am transacting with you as an individual, as a person, not as the company I'm sat behind, because my value to that company is what I bring. And it's subtlety, but it's in there. So there are lots of techniques that you can use, but typically what you want to do is get that signalling contract done at the up front, so that you're all very aware of what the purposes that you're leading forward with, and as it starts to waver off that, you can bring it back in line, and that typically means that you'll go forth on a trajectory and you won't end up with nothing at the end of it, but lots of angry faces.
Manisha, thanks indeed for the discussion. How do you measure the cognitive wellness in your team, in your workplace?
Sorry, could you just say that again?
Cognitive wellness?
Cognitive wellness how do you measure the cognitive wellness in your workplace?
So we've got a few bits, and actually we're introducing some extra parts now. So one of the things that we do is we have regular weekly sessions. We have our meetup, because actually sometimes it's just hearing, seeing faces, right? And being able to understand who's engaging and who's not. Our own community built a mood bot. So they regularly share how they feel. And I know that sounds like a really strange thing because cognitiveness can be different ways, different aspects. But what it did unlock is it said that some people feel excluded because for them it's really hard. We have a very high neurodiversity population within our business. And for some it's really hard to absorb what's going on around them because actually they can't take things in verbally. They need to read it later, or they need to hear it in a different way. They prefer flat form, for example. They may want something that's recorded, which sometimes is very difficult to do, or they prefer face-to-face because they can see the whole body. They feed off the sense and the feel rather than the words that they say itself. And so what we started to do was introduce lots of things, and that could range from simple stuff like Otter AI that can record and transcribe and be able to give them multi-formatted in terms of the meetings, because I don't know about anyone else, but there's a lot of team meetings in the world, right? Too many. But also that physical coming together and making sure we purposely come together as a community physically. Because then what we do is we do that testing, we do the temperature check of cognitive well-being. Do you feel you're getting what you need? Are you being provided the support you want? Are you meeting regularly enough to share or get the channels to share in the medium that you want? For example, I know members who prefer to text or to write rather than to talk. Some prefer to chat and WhatsApp. And it's about building a framework that can cater, I call it for the 1%, but for the majority. Because actually then what you're doing is you're making sure there's an avenue for somebody to be able to feel connected and feel like that's a community for them. They can sit, they can settle. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. One of the big things that we found missing, can I just say, and probably for anyone who has a lot of interns coming into their organisation or with the new turnover of staff, you're teaching a lot of people remotely, right? Really difficult. And you're already under pressure. Let's be honest, most of us have employees that are doing 3 people's jobs, okay? And we don't intend that to be the way it is. It just seems to have fallen that way at this moment in time because of the rise and fall with the pandemic. And so it's really hard to bring new people on board because you're doing it remotely. That experience is so different. So one of the things we've tried to do and we're learning to do is build in broader networks, give them support routes that support both your manager by alleviating an aspect of that people coaching where it's about just day to day, how to write an email, how to make sure that you don't feel uncomfortable with introducing yourself to people, how to join events or groups remotely when it's the first time you've ever done it. Now, these are really, really human skills that you can do in person, but when it's remote, it's a lot harder. So again, building in things or considering those when you're onboarding or supporting your workforce as they come together is quite big, because we're growing rapidly. This is a massive problem for us.
Just tell us a little bit about how much you're growing and what you're going from.
When we, prior to the end of the year, we were about 36. At the start of this year, 44. We're about 73 with all of our interns at the moment. So massive, massive growth. And that's fantastic, but really, really challenging because it puts those that are established in the group with extra responsibility, and they're sitting there going, I need to do all these jobs. I know I need to bring these people up, but I haven't got the time. But also, this wasn't something I did before. So there's a learning gap there, but there's also new, excited people going, hey, I'm here, I want to help, but no one's talking to me. So just being aware that there's those steps and what you might need to do extra to just help with that rise and fall, I think that's an important one.
Yeah, and it sounds like you're creating this culture of empathy, understanding, communication, human skills that everyone needs to have.
Yep. And it's being comfortable just saying that, right? I mean, as leaders, we regularly come up to our town halls and go, got this bit wrong. Or how can we do this bit better? Because this is what we thought, but it doesn't feel like that's what you want. And I think opening that door a little bit and making sure that it's not fake vulnerability, it's genuine vulnerability, but it's saying that we're learning. I think knowing that everyone is on the learning journey of some of this is really important. Again, back to that safe spaces and making sure there's trust. I think that's important about the question around cognitive wellness and opening up that. So yeah, it's a real minefield at the moment, actually, thinking about it more broadly.
Thank you for sharing that, though. Any other questions? Yes. Mike is coming to you.
Thank you. Hi, Manisha. Thank you for your talk today. Just had a quick question around psychological safety. So you've mentioned it here today. With challenges of pushing for productivity and you've not got the buy-in of everyone in leadership, how do you create psychological safety and get the buy-in that there's a need for it as well?
So it's, again, a really good question. I think it depends on where that buy-in is missing. So if it's more of a conflict, as in we know you need it, but we're not sure what you're doing is the right thing. I think it's really important to understand why they think that, because they've obviously got some preconceptions or some understanding that you might not have, or the group that has whatever they're pitching isn't aware of. And so making sure that that's heard and understood is really important. The second part that we've always found is that sometimes it's that they just didn't know, or there's not a sense of that ground understanding as well. And so what we've typically tried to do is make sure that there is an open forum to have the conversation and share the both what is it that we're trying to do and why are we trying to do, but also the other way of why isn't that what we believe it needs to be now. And the reason I'm saying that is because actually, when you think about the stakeholder buy-in and that psychological safety, we have to remember that that stakeholder is typically holding the purse strings of a lot of different investments. That's usually where it sits. It's an investment question. And with the space of digital and AI, the challenge is it's like mining for gold without having all the wonderful x-rays and the systems that tell you that's a hotspot and you're most likely to get your gold there. So you're digging, hoping you're going to find it and offering what the potential could be. The reality is you may never meet it, as in you might never strike gold, or by the time you do, it's too long for that person because somebody above or around them is going, well, we need this to happen by this date. And that's always going to be a bit of a perpetual issue when it comes to data and AI. And so what we've tried to do a lot of the time, certainly in situations we've had, is we look at the value potential of a challenge statement or an idea. And what we try to do is say, what's the quickest way we could try and give some sense of assurance of that value? Is there a quick proof of concept that we can do to show that we're not just talking hypothetics? Here's a little model of it, a scenario model of that. What that does is it gives a safe space for you to talk more confidently about the potential to those stakeholders who are saying, well, you're talking about pie-in-the-sky stuff. I can't understand what you're referring to. So it's really important to try and bring it down a couple of levels, move it into something that they can see, feel or touch in a world that they're in, but also help take away some of those, what you don't understand, there's this dimension that you haven't even taken into account. By doing that and bringing the two groups together in that way, I think what it does allow is a more open conversation. I'm not suggesting it gets them bought in, but it does allow for the open conversation, which is typically what's not happening. So that's how we've done it, is we find that quick use case example. What could we do as a proof of concept to understand it before we try and go to a stakeholder potentially? Because once they've got that trust, you can start to go without the proof of concept. The whole point is building that trust empathy. And once that's in place, then actually you'll find that the barrier that's stopping you from having those conversations moves out a little bit more. And that's certainly the experiences we've had. You know, it starts to just move out, and then suddenly they're coming to you going, hey, do you have something that could do that? And it's such a change in dynamic, but it does take time. It's not instant, and it's not a golden bullet. Does that help answer the question you've... Cool. Okay.
Thank you. I think we have time for just one more quick question, if there is, in the audience. Otherwise, Manisha, I want to thank you so much for sharing your story, the story of R Squared Factory, and I'm wishing you good luck with everything that you're hoping to do, and looking forward to seeing that growth and hearing about the case studies as well. I know we have Caroline Gorski as well, the CEO, on stage here at 11:30, talking about how we get to net zero and collaborating on that. So if we could have a round of applause for Manisha, please.
For our wonderful panellists. Thank you, Manisha. Thank you, Hepsi. Brilliant. Wonderful session. We're now back at 11:30 for our next talk with Caroline. So you've got a good break. There's a beautiful tranquility garden in the building. The loos are just there, just through the door. If you want coffee, there's Gales underneath, or there's the Quantum Black space where they have free coffee and networking. So see you back here at 11:30. Thank you. Hello, hello everyone, and welcome to our next session, which is collaborating on the race to net zero, which is brought to life by R² Factory. And please give a huge round of applause for our wonderful moderator, Maria Accenti, who is the responsible AI lead for PwC UK. Welcome, Maria.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Isn't it wonderful to be back in person? Yes, yes, yes. I'm delighted to host a fireside chat with a good friend of mine, who's an amazing woman, Caroline Gorski. Caroline, please come on stage.
Everybody. Thank you, Maria.
Caroline is not only the new CEO of R² Factory, R² Factory, I said it right.
You did, just about.
Yes,
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
about. But she's an amazing woman with a fantastic career. Where did it all started for you, Caroline?
So that's a really good question. I want to be really honest and put my hands up right here straight away and say I'm an arts graduate. Anybody else in the room with an arts degree? Oh, thank God, my people. So I went into technology at a profoundly lucky time because my career really started in the mid-90s. I left university in 1995. And at that point, it was still possible to go into organizations and enthuse them about the potential of this brand spanking new technology, the World Wide Web, which sort of senior execs hadn't really heard of yet. And as a result, even though I was an arts graduate and even though I really had no right to be purporting to be able to code, I could go and teach myself HTML 2.0 because I'm that old, and Perl and a bit of JavaScript, and have a conversation indeed with the first boss I had in a temp job that I was doing, where I said, he was a marketing director, and I said, have you heard about this thing called the web? And he said, no. And I said, well, you know that incredibly expensive catalogue that you make for the things you're trying to sell that, takes weeks and months to produce, and you end up proofreading it on galleys, because this is prior to digital printing, and you have to ship the files out to China to get them printed up, and then it takes weeks to send them back again. And if there's anything wrong with them, then you just have to run with a misprint in the first edition until you can get the next edition printed. I can take all of that pain and I can put it on the internet so that people can just come and look at the bits that they want to look at, and they can buy things from you directly without you ever having to print a paper catalogue again. And he said, oh, that sounds amazing. I'm not going to stop printing the paper catalogue this year, but why don't you build us a website and we'll see what happens with it. And that was exactly how I started. 2,000 hand pages of HTML 2.0, and they never really stopped printing the catalogue in its entirety, but they certainly greatly reduced the print run.
What a great start of your career. And then you went next to...
So then I kind of got the bug for technology. I got the bug for how technology changes businesses. I got the bug for how emerging technologies bring new opportunities, new markets that can be exploited, about how they change the way that people are and the way that people work. And so then I moved to a startup who at the time were called Fletcher Research, who had been started up to look at the internet and how it was going to change business models, starting by looking at what the internet was doing to sports and to sports consumption, particularly the digital rights negotiations that were going on at the beginning of B-Sky-B, taking big rights deals forward. And that little startup business was acquired eventually by Forrester Research, who you may have heard of. So then I spent some time working as an analyst within Forrester before heading out into the world of business on the other side, on the client side, to help really big organizations think about how their businesses were going to be transformed by a series of emerging technologies. So the mobile internet, big data, VR, AR, artificial intelligence, new forms of communication, and that's really kind of where we end up with Rolls-Royce, I suppose, eventually.
Very interesting experience that you brought forward in 2022, where you have set up R² and you're the CEO. How is this experience different from all the other jobs you've had, especially those require you to set up new ventures, develop new initiatives?
So I've been involved in a number of new ventures over my career, probably 4 or 5, usually as a member of the early team or occasionally as a member of the founding team. This is different. It's different when you're the CEO, which I hadn't really, I think, appreciated before. And the reason I say that is because although part of your job as a CEO is to find the most amazing founding team who can really bring your vision forward and make it land in the real world, and then wrap round that founding team the most extraordinary practitioners who can really deliver on that vision. The reality is, as the CEO, it's still your vision, and that can be quite lonely, particularly in the dark reaches of the nights when something that you've tried to do hasn't worked perhaps the way that you hoped it would. And even though you've got a superb team around you, sometimes that can just feel quite isolating. Just, oh my goodness, these people depend on us being able to deliver this thing that we're trying to deliver. How are we going to take it forward? I've had to learn really important lessons in how to lean into the team who support me, because that's not an easy thing to do when it's your baby that you're trying to bring into the world. But if you don't lean into that team, if you don't really benefit from all of that creativity and collaboration and vision that your team is able to bring to your initiative, then that loneliness never goes away, and actually your decision-making becomes less and less reliable.
And collaboration is exactly the secret sauce needed for us to be able to solve the big societal problems we are now discussing at this conference and all of us, the race to net zero. So how can collaboration truly be that secret sauce that helps us to see progress with the solutions we're developing in climate change, but frankly everything else, all the societal problems we have?
Yeah, I mean, the truth is, we set up the R² factory in March of this year is when we launched, but we started building the capabilities, the competencies, the experiences that sit behind the R² factory all the way back in 2017. And they draw on more than 3 decades of experience in Rolls-Royce of using advanced data analytics to address really big systemic industrial problems. And that's really important, because the truth is that the problems we face today, particularly the problems around, how do we build more sustainable supply chains? How do we reduce carbon emissions? How do we get to a position where there is greater diversity and representation around the data streams that make decisions for our lives? How do we maintain inclusiveness not only within the Western world, across our diverse populations, but also into the global South? How do we take the benefits of the technologies that we are working with across the entire planet and not just limit them to a narrow group? Those are system-wide challenges. And no single industrial organization can start to solve them or certainly finish to solve them on its own. They don't control enough data. The data that they do control is not of the right kind of quality. It suffers from significant issues of data scarcity. They don't have access to enough of the right resources. And even if they did, they aren't able to define a problem clearly enough to be able to generate an effective answer unless they collaborate with the rest of the integrated system that is facing into that problem. So for us, if you want to start looking at machine learning and artificial intelligence to solve some of the world's biggest industrial problems, you have to do that from a basis of collaboration. You have to do that in a way that takes away some of the competitive instinct of large organizations and challenges them to think about the scale of these problems and how solutions to these problems will actually be generated together.
But the way you describe collaboration sounds like we really need to start updating our cultures, our ways of working, rethink how we balance being competitive with being collaborative and open. Isn't this a challenge, especially for companies like Rolls-Royce, like mine, PwC, and frankly, every big company out there?
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the way that machine learning and artificial intelligence helps to address industrial problems, there are essentially 3 bits of that process that are difficult. And only one of those is, in fact, attached to machine learning or artificial intelligence. So at the front end, you've got a problem which is about data, about the quality of data, about the scarcity of data, about the degree to which, when you're looking at a problem where the answer you're building shows up physically in the real world, you cannot abstract extract that data away from the domain specialist knowledge of how it applies an answer. So that's the first set of problems. They're data-related problems. And the second set of problems is actually not to do with technology at all. It's cultural. It's about how do organizations get themselves into a position culturally and operationally where they're actually able to release value from the application of those machine learning techniques to the industrial problems. And my colleague Manisha was talking a little bit about cultural transformation earlier on this morning. Now, what we've learned across those 5 years in Rolls-Royce is that you can have the best data science community in the world, and we have a fabulous data science community in the R² factory. But quite frankly, if you don't invest in addressing the data problem and in addressing the culture problem, you could put your data scientists into a room with a mountain of £50 notes and a box of matches and probably some petrol, because they're not going to be able to generate value from the work that they're doing if those cultures don't change. I think across the pandemic, we saw this happening in ways which have really unlocked some of the potential for R² factory and have led us to accelerate the work that we're doing in the outside world, outside of Rolls-Royce. We saw the potential for collaborations in response to an incredible crisis that was really difficult for all of us. Rolls-Royce and R² Data Labs specifically brought together the Emergent Alliance, which was a community of more than 50 organizations looking at how to use data science to develop ways to respond economically to the COVID-19 pandemic. How could we reduce the impact of the recession that we are now living through? How could we help planners to make decisions about how to switch economies back on faster, but in a way which was safe? That spirit of collaboration, those were 50 organizations who would normally have been in competition with each other, including 4 of the top 5 tech companies who generally don't collaborate with each other unless there's a really important reason why they should. So we were hugely thrilled that we could help bring that group together, and we've taken learnings from that experience forward into the work that we deliver at the R² factory.
Going back to R² and the history of the new company and how you came to life, I know that you have had quite a bit of impact on the digital transformation of Rolls-Royce itself, and now you're looking to leverage this experience for other companies that will be your future clients. Can you tell us a little bit more about the digital transformation journey, based very much on those core principles of collaborations, breaking the silos, bringing people together, teaching them how to exchange knowledge, how to communicate effectively for a common goal?
Yeah, I mean, for us, we did really 2 things inside of Rolls-Royce, which I think I've talked about a little bit before, but I'll explain perhaps to you now. We understood that our role as a digital cultural transformation unit was not simply about presenting people with new technical skills that they could consume. It was about really generating mindset change. In fact, I remember going in front of the board of Rolls-Royce in the autumn of 2018, just after I'd taken over as the head of R² Data Labs, and saying, I just want to check what it is I think you want me to do, because I need to make sure you understand we're on the same journey. I think you want me to help produce a species-level evolutionary shift inside your organization. Now, Rolls-Royce is 138 years old. A species-level evolutionary shift is a very, very big move for an organization of that age and that scale. And we are on that journey. I would not dream of being so arrogant as to say that we have achieved the whole of that species-level evolutionary shift, but we are certainly much further forward than we were 5 years ago. And much of that, and forgive the extremely inappropriate metaphor, is because we approach this as if we were ourselves a virus. We looked for ways to infect the population with mindset change. We found champions who could be T cells for us, who could turn the immune system on itself and make it possible for this brilliant, technically extraordinary organization to progress really rapidly from its excellence as a 20th century business into the potential for excellence as a 21st century business. And given Warren East's, my CEO, he's speaking later this afternoon, given his intent and ambition to make Rolls-Royce one of the businesses solving the sustainable power problem that we face as a world, that transition was fundamentally important.
It's fantastic you brought us to our subject, but we wanted to present to you the whole context of R Square so that you understand why they're so well positioned to address problems like sustainability. So talking about sustainability and ambition of Rolls-Royce to be one of the leaders in the field of sustainability, how does technology you've developed at Rolls-Royce aligns with this ambition and vision, and how technology should be one of the main driver in helping us achieving net zero?
Yeah, we're very clear, both within Rolls-Royce but in R Squared factory as well, that we genuinely don't believe that we will get to net zero without the application of artificial intelligence. And let me be very, very clear about that. The kinds of optimizations that we need to be able to operate across distributed energy networks, the kinds of ways we need to think about how we provide for the vital power that we still need, but doing so in a way which is sustainable and which, massively reduces or reverses our dependence on carbon-emitting power sources. Those challenges need artificial intelligence to be able to build out the flexibility, the agility, the responsiveness of the consumption networks and the generating networks that we need to be able to achieve that objective. We need artificial intelligence because we need to think about things like how do we control completely new modes of transport that have degrees of autonomy in them that will only be manageable using data science and machine learning. We need to think about how do we change our economy from a waste consumption perspective. And we're going to need artificial intelligence to understand how do we make the best choices about the raw materials that we choose to use, how we combine them to make new products, and then how we decombine them at end of life in order to feed them back into a circular system, to break the habit that we have of making things and throwing them away. So those are the kinds of challenges. They are system-wide challenges. They will need artificial intelligence to help answer them.
Fantastic. Since we started talking about the use cases, shall we dig a little bit deeper into the ones that you are working on? First, let's start with carbon reduction. How did you achieve, or what's the type of solution you put together using artificial intelligence, but also all other capabilities, not just AI?
So when you think about industrial supply chains, generally speaking, most industrial supply chains are relatively complex. In the case of an industrial supply chain like Rolls-Royce, or indeed perhaps a pharmaceutical supply chain, or even an automotive or compute supply chain, so when you're thinking about the high compute supply chains, you're often dealing with very rare elements in those supply chains, rare raw materials, and you're sometimes dealing with very high-risk supply chains, i.e. you may only have one or two suppliers in the whole world who can actually make the components and products that you need to be able to create whatever it is that you're creating. That complexity, both in the rareness of the materials, in where they come from in the world, and in the relative scarcity of suppliers, can make it extremely difficult for human beings trying to make buying decisions just using their own brains to be able to optimize for really anything else other than perhaps cost, or possibly protecting supply. So you might be able to optimize for a combination of cost and risk of supply as a human. We worked with the buyers in Rolls-Royce to look at a number of our key strategic supply chain purchasing routes to understand how could we apply a machine learning optimization engine to not only allow them to optimize for cost, but also to optimize for the security of supply, to optimize for the geographic proximity of suppliers, and as a result to reduce carbon emissions from those key components by 40%. So suddenly we're in a position where when you start to introduce artificial intelligence into what have previously been human-driven processes, not as a replacement for those humans, because the buyers are still handling the negotiations with the suppliers as a human-to-human exchange. You don't get the best price if all you're doing is running a reverse auction with a couple of bots. But being able to give them the scenarios to help them manage multiple optimization strategies simultaneously was how an AI showed up in reducing, frankly, not only the carbon footprint of that supply chain by 40%, but also, critically important, the cost of sourcing those components by almost £200 million.
And since we are discussing about use cases, I'm being very interested to hear your work around circular economy. Right? Finally, we got our senses and we moved from our linear thinking and understanding everything in nature is cyclical. So we are starting applying this principle to circular economy, and this is where again technology can make a big difference. What sort of use cases have you work around empowering circular economy?
Yeah, again, so I want you to think about industrial processes of manufacture. So if you think about people who make things out of, metal, for example, or indeed any kind of, sizable stuff that you dig out of the ground, generally speaking, and Rolls-Royce is a good example here, you're purchasing that raw material in block form. But the first thing that happens with some of the extremely expensive metals that Rolls-Royce purchases in order to make into parts of its machines and its products in use is that they get smelted down, right? They get melted and turned into alloys. Other things get added in them to change the properties of those metals so that they can be fit for purpose. Then they get reformed into a different shape. Then they get machined, so bits of them get drilled off or holes get made in them, or new shapes are introduced to them. Then they may get forged or welded together with something else. But we've started off by paying for a block at the beginning. We should be able to understand all the way through that process how much is being wasted at every single stage of that process. That's an incredibly valuable raw material that we've paid for in a cuboid form, but what we end up with at the end is something that's a beautifully manufactured, honed component. The challenge we faced, though, was that the designs that showed us the transition from the cuboid block of metal that you purchased to the final designed piece of equipment that you got at the end, those exist as engineering drawings. They are 2D drawings with geometries written on them. To be able to actually understand, has the waste material that's being produced been captured properly? Has it been picked up off the factory floor? Has it been collected out of the smelter? Is it being recycled for better use somewhere else? You need to not understand just the 2D drawing and what you're expecting. You need to understand every single 3D process that component has gone through in its life. So we built an NLP and computer vision capability that combines looking at the 2D, it can turn 2D geometries into 3D geometries, and it can also scan documents for tabular and scientific notation so that it can understand exactly what geometry you are expecting from your initial purchase of a block of materials to the final component. And understanding those geometries across the life cycle of the development of that component gives you the ability to know how much waste you are expecting, to manage to reduce that waste, and to accurately recycle that waste.
It's fantastic. Very good very good to hear. Before we move to questions, we have about 6 or 7 minutes. I want to go back to R Squared and the ambition you have for the company. Where do you see R Squared playing an important role in accelerating or being a big player in the race towards net zero? Where do you think you differentiate against your competitors? And frankly, in consulting, there's quite a bit of competition. I would know.
Absolutely.
There I work.
From our perspective, there are, I think, a couple of really important things that are different about the R Squared factory. And the first is that we would not consider ourselves to be in direct competition with organizations like PwC because our model is based on collaboration. We genuinely believe that the way that you get to some of the answers around the biggest questions the world faces, industrial questions about the application of machine learning and AI, have to be through the collaboration between organizations who might perhaps have considered themselves to be in competition with each other before, but are prepared to set that competitive instinct aside because the scale of the problem is big enough that they know they need to work together to solve it. The R Squared factory is a safe place to do hard things. That's what it exists for. It is a place to bring organizations together, to help them to think about how they can generate value not only for themselves, but also across their networks, across the value systems that they operate within, in order to solve some of those really big problems, like climate change, like sustainability across supply chains, like cultural transformation, like how do you build trustworthy and ethical artificial intelligences when you're trying to deploy them into physical processes.
And you just got to the subject that I like the most, of course. What about the ethics of technology in general? And we had countless conversations about how ethics of AI, how important ethics of AI is in the context of Rolls-Royce and R². And I know that you have released a fantastic AI ethics framework, which is top of the art and could be considered as a leader in the field. So I would like us to talk a little bit about the vision around the ethics of technology at R², and what have you learned in Rolls-Royce, and you're now able to share with the world in terms of how should we do ethics, how important ethics is in the context of collaboration, and how collaboration is the core of the culture of R² will accelerate adoption and development of ethical technology, not just AI.
Well, I mean, I suppose if there's one thing, there are lots of things I've learned from my time inside Rolls-Royce, and I'm enormously grateful to the organisation for giving me that opportunity to try to help bring that transformation that they asked me for. But if there's one thing I would put my hand on my heart and say I've taken away most strongly from my time in Rolls-Royce, it's never, ever be afraid to do the hard thing. Because it's doing the hard things that actually results in change. And doing hard things when you're talking about the future of our planet and the future that we are building for our children has to mean sharing, and it has to mean collaborating, and it has to mean putting aside otherwise narrow competitive instincts and realizing that the scale of the problem is so big that we need to work together. And that ethical underpinning sits under everything that the R² factory does. It's part of the way that we believe we exist in the world, but it does come from that Rolls-Royce ethos. Do the hard thing. Don't be afraid of doing the hard thing. Doing the hard thing is when stuff matters.
Breaking the boundaries. That's all about the conversation we have around the ethics of technology. How do we understand that we need to disrupt the way we work, the way we live, in order to see what AI is capable of, right? And doing the hard things is sometimes the hardest thing ever, especially when it's not embedded in your culture. Now it's time for questions. Why don't we take 2 or 3 questions at a time before you answer the question?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. I'll try and hold them in my mind.
Here, 2. In the front.
At the heart of what you're espousing today is collaboration. Where does data sovereignty and data protection fit in there?
Excellent question. Can we take another one?
Good morning. Thank you so much, Caroline. I really appreciated your presentation. I've got a bit of a binary question, for which I apologise. I wondered whether you'd looked at fuels for jet engines and whether you are or could look at the synthetic fuel mixes and whether you've come to a view on Jet A with ethanol, synthetic fuels, hydrogen, ammonia, and where you think the mix of those is for now and for the next 30 years. Thank you.
Go first round.
Okay, so I'm going to answer that second question first, because yes, at a Rolls-Royce level, I am not the right person to answer your question with precision, so I will very happily introduce you to some colleagues who can give you a much better answer. But the long and the short answer is yes, we absolutely are investigating sustainable aviation fuels and indeed hydrogen. We believe that the future involves both of those, and we have been testing our engines on both drop-in sustainable aviation fuel and indeed moving towards testing our engines towards 100% sustainable aviation fuel. Our Pearl engine has been through testing on sustainable 100% SAF. So yes, those are critical parts of the progression towards net zero for the aviation industry. But it will be a mixture of both. It won't be one or the other. And your question on data sovereignty. Now, we're very lucky in the world in which R² has been operating in the past, in that in the industrial use cases of AI, we don't generally have to deal with much personally identifiable information. But clearly, it's critically important as we build into some of these new collaborations that we're dealing with. Our approach, and it's something that we inherited really from from the work we've delivered inside Rolls-Royce is that when we work in collaborations with organizations, they own their data sovereignty. It's their data. They will be the controller of that data. And if they choose to join a collaboration and share that data, there is a cross-licensing that happens within the collaboration to allow the participants to work on that data together. But ultimately, it still resides with the organizations whose data it is. And that's actually really important in the context of machine learning, because it's actually really hard to abstract away the model from the data that's being used for, just in the same way as it's very difficult to abstract away the output that you're looking for from the domain that you're trying to build that output into. So if you don't acknowledge the sovereignty of the originator of that data, then you are in a very tricky position, because you will eventually find it very difficult to actually generate real value from the deployment of any application that consumes that data. And so that's our approach. In terms of how that then works out in a set of use cases around personally identifiable information from individual people, I will express a personal view on this, but it's not necessarily a view informed by the work we do on the industrial basis. I have always believed that we need to evolve a far clearer understanding of our own sovereignty, of our own personal data. I have been frustrated for probably the best part of 25 years that the multiple initiatives, my data, for example, being one that I worked on 15 years ago as part of Telefonica, haven't really taken hold the way I would like them to. And I think that if we don't do a better job of helping our children understand quite how much value they're giving away every time they freely trade their information for a meme of a cat on a skateboard, then we're doing a really bad job.
Much to catch up when it comes to digital and data literacy. The next questions?
Hello there. My name is Alex. I run a carbon capture scheme where farmers use regenerative practices to absorb carbon and then package that up into carbon credits to sell to corporates. So my question is, what opportunities do you see there are for collaboration and machine learning and AI in the space of carbon credits?
Thank you. Are there any other question? Take another one.
Hi, I'd love to hear a little bit more about the AI ethics framework, how you developed that and some of the applications of it.
Okay, brilliant. I will answer your question first, then I'll come on to yours. So I'm going to have a wee bit of a devil's advocate position, and you'll have to forgive me. I worry a little bit about the notion of trading carbon credits using machine learning models. I worry a little bit about it because at the moment I don't see enough clear governance and transparency that we aren't simply moving the problem from one place to another place without really resolving it. So I think what we will need is the ability not only to use data science to help us to build out the kinds of trading platforms that allow for carbon credits to become a more commonly used way of trying to address the problem. But we will also need a provenance and governance model, which actually validates that when I buy a carbon credit, the carbon is really being saved, right? Rather than simply I'm buying the potential of a tree being planted, which in 150 years might consume and lock up the carbon that I have produced today. So I think we need both. We need the trading environment, which I think probably will be an AI-led or an ML-led context, but we need the governance models, the transparency, and the provenance to assure that what we're doing has an effect now and isn't simply buying, in inverted commas, a benefit in 50, 150, 250 years' time. Now, you asked a question about the AI ethics framework. It's called the Alethea framework for anybody who wants to have a look for it. You can get hold of it on the Rolls-Royce website. We published it under Creative Commons license, so it's freely available, open source. We produced variant 2.0 December of this year just gone, where we also released a data bias framework as an additional element. Essentially, it is a very, very practical 32 ethic checklist, which allows you as an AI developer, and some of my development team are here and can tell you about how they use it, but it allows you as an AI developer to think about the questions you need to ask yourself to demonstrate that an AI application is being developed safely and ethically, but also asks you to demonstrate not only what realization principles you're using to achieve the ethics, but the actual evidence that you've taken those realization principles into action that can then be monitored against. We use it across Rolls-Royce. It is a mandated part of our digital product development and product safety process. We also use it with our suppliers. So we ask our suppliers to attest to the fact that they either use Alethea themselves or they have an equivalent trustworthiness and safety framework in their own organizations too.
I have a follow-up question before we take another one, because I think this framework and the approach you took could be inspiring for a lot of organizations that struggle to demonstrate how they uphold ethical principles. Are you planning to publish a set of stories or learnings and demonstrate how you brought it to life, and what else is needed to enable an increase of transparency about the processes around AI?
So we already have a number of stories published, but yes, I'm sure there will be more upcoming as we continue to work. Our approach with Alethea, as I hope you would expect, is a collaborative one. So we, for example, collaborated with a group of oncologists from the US and the UK over the course of 2021. They came to us to say, could they look at how they could use the Alethea framework to help them develop or indeed attest and manage trustworthy artificial intelligence applications in the context of treating cancer with radiation therapy. There are AI tools used to map radiation therapies to treat cancers, and they wanted to understand what could they take from the Alethea framework to apply in the treatment of cancer using artificial intelligence applications to map radiation treatments. And that collaboration resulted in a publication in the AI in Oncology journal in January of this year, which shows how the read across from an engineering-led AI trustworthiness and safety use case, the Rolls-Royce use case for Alethea, maps then into a healthcare use case in oncology. Interestingly, we also worked with a startup called Museo, who have recently been acquired by, help me out, SoundCloud, I think. Is that right? I can't remember. Which is very exciting, because I'm very pleased that they've been acquired. But anyway, they use the Alethea framework. They use AI to produce track lists. They used the Alethea framework to make sure that they were demonstrating inclusiveness and diversity in their track listing, which is a really interesting but totally different use case for the framework. You know, from one which is about safety in healthcare treatments to one which is about inclusion and the representation of artists from multiple backgrounds in the automated selection of track listing.
Fantastic. We need all those examples so badly, because otherwise we run the risk of not having the results we expect from applying ethical thinking on technology. And this will only give confidence and hopefully empower others not only to be a bit more brave and publish their approach on AI ethics, and to that extent ethics of technology in general, but being able to engage in those conversations with diverse group of stakeholders. I think we have time for 2 or 3 more questions. I think there was a heads up over there in the corner. Another one, that corner. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. So obviously with a company like Rolls-Royce, you've got, I don't know, maybe tens of thousands of employees, and I don't know how big your team is, but I've worked in large organizations where sometimes they like to hire somebody in with a very great innovative feel, you know, really great sense of what the landscape is, and then do absolutely nothing with it. So I suppose there is this kind of question that's nagging in the back of my mind is, how do you really make sure that you're having an impact on the business? And is the business listening? And are they really taking that forward?
Yeah, good question. So
we have just a second, because we have another question in the corner. That corner. 2 and 2. Yeah, it's coming.
Thanks, Caroline. As part of the species-level mindset shift you're talking about at Rolls-Royce, could you explain how you're driving the adoption and trust of that cultural level shift? It's okay to talk at a principle level, but how do you truly ingrain it into the DNA of Rolls-Royce?
Sure, absolutely. I will try and answer both of those questions sort of in one answer, if you like, but because actually they're quite interlinked. But hopefully I'll do a good enough job of answering both of you. One of the things that was really important to us over the 5 years inside Rolls-Royce before we spanned the factory out was actually our obligation to deliver real, measurable value to the company. Now, that's quite rare when you look at innovation teams. I'm not suggesting that innovation teams don't deliver value. They absolutely do. But you'll often find that innovation teams are tasked over some sort of 3 to 5 year trajectory. And so there's a kind of earmarked pot of cash that usually the C-suite puts forward to say you can, go and think creative thoughts about how you're going to lead change, and over a 3 to 5 year trajectory, we will expect a return on the investment that we're making in you. That isn't the model that we built for R² Data Labs. R² Data Labs was tasked with delivering as a minimum its own cost base every single year of operation, and that value delivery had to show up in the P&L of the organisation. And that's how I know that the team that now is the team that we have taken out as R² Factory helped Rolls-Royce to deliver almost $500 million worth of value over the 5 years that we worked with them in R² Data Labs. And we don't stop with the value that we delivered them from the factory team. What we built for Rolls-Royce still exists. R² Data Lab still exists inside Rolls-Royce. It's federated into every part of the organisation. So it's still there. There are altogether about 250 R² Data Labs members of the organisation still operating in Rolls-Royce, still delivering value from machine learning, data analytics, and they have a core central team who are focused on the kind of cutting edge activity with data science and AI. And the R² Factory group who we are spinning out really are leading in the opportunity to build those very big systemic change dynamics through the kinds of collaborations that we operate. So Rolls-Royce continues to be a major client of the R² Factory. They come and work with us when they have big systemic change that they want to deliver across networks. But to your question of how do you ensure that value actually shows up, the best way is to have to sit in a room with a bunch of finance directors and say, show me where the money is, because that's how you demonstrate that you're actually delivering value. It's quite a hard pill to swallow if you come from an innovation background, because many innovation leaders are not used to that rigor in terms of year-on-year value realization. And it's a really critical part of the R² Factory methodology that when we work with our clients, we bring that year-on-year value delivery approach with us in the work that we do, so that they can be confident that their work is also delivering value. And to the question then about how, I guess, that you show that mindset change is happening, I mean, you can show that somewhat through volumes, although Manisha always tells me off when I do it that way. But let's start there, because it's an easy thing to count. So in 2021, which is the last year for which I can remember the numbers, forgive me, we put 35,000 members of the Rolls-Royce employee base through more than 76,000 hours of training. Whether that be mindset shift training, whether that be self-taught, new coding adoption, whether that be thinking about data ethics, whether that be thinking about agile. During 2020, we trained the entirety of the top 100 in agile methodology, and we then told them to tell us who to train next. So by the end of 2020, we'd trained 4,500 senior and middle managers across Rolls-Royce in agile. As a result of that, we saw process times for non-technical projects, so these were not necessarily software development projects, but process times for non-technical projects dropping all over the business, because suddenly individuals with authority in the organization had been introduced to a new way of thinking about the dynamics of running a program of activity. So it's those are the sorts of metrics that you can see. Manisha would tell me the most powerful shifts that happened, and that are since then happening with other of our industrial customers, is the identification of those T-cell champions that I mentioned earlier, those people inside organizations who do the transformation for you. Because the real truth is those sorts of scale of numbers, they come from that layer of evangelists, champions, pioneers who are part of the business but who have a passion for change. And it's finding those, encouraging them, making them understand that their role in leading that transformation is really important, and that they should feel safe in expressing the challenges that they need to put forward. That's how you actually achieve the scale of numbers I just talked about.
Well, thank you very much.
That's okay.
Time flies when you're having fun. Caroline and I can spend hours talking, and then we decided maybe we should have 2 episodes. So this is the first episode. The second one is coming on Wednesday when we change roles.
Yeah,
Caroline will be moderating a panel. I will be the panelist, and we'll be discussing about how we should forget about Elon Musk and ask the man for AI to do more. And also Caroline is on stage today talking about stakeholder capitalism at 3 p.m. Which stage?
I can't. Here.
Here, again.
Sorry. No? Oh, sorry. Global
Leadership stage.
Someone who knows what they're doing is in the audience. That's marvellous. Thank you.
Join me in thanking the fabulous Caroline Gorski, CEO of R-Squared. Good. Big thank you to Maria and Caroline for such an amazing session. And we're now closing for lunch, and we'll be back at 2:00. So have a fab kind of time watering yourself, looking after yourself, and also remember there's the Quantum Black networking stage just down there as well. events where we finally get together actually do play a pretty important role in meeting new people, finding out who's who. So first of all, I want to know about the digital ecosystem we have here. Who works for, and I know you can work, you can have several identities, so pick one. Who works for government, authorities, government? Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, yo. Who works for big business? Ah. Who is in academia researching? Lots of you, lots of you. Startups maybe? All right. Okay. What am I missing? Consultants? Investors. Where are the investors? Startups? Look, there they are. And maybe the consultants. Who else? Well, you are a consultant. Who feels that this year is the year that you are going to change the world? Things will... All right, now I'll do one more thing before we really go to the session, and that is look around, find somebody you do not know, and introduce yourself. Just make one friend today. Build this digital ecosystem. Look around. All right? All right. We're going to start this session. I swear, this is the best bit of any event. Just sit there, talk to each other, and they talk to each other. Anyway, we're going to start with a session on digital ecosystems, and it is brought to life by Shell. And Dan Jevons, who is the Vice President of Computational Science and Digital Innovation at Shell, is going to bring a fantastic panel with him and host the session. Dan, join us. There you go.
Please.
Yes. No, you should go first.
Fantastic. Well, welcome everybody. It's great to see such a packed out room. And isn't it great to be back in person? I hope everyone's enjoying it. As we said, I'm Dan. I'm the Vice President of Computational Science and Digital Innovation at Shell. It's a real pleasure to be back at CogX. This is not my first time, but it's always a festival I really, really enjoy. With me today, I've got Ed Abbo from C3AI, Shane McArdle from Kongsberg, Phil Pyman from LyondellBasell, and Judith Pareto from from Baker Hughes. And it's absolutely brilliant to have them with me. Maybe just to tee this off a little bit before I jump right into it. If you look at the overall world around us, I think everyone recognizes that energy transition is becoming a crucial topic. And what we see is a pressing need to move the global energy system towards lower carbon solutions. I think all of us here will agree that one of the key levers that we have to pull is that of digital technology. We see that digital technology has the ability to reduce global CO2 emissions very significantly. There was a recent report from the World Economic Forum that estimated it could be, when you include the mobility sector, as much as 20% of global CO2 could be reduced by the accelerated deployment of digital solutions. But what we want to talk about today is really the potential of open ecosystems to play a critical role in helping to accelerate that path towards net zero and to change the global energy system. We at Shell really believe that actually a combination of open ecosystems and open source, as well as open data, is going to be really fundamental in helping us to accelerate, because we recognize that we can't do it on our own. And we've been partnering with the organizations here to accelerate something which we call the Open AI Energy Initiative, which is one of the initiatives we're involved in, to help to bring together a digital ecosystem that can help to accelerate the digital transformation of our assets. But it's a controversial topic. Looking at the overall ability to get big companies and startups and tech companies working together on this is not easy. And so I'm hoping that we're going to have a challenging and somewhat difficult and provocative debate around some of these interesting areas, and we're going to try and bring out some of the dilemmas that we face as we set out on this journey. And I hope that you'll all learn something, and hopefully we'll get some good questions at the end. So maybe, Phil, I'll come to you first, as I said I would. So LeonDoubleSell, a fantastic organization. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the organization, and also tell me a little bit about the digital transformation that you're undergoing.
Well, yeah, thanks, Dan. Well, firstly, great to see you all here. It's great to be in front of so many people in 3D again. So it's lovely to be in a real room with real people. Well, LeonDoubleSell is a very large petrochemical plastics company, global operation. We operate in around 25 countries and sell in over 100 countries. So very large, complex global business with complex, long supply chains, very big assets, very complex assets, big energy consumers, etc. So obviously, there's so much potential value that we can go after in this space. Now, as such a company, as you'd imagine, we've had a very, very, very long history of sort of data-driven decision-making. Our plants have been very well instrumented. We have data, we have advanced process control systems. We've taken our assets to a certain level of performance through known existing technology. But of course, the pace of change in technological innovation now is such that the ability now to take us to whole new levels, to find sort of new benchmarks and new levels of performance that maybe we can't even dream about now with the advances in technology and all we can do with data, really is what's exciting. So around 3 years ago, which is quite late to some industries, we began our digital transformation, and we started actually by looking at, looking outside. We're quite a, maybe you could say quite a conservative industry traditionally, for good reason. We don't change things that quickly, but we recognize that whilst we have a very strong innovative culture, we invented many of the everyday chemicals and products you use in everyday life. We need to innovate in new areas, and that means realizing that you need to innovate with other people, with other technologies, with other companies, other organizations, startups, working in different ways. So we looked externally and we started to think, how can we build on our own expertise and bring in perspectives of others, always looking at how we can drive value, improve value for our employees, for our customers, for our shareholders. And you mentioned the energy transition, the challenges we face in the whole sustainability arena. It's obvious to all of us, I think, that technology is going to play an absolutely pivotal role in that. So I think the main thing I would say is we've got a very strong focus of innovation. We realize that we now need to innovate in places we don't have the core expertise necessarily. So being able to partner, to collaborate with other players can help us move a lot quicker and get to levels of performance perhaps we wouldn't have dreamed of or been capable of on our own.
That's fantastic. And it's great to hear that openness and the way in which the industry is changing. And I think that's something that we really recognize as well. That's so important for us. Maybe, Shane, coming next to you, I guess, Kongsberg Digital obviously moving from a rich historical brand, if I can say that, in Kongsberg, but now moving into the digital space. Also trying to think about how can you work in new ways with traditional partners and with new partners, and also in potentially with competitors even. Is that hard for you to think about how to work with competition to support customers? How are you thinking about that as Kongsberg Digital?
No, and I think just picking up on what Dan said there as well, it's the energy industry, and by and large, the chemicals and all the value chain in between it. It's an industry that's very conventional. It doesn't change very, very quickly for good reason. It's a very critical, safety conscious industry as a number one reason. When we joined the OAI consortium like we have, of course, when we looked into that and we were asked to join it, we were saying, hey, but that company is doing what we're doing and there's a little bit of an overlap there. But there's power in collaborative advocacy. Yeah. There's power in evangelizing as a group rather than evangelizing as an individual. If we are to change this industry, and it's like sometimes steering the Titanic with an oar, it's better to do that as a group. It's better to be in there with like-minded companies, like-minded startups, like-minded tech companies, operators that have had this just readiness and eagerness to really drive the transition that we need to do. So and then once you get in there and you start saying, oh, actually, we have our strengths, they have their strengths. We collaborate quite well with C3 AI. Initially we were saying, oh, but we have an analytics piece, but they have an amazing analytics platform. So then we said, look, we're not going to build that. anymore. so we said, why not partner?
Vice versa.
Vice versa.
3D visuals.
Yeah. So we're really good at digital twins. That's what we do. So, and a lot of what we talk about from a digital twin perspective, it's like an integrator, right? So it's a place where you can lift your data, you end-to-end access to your data, you can enrich your data through what we do in C3, through that partnership. Then you can recontextualize it, put it against certain business processes, and that's what we're good at. That's what we're really good at. And it also helps us from a roadmap point of view as well to focus. So it's really good. Competition is good, and I think the OAI, since we're all on the same side per se, it's a nice, safe arena for us to be part of.
Oh, that's awesome, and I think this is fun for me as well because I get to ask some of the questions I always want to ask. So I'm going to ask Ed this. So
he's going off script.
I'm going off script, but that's a good thing. So. Ed, you do this a lot, right? So you get a customer like us or like Leon Delbecel that come to you and say, hey, we want you to work with someone who you might not naturally want to work with as part of a digital ecosystem because it's in our interest as a customer to accelerate our digital transformation. And that's very much what happened here. But I know it's happened to you elsewhere as well. How do you deal with that? Because this is quite a threatening conversation. It's potentially impinging on your core IP. These are not necessarily people you naturally want to talk to. As a digital technology provider, how do you go about that, and how do you build the culture that enables that?
It's a good question, Dan. And so I'll point out first that I'm sitting on the stage with 3 of our customers. Judith at Baker Hughes, Phil at LyondellBasell, and then Dan at Shell. So this is a very dangerous spot. And but yeah, so we're partners, and maybe that's a good conversation. So just for context, C3AI is an AI platform that allows our customers to actually develop AI applications rapidly themselves. So that's actually key. So we're making our customers self-sufficient. Now we're also developing applications. So AI for reliability, AI for production optimization, AI for production scheduling, etc. And so the idea of OAI actually came from a conversation between Dan, myself, and Judith. So the forming partners were Baker Hughes, C3AI, and Shell. And the whole concept was when they build capability, our customers build capability, that they basically categorize it in 2 buckets. One is it's competitive IP that they want to retain for themselves. The other is it's capabilities that they want to actually deliver to the market to accelerate the energy transition. And if you take a step back on the energy transition, it is massive. It's a massive undertaking to take our existing infrastructure and basically switch it out so that it becomes, net zero, low carbon, etc. And so the only way to do this is with domain expertise from the likes of Shell and Baker Hughes and LyondellBasell, great technology, from C3AI, from Kongsberg, and many other partners, because trying to do it yourself the way we used to in software, which is build everything ourselves, is just, you'll get there, but we'll all be dead by then. So that's the impetus to really partner. And we developed a very modular, open framework that actually lets you plug in any technology. It's called a model-driven architecture if you want to look that up. And we basically plug in whatever our customers want us to plug in because we actually trust that they're giving us the right market signal to accelerate unlocking value for them. So, short answer to your question.
No, I love it. It's super. And I'm loving the fly on the wall conversations because I'm going to come to Judith now. So, talk to me about how this goes in a company like Baker Hughes. Because, of course, you have a long history of developing deep proprietary technology, if I can put it that way, for the energy and oil and gas sectors, very successfully. All of a sudden, you've got pressure from customers, from technology partners to be much more open. How do you think about that? And again, how do you make the case internally?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and not always an easy answer. Baker Hughes is an energy technology company, for those that may not be familiar. And we provide a range of hardware, software, and services, ultimately to try to bring energy in a more efficient, reliable way. We provide across 120 countries. When it comes to manufacturing and engineering, there is no doubt on why we are innovators, why we are in the market, and why customers trust us. In the moment that you have software solutions, that it is not core your expertise, but you do understand your space of the domain, like Shane was saying, right? Then you need to have the decision to say, well, do I want to play by myself and then recreate what Ed and C3 has already done, or what Shell, some of the applications they already done, or should we try to aim and combine forces and just drive at a speed? I think one area is the speed, but the other area is the investment. And when you look at in the energy world and, primarily oil and gas companies, for that matter, any industry, the amount of dollars invested in their digital transformation has been humongous. Yet, not always everybody sees the adoption to the rate that the leadership would like. And so this is an opportunity to start saying, well, let me try to bring to the table what I'm best, and let me try to surround myself of other people's capabilities and other strong organizations that can help me to be even better, even greater.
Yeah. And I love that point, and I think it's so important because I think for us, a lot of this has been saying, what are we really good at?
Yes.
And let's have a bit of humility about what we're not good at and figure out other organizations that can do it better. And I think that's new for us as a sector, perhaps less so for some of the sectors that you're in, and certainly less so if you're in a startup. But I think for a lot of us, this has been a journey. And I think that level of openness, if I can sort of, move on a little bit to talk about new ways of opening up, I think is so important. And maybe, again, Ed, I'm going to come back to you if I can, because what I want to ask about is one of the challenges of open ecosystems versus open source. And I think we all recognize that open source is growing and it's accelerating, and it's been one of the key growth arenas for data science in particular. But at the same time, I think sometimes we see challenges with open source adoption in enterprise. And also getting open source to scale. How do you look at that as C3, and how do you make sure that you take advantage of what's out there whilst at the same time making it supportable and safe for the energy industry, which is, I guess, a critical thing to think through?
It's a good question on the trade-off and balance of open source. So to be clear, so we use open source in the product that we provide in the market. And so, again, think of, just to give some context, the problems that our customers are solving, and Shell and Lyondell and Baker being representative of those, is basically massive data aggregation from massive sensor networks that are across large infrastructure. So at Shell, this might be a refinery like that's doing 400,000 barrels of oil, an offshore platform, et cetera. And so we're aggregating data from these sensor networks and systems, and then basically snapshotting it at any frequency and time, and then essentially serving that up to hundreds or thousands, in some cases millions of algorithms to process and make recommendations to people. Well, what I just said sounds conceptually straightforward, but actually takes orchestrating tens or hundreds of software services in precision to basically make happen. And some of those software services we actually take or use from the open source community. So it's things like key value stores, it's store telemetry, relational stores, et cetera. are invaluable. And so we have a framework that basically orchestrates all of these technical components. And so open source plays an absolutely critical part in this whole arena. To turn to algorithms, because I think that's what you asked about, Dan, we have employed a slightly different tactic there, which is we actually formed a digital transformation institute within C3AI, which actually funds research grants to universities to do research in certain areas. So we actually started in healthcare, the COVID crisis. We stood up a data lake that we called the COVID data lake, which aggregated data from countless sources and unified it and made it available to researchers to do research. The next area we funded was energy and climate security. And essentially it's everything, algorithm development for smart grid, algorithm development for carbon capture and sequestration, algorithm development for climate modeling, sea rises, etc. And the idea is that university researchers develop these algorithms, and there's a key role for industry. Industry provide the data, which is what's missing from academia. So you can develop these algorithms, but unless you test them against real-world data from Shell and Baker Hughes and Lyondell, you don't really know whether the algorithm actually has efficacy or not. And so they get tested against data sets from industry, and then finally they get published so that they're used with no charge to basically solve real-world problems. So that's our open source contribution, Dan.
Oh, I love it. And for the academics in the room, if you haven't seen the C3 Digital Transformation Institute, do check it out. I would certainly recommend that. We were skeptical, Ed, I have to say, when we started.
You always are.
Yeah, but I think we've really seen the benefit of this and actually coming together, as you say, with the real data, which is really impressive, and credit to you guys for driving that. Jane, I want to sort of switch gears a little bit and talk about the commercial angle of this. You've thought a lot about this, I know, as Kongsberg, around how to stay open and accelerate things. And I know you've thought a lot about the concept of the marketplace. Maybe you want to unpack that a little bit and talk about how you see that and how actually you're creating commercial models that can help accelerate digital transformation as well.
Yeah. Geez, I got a nicer question than you. But yeah, so with digitalization comes with different, you have to innovate around business models as well, right? We are an industrial software company. So really what we try to do is we try to codify our experience into our software. And our experience comes from, if you don't know Kongsberg, it's a 200-year-old Norwegian technology company. So we have a lot of experience on space, defense, maritime, oil and gas, energy, power and utilities. So each of those verticals have different commercial models kind of associated with them. So on the maritime, for example, what we set out to do was try to create this open marketplace for people to come in and have access to the information and the data infrastructure that we provided. So why could we do that as Kongsberg? There are probably 50 to 60,000 vessels that carry potatoes, cars, electronic chips, whatever around the world every single day, right? Kongsberg has technology on about 40,000 of them, and we follow 35,000 of them in real time through our Follow the Sun. It's typical Norwegian company, very quiet, very humble. No one knows this. So it was, and then they put an Irish guy in.
And now everyone knows about it.
Yeah. That's why I'm here. So from there, what we said, look, we are ripe to just digitalize this. We can take all of the data, we can just push it into the cloud, and then we'll make it open. So there's loads of perceived competitors, once again here, that we opened it up to. And we said, look, yes, it's completely open. We take this piece because we're good at it and we're already basically there. And then you can build or extract the value on top of our value that we've created. And again, it's such a fragmented industry, the maritime. You had to do that. Commercially, we had to do it. We couldn't do it any other way. It's different in other verticals. You can have large integrated energy operators. That's slightly different. Then we select partners that we like to work with. It makes it, Judah, we actually mentioned this. In that point of view, it's simplifying choice. because the operators, it must be so complicated to look out there and go, you have thousands of startups, loads of technology companies trying to be startup or digital company. So when partners can come together like this and go, look, this is an integrated solution and we solve X, energy optimization or efficiency or chemical usage, it really simplifies that choice and people are really, really happy. I'm sure you've gone through this landscape of just who do we select, how do we select. Yeah. It's a nightmare. Yeah. So commercially we have to be flexible. It's different for different industries, so there's no one check off for every single vertical, but it's about really being open-minded and being open in your approach. So that's really how we've approached that one. It's not solved yet. It's
never will be.
No.
Work in progress.
No, and I think maybe just one point that's striking me as we hear this conversation is just the potential impact of the organisations that we have around this table on energy transition. That footprint on global vessels is just exciting, right? It's just amazing to hear the potential and the fact you're now trying to unlock that to drive impact is just so impressive. And
fuel efficiency 20% on some of these fleets. If you can do that across all vessels out there, it's a huge impact. And that's the thing about this whole, sustainability net zero journey. There's no silver bullet. There's like 10 bronze bullets. I'm not sure, but it's the cumulative impact. It's all these small little things.
It's the scale.
Yeah,
it's the scale we operate at.
Yeah. And I think just thank you to you guys for all that you're doing here. I mean, that infrastructure is one of the things that's allowed us to unlock some of the algorithms we've been deploying. 7% fuel efficiency on LNG vessels has been a huge impact. It has a massive knock-on impact on CO2, and I think that goes to the point we started with around the impact this can have on sustainability. Just one algorithm, 7% fuel reduction, just amazing. Yeah. And that's where I want to go next as we head towards the close of this conversation. And Judith, I'm going to come to you. So you have the great privilege of looking across all of us in the energy sector and having a look and saying, how is it going? So how do you see the impact of digital transformation? Do you think it's impacting on energy transition? Do you see the companies transforming, or is it very frustrating?
I think we are progressing.
Good answer.
So that is the starting point. Couple of things to put in context why perhaps we haven't gone as fast as other industries. The first one is the nature of our industry. And is every time there is a new piece of technology in the market and you go to Shell, the first thing that Dan equivalent in engineering is going to say, what are your references, right? And so suddenly now we are asking that mindset in that industry to start saying, well, we might not even have the product or the algorithm built, but we will sort it. So that is a huge cultural transformation. The second one is the workforce in the field, in the oil and gas industry, is not the same workforce as in tech, like Google, Spotify. I can tell you they're not the same characters that you find in a refinery. And so suddenly when we have created all these super cool algorithms and now we have a lot of products and we tell the gentleman or the lady that is in 55 years old, hey, change the way you're working. Now this is going to sort out your problems. That person, the first thing that needs to think is, well, is it making my life easier? Because if not, I only have 5 more years before I retire. Just move on, have the next person when it comes. And so these are two elements that I think perhaps we underestimated in our transformation. And so the one ask, me being a little bit more farther removed from coding, creation, and development, the one ask that we have as a belief is we need to bring it down to simple things. In a way, we need to bring that consumer mindset into the industrial world. Because right now, before the challenge was a lot of data, it was unlocked and we didn't have all that data. Now that is not the problem. We have thousands and millions of data with another million of tools and platforms and apps and codes and you name it. And so always think that we still have a lot of 55-year-old people that now they're trying to run their operations, they're trying to bring now new fuels and how to drive the net zero. If we can only make now that digital experience seamless and integrate it into their today life, I think the acceleration is going to be.
And I was going to come to you next, Bill.
Absolutely. I was just going to build on a couple of great points you made. We were just chatting in the room back there, right? I mean, I think the first point was around, again, that open-mindedness. We're going after some problems, opportunities, challenges, working with Ed, and we're having to make a bit of a gamble inside the company. I'm a chemical engineer, right? I've been in this industry a long time. Typically, you don't go to your boss saying, please give me some money for this in our industry. Say, it might not work. We'll come back in 3 months and walk and say, hey, congratulations, boss, it didn't work. That's not typically what we're good at, right? We have to learn to fail quickly. We have to learn to be a bit more innovative and experiment. So that notion of taking a bit of a bet with partners, with collaborations, to work on some big prizes and being more open to the prospect of perhaps not succeeding is one, a very good point you made. And the second point around this sort of 55-year-old operator, and one of the challenges is because we have that deep domain experience, when we come with these new solutions, they've got to be really good, because we're putting them in the hands of really experienced practitioners. So that change management, and then, because the big prize for us is the scale. It's not solving a point solution in one of our value chains, in one of our assets, it's global. And the change management works when people can really see the value that's making their lives better. And with real experts, that's harder than you think, because we've got a lot of experience running these big complex machines.
Dan, are we allowed to ask you questions?
Yeah. Of course. Go ahead.
So Dan, you've done this.
Yeah.
You've deployed AI at massive scale. And I think Judith and Phil are basically putting their finger on the right point, which is change management is the hard part. We've solved the technology piece of it. So how did you handle that?
Well, it's funny. So I think Judith put it so well, right? I think that challenge of how do you make it easy for people to adopt the technology is so important. And that person who is currently faced with, I'm going to rip up the rule book on how you do your job and completely change everything, it's a really difficult conversation, because actually they don't want to change. And there's an incentive, safety, security, not to. I think at Shell, the way that we went about it is we did a few things. So we looked at, firstly, building a community that wanted to drive change. And I think that's what I love about this festival, right? Is, I got hooked on this because it's a community that I believe wants to make a difference and wants to drive change. Across startups, academia, government, industry. And I think it's the same thing for us internally. We needed to build a coalition of the willing. And we put together now about north of 7,000 people who have subscribed to what we call the Shell.ai network, which is an internal network that's looking to drive change and to embed AI in every part of what we're doing. And I think that was fundamental to a lot of things we tried to do. I think the other thing that was so important was also trying to think about not doing it on our own. So I think the smartest thing I did was partner, because I think actually working with the folks here has really helped us, because we haven't had to do it all ourselves. We've had experts in the different areas that's helped us to accelerate our own progress. And I think the final thing really, which is key, has been leadership support. And I'm sure that's true as well for you, for all of you actually, that having the leadership support to take risk, to fail, to drive change, to try and really find new ways of doing things, with the ability to pivot and change direction. That for me has been core to our journey, and I think it's not easy. I think we would all acknowledge that. We're trying to do something really hard, and I guess I'm going to finish this with a bit of an appeal, which is one of the reasons I think we all want to do this is that this is a sector that really needs digital innovation. And it's a really exciting space to work. It's really hard, but the opportunity to have impact on the global energy system is unbelievable. And I find that deeply exciting. And I think also, going back to the question there, that North Star of why are we doing it? We're doing it because there's an opportunity to help to drive a transformation in the global energy system, which in turn can have an impact on global CO2 emissions and climate change. For me, that's a really compelling purpose and gets me really excited.
Punctuate one point you made, which is the fail fast. I mean, the way we think about it is, and this might be consistent across the board, is we'll take will take an area and do what we call a pilot, a production pilot. The production pilot is very limited in its scope, but it demonstrates the steel thread, so to speak, and it does it no more than 3 to 4 months, and it typically does it with a very small team, pizza-size team, as we like to say. So, and if you can take the data that exists in the organization and then basically configure an algorithm to demonstrate that you can improve reliability by X% or improve process optimization by Y%, whatever it is you're trying to do, and don't do it for all systems, just pick one and knock it out in 3 to 4 months. And the investment is not very large. And then basically, if you can't get it to work, then move on to something else. But it's finite.
That's right.
So,
no, and I think that summarizes it all, right? I think one of the big things about this is thinking big with the macro goal and starting small and then being able to scale fast.
And that's been new for us, right? Because we've not been agile in that way before. So for our industry to get working that way has been quite a transformation, like we said, many of our successes. Just like that, start small, prove it, get the traction, and then go big.
But I think you were touching on, just last point there, you were touching on like the user empathy is really what it comes down to, because not everyone is digitally savvy in this situation. And it's like we specifically call ourselves industrial software company, right? Because it's about understanding those, the industry you're working to and the end users per se. So one of the, where that really stands out, and it in a sense, it helps the acceleration, it helps increase the success of a POC. I'm not saying you're going to be successful 100% of the time, but when we collaborate around one of the Shell assets where we had people from your team, people from my team sitting down, we're integrating technology and we're trying to solve something specifically, because your team came from the industry. It was so easy. It was just so easy because, you have the software developers and the data scientists, but fronting that are industrial specialists that just fundamentally know what the challenge you're trying to solve, and things just went really, really fast. And one of the things that really helped us as a development house, as a software house, was, because I'm a chemical engineer as well, I was a little bit biased, two of us, a little bit biased. Chemical engineering and software was, I pulled out all my product owners that were pure developers, and I put in industrial specialists. So they had a Scrum team and development team on the back end, but now the people dictating how that is used, how it looks, how it feels, comes from the industry. And that really sped up a lot of the adoption on some of the workflows or the applications that we're able to take out. And that's something we only did in the last year and a half. Just the last year and a half. It's so obvious looking back, but it's really important that we have that.
Domain knowledge on the team is absolutely right.
I'm going to open it up at this point because I think, hopefully there may be some questions in the audience and hopefully some really tough ones. I don't know if anyone's brave enough to.
Ed will answer.
Ed can take the whole.
I'll give you one to start. It's about dealing with the very senior management. Sorry, I'll start again. It's about dealing with the very senior management and the sort of institutional think, which sort of goes as follows, which is, I don't mind what you give away in working with the opposition, but make sure it's something that we don't value that they do value. How do you get around that kind of senior management objection?
I'm going to go to Judith on that. I know you've had a lot of getting senior management on board.
I want to say you also need to be a little bit disruptive, even with your own management team, and understanding. So you need to be politically aware what is value for a competition and what are the priorities within the company. But you also need to be a little bit of a disruptor within the enterprise for you to be able to move. Because we've only done business in the way that we've done it in the past doesn't mean that that's the way we will need to do business in the future. I'm going to call myself, I'm a little bit of that disruptive within the space in Baker Hughes. But always I know that I have the sponsorship of that leadership team that Dan was referring. So our CEO is very much involved throughout the journey. It is very much supportive that even if we fail, even if we don't have immediate return on investment or the number that we would expect, we acknowledge how difficult this is. And so unless you don't put money at work, you will not get the return. But what I would say is be wise, but be disruptive.
I think as well, just building on that, I think one approach you can take is some of the problems we're facing are cross-industry. They're not unique. And if we don't fix them, that's a threat to the business. So I think if you recognise that, and if you also overlay on that the fact that we probably can't fix it alone, and we need to fix it, that's a good way, I think, of getting the dialogue around.
Yeah, sustainability is
the obvious one where
yeah.
it transcends the traditional boundaries of the value chain. So we have to be able to think much bigger and be prepared to be more open to help solve the problems. If we've been a bit blinkered and we've been too slow. So I think we need to be quicker, and I think opening that view at the horizon will only help. So that's one way you can counter those arguments, which we all see, we all get.
Love it. Another question here.
Yeah, the question really is about digital transformation. So when you talk about digital transformation, are we really transformative? Because, most cases, we rather talk about digital optimization, I think, because many companies, I found, are talking about digital transformation a lot, but really what they're doing is optimization, because they don't want to challenge their current business models. Mm. Because if you are truly transformative, you're actually challenging your current business model and actually challenge that, and you might need to look for alternatives where you can make your business in the future. So the question here is really, are we truly transformative in energy, and how are we going to make sure we're going to do that?
Yeah. I'm going to say one thing quickly and then I'll throw it open. I think the one thing that's really interesting is I think we have to be, because my view is that energy transition is currently challenging everything we do anyway. And I think if there's one sector that's really open right now to digital transformation, I would say it's energy, because so much is changing and people are having to rethink the way that they work. But Phil,
I think absolutely. I mean, I think we think of it not as digital transformation, but as business transformation enabled through digital. We're not just about digitizing things for the sake of digitizing things. We recognize, and we've had some learnings where we go and digitize a broken process. Crazy, right? We make a bad process look more digital. Yeah. So no, we're having to rethink, how we service our customers in this industry. We will transform how we do that, and digital technology will be a key player there. We operate in quite an old-fashioned way in this industry, and that's changing fast. Our customers' needs are changing, so transforming is very much. There will be an element of optimization in some of the assets, but certainly transforming the business processes is very much part of the journey that we're on. It's business transformation enabled through digital.
But I think just quickly picking up on that, the digitalization, everyone was on a platform journey, an analytics journey, whatever, back in the day. But if you don't link it to a business process, it's meaningless. It's genuinely meaningless. And this is where we talk a lot about bad business processes, because every asset has a defined business process for supply chain, operations, maintenance, etc. But a lot of them are in silos as well. So more and more you hear people talking about convergence of workflows, because that's where you can have an impact. You can take out that waste when one workflow can enable another workflow, or it can be filled in with an algorithm rather than having a human data bus. It's crazy in our industry. It's very manumatic. People are handling a lot of data and paper-based kind of systems, and incremental change is no good. You have to have fundamental change, and it does take. It's not just about a business model change. It's convention change, regulations, policy changes. There's a lot of things you can't do. Like, we can't write back to a control system today, even though technically you can do it. You can fully automate that, but they won't allow it because it's a safety critical system. So it has to be tested, proved, etc. over time. So there's lots of things to be changed.
And that point brings us right back to change management, because change management is transforming the business process. Is it big change management?
And I've heard this summarized quite succinctly in GHG and sustainability as the first thing you want to do is eliminate it. That is substantial change. And the second is reduce it. That's an optimization problem, an efficiency problem. The third is mitigation, but you don't do the last one until you've fully exhausted the first two. So that's a nice way to summarize it. And I think at Lyondell, the work that you all are doing with Circuline and recycling is massive.
Yeah,
massive business transformation.
Our business is transforming hugely to a much more circular. We've been very linear. That's a massive transformation for the industry, and we're right in the middle of it. And digital technology is going to be absolutely central to that transformation. There's no doubt about it.
And with that, I'm conscious that the clock is red. And I just want to say thank you to my panelists for a really lively and hopefully very interesting conversation. Thank you to you all for coming as well. I think it's been a fantastic dialogue. I will say, check out the Open AI Energy Initiative if you haven't done so already. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just here to wrap this up. What can you do now? There's a 50-minute break, and then you have to choose. And there's a session on DAOs and decentralized nations, Web Forum. There's a session on the NHS and AI, stage 1. If you have a GLS ticket, you can go and listen to McKinsey about stakeholder capitalism. Or you can come back here. And if you come home tonight and they ask you, so what did you experience today, on digital conferences? You can say, well, there was one session with the Buddhist monk. And that was that. So if you want to go home with the story, you go here. All right, 50-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon. It's wonderful to see so many of you. I've been looking forward to this session all day. It's how to meet challenges in hard times with a very special speaker, Gilong Tubten. He's going to be doing a keynote, a guided meditation, and also a Q&A. Tubten has been a monk for 30 years. He's also been a teacher for the last 20. And he teaches organizations as diverse as Google, Her Majesty's Prisons, medics in hospitals, and the United Nations. He's also an author, and he's written the Sunday Times bestseller, A Monk's Guide to Happiness. And his next book, A Handbook for Hard Times, will be published in 2023. If you could give a round of applause for our amazing next speaker, Tubten.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. So, welcome everybody. I'm going to be giving a short talk and then doing some guided meditation with you. So obviously my topic is meditation, but I want to give you some key insights into how to make meditation really work for you, especially during times of stress and times of difficulty. I want to start by making a confession to you, which is that when I first started meditating, I absolutely hated it. I became a monk when I was very young, and it was a time of enormous stress and illness, both physically, but also I was having panic attacks and episodes of very severe depression. And I went to a monastery to try and get myself back together and try and get to grips with my mind. And when I started to meditate, I found it really difficult. I didn't like it at all. And obviously you're a monk, so it's kind of your job, you're supposed to meditate, so I was doing loads of it, and the more I did, the more unhappy I seemed to become. So I got into this state where I thought, well, I'm meditating and it's making me depressed. So I got quite frightened of the whole thing. I was obviously doing it in a way that wasn't healthy. And so, of course, I was lucky to have very good guidance from Tibetan lamas. I'm part of a Tibetan Buddhist monastery in Scotland. And through discussing with these teachers, it became very obvious to me that my main problem was I was meditating with a huge amount of expectation that I wanted to feel better. I wanted to feel good. I was meditating to try and sort of feel something. I would sit down to meditate and think, okay, I've done a few minutes. When is it going to, when is it going to come up? When am I going to come up on my meditation like somebody on drugs? When am I going to feel something? Where's the hit? Where's the buzz? Because I was so conditioned in my own life to only know of happiness as a kind of kick or a hit or an instant sense of gratification. And so I'm meditating in the same way and trying to get the hit, trying to get the feeling. And the problem there is that I wasn't recognizing that our minds are conditioned like habits. They run according to whatever habit the mind is experiencing. And if you want something, you're just creating more of the wanting. So sitting there meditating and wanting to feel something pleasant just sets me up for disappointment, because wanting leads to more wanting. In that sense, the search for happiness, which is very much the theme of my book, A Guide to Happiness, the search for happiness is the very thing that trips us up. Because through searching, through wanting, through grasping, we're setting ourselves up for more wanting and grasping. Whatever happens to us is never good enough, we just want more. So there I am meditating with that feeling of wanting, and I'm feeling disappointed because I'm not getting. So what changed for me was to learn how to meditate with less judgment, less expectation. And this is incredibly challenging for us now. And this was, 30 years ago, where we didn't really have, phones and social media, and I think the internet was sort of there, but in the very infancy stages. Now, of course, we're in this phase where It's all about a very instant sense of fast-paced communication, fast inputs from media, from socials, from news. And so we're very jumpy emotionally and psychologically and want the next thing very quickly. So that challenge is even stronger. So what changed for me was to learn to meditate without needing it to feel a certain way. And the whole notion of non-judgment, the whole notion of just to sit with what is. And this becomes tremendously important when we're suffering. So I started to deliberately meditate when I felt unwell. You know, there's the usual syndrome where we say, oh, I won't do my meditation today because I'm not, I don't feel very good. I'll wait till I'm in the mood. I don't feel great. I'll wait till I feel better. Well, we're back in the cycle then. We're back in the it has to feel a certain way cycle. Whereas on the other hand, when you learn to meditate when you feel unwell, when you feel unhappy, when you feel depressed, when you feel sad, what you're doing is you're learning to move towards discomfort in a very different way to how we normally deal with discomfort. Our normal attitude towards hard times, discomfort, challenges is to, of course, push them away or try to solve them. And to a certain extent we can, and to a certain extent it's good to look for solutions. But life is stressful. Life is uncomfortable. There are many things we have no control over. And back to my initial statement around wanting to feel good, leading to more wanting to feel good and just a constant sense of hunger. On the other side of the coin, we have another thing going on, which is that the more we push away discomfort, the more discomfort there will be. Because the mind has an inbuilt habit of grasping after pleasure and pushing away discomfort. And the more we grasp, the more we grasp, the more we push away, the more we push away. So there'll always be something uncomfortable until we learn to look at the mind itself and dismantle those habits. So what drew me to Buddhism was not really the idea of a religion or a sort of belief system. What drew me to Buddhism was to discover that it's a science of the mind. It's a scientific exploration of consciousness, where you start to look at your thoughts, look at your emotions, and start to work with transformation, work with how to deal with your mind in a more creative way. And that's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because very rarely do we think about our own minds. We're very busy thinking about the outside world. Maybe we think about our own minds if we're having a problem of some kind. And if we're having panic disorder, of course, then we think, wow, there's something really happening here with my mind, and I don't like it. But the meditation approach is to always think about your own mind and to understand that the mind is the source of everything. We experience our reality through our mind. It's how we think and how we feel, and that's something we can work with. Not much, we can do certain things around changing the world around us, but it's very much about changing ourselves, isn't it? Now, this brings me to another point. So I started by describing how it's very tempting to meditate with a sort of grabby, graspy attitude of I've got to feel something. The other thing that I discovered for myself in those early days was that I was very meditating, I was doing this in a very suppressive way. I thought that meditation means you have to sit down, close your eyes, and clear your mind. So, of course, it was a disaster because the more I try to clear my mind, the louder it shouts. And so that pressure of trying to push away the thoughts, push away the emotions, just creates more of them. Just like if you have a very hyperactive child and you force them to sit still in their chair, they're going to push and shout against you. So it's the same with the mind. The more you try to contain it, the more busy it becomes. So I really had to start to work with changing my understanding around this, that it's not about stilling the mind, clearing the mind, making the thoughts disappear. It's about working with them differently. So it's about changing the dynamic. That we do have a strange dynamic going on inside ourselves with our thoughts and emotions, which is that very often we experience thoughts and emotions we don't want to experience. and it feels a little bit like we're being led by them, controlled by them, and this is making us suffer. So what are we going to do about that? Well, maybe the first impulse is, okay, get rid of them. Just still the mind. It doesn't work. The more you push them down, the bigger they become. So how about changing the dynamic? So that's what meditation is. Meditation is not a trance. It's not a sort of clearing or emptying. It's a dynamic relationship with your thoughts and emotions, where you start to become the authority rather than they becoming the authority. How does it work? There's many techniques, but most of them involve focusing on something such as one's breathing. That's a very simple, very common technique. So you focus on your breathing, and then within 3 seconds you think you failed. Most people I know who talk to, I'm so lucky with the work I do because I get to talk to so many people about their experience of meditation, and that gives me a lot of information. Most people say to me, oh, I tried, but I couldn't stop my thoughts, so I gave up. It was too difficult. Now that's back to the old paradigm of thinking meditation means to clear the mind. So that's not it, is it? So changing the relationship. So you focus on your breathing. We'll try this in a few moments. I want you to experience it with me. You focus on your breathing, and then within a few seconds, the mind starts thinking about stuff. It can be very random stuff, such as, did I feed the cat this morning? It can then go to, I hate my neighbor. It can go anywhere. It can be powerful emotions. It can be mundane thoughts. The whole point is then to recognize that you're thinking. Now, this is the key, this is the nub of it. This is the key point in meditation, is recognition that you are thinking. That is meditation. Now, that's a surprising thing to discover because most people, when they're new to meditation, they're sitting there and then they start thinking about food or emails they need to write or whatever, and then they feel, oh, I've messed up. No, when you recognize your thinking, that means you are meditating. You are aware that you're thinking. Now there's a relationship, the thinker and the thought. I am thinking. I am feeling. I am experiencing. As soon as you have that relationship, you can start to make changes. That relationship is so important because the part of us that observes the mind, that part is the part we need to get more used to. Let me give you an example, and then I'm going to go back to describing the technique. An example is anger. When you're angry, generally we know we're angry. With a sharp, harsh emotion such as anger. If you're angry, you know you're angry. Or anything. If you're sad, you know you're sad. If you're worried, you know you're worried. Not always. Some people are so much drowning in it, they can't see it. But generally, we can see it. So, just the very statement, I know I'm angry, it means there's a part of our mind that is observing the anger, and that part is not angry. Otherwise, how can it see the anger? Similarly with sadness, with distress, with suffering. If we know we're suffering, the knower is not suffering. So in Buddhist teaching, they often illustrate this by using the example of the sky and clouds. The clouds can be heavy, they can be thick, they can be oppressive, but they are always within a vast backdrop of the sky, which is unaffected. So similarly, the clouds represent the emotions, the thoughts, the distractions. The awareness of the sky is beyond that and is pure, pristine, free. So we have that as the backdrop, and we need to get used to that through meditation. So let me go back to the technique. You're focusing on your breath, your mind wanders, you start thinking, planning, whatever, and then there's a point where you know your mind has wandered. Now, getting from A to B, from sitting with the breath and then knowing your mind has wandered, there's a kind of period of sleep, unconsciousness, isn't there? Because you don't see your mind leave the breath and go for a walk down this road of thoughts. You sort of wake up inside your thoughts 5 minutes later. So you're conscious of the breath, you're unconscious, and then you're conscious of thinking. That's meditation. So this is a key point because it stops you feeling like a failure. If you're meant to get conscious of your thinking, then it's great to have the thinking. Your thoughts are not your enemy when you meditate. They enable the consciousness to come back. There are actually 3 phases in a meditation session. 3 things. Being with the breath is one phase. Being conscious that you're thinking is another phase. And then gently returning to the breath is another phase. So either you're with the breath, either you're recognizing that you were thinking, I call that noticing, and then the third one is returning. So breathing, noticing, and returning. Those 3 things are repeated again and again during the session, and they all constitute meditation. So if you know that practicing those 3 phases is what makes you strong, because it gives you a better relationship with your thoughts, you are becoming the boss of your own mind. If you know that, and you know that noticing and returning are important trainings, you've got to have somewhere to return from. So the thoughts that took you away enabled the returning, therefore the thoughts are not your enemy. This sounds incredibly technical, but it's actually very simple, and what I'm trying to describe is a shift in attitude, where you don't need to feel that your wandering mind, your rumination, your busy mind is a problem. You see it as part of the solution. And through this, you start to develop compassion towards your own thoughts and feelings. This makes it possible for us to meet challenges with equanimity, with calmness, and with a sense of non-judgment. Because we're learning that the challenges really are our thoughts. Of course, something horrible happens in our life, but how we think about it is the challenge, isn't it? And if we can learn to accept our thoughts, whether they be pleasant thoughts or unpleasant thoughts, then that's the key. So just to be with the thought without judging it or labeling it as good or bad is really the key. Now, to start this journey, I would suggest not even trying to meditate, because people often jump in the deep end and then think they're drowning. I suggest starting with baby steps, and what I always suggest is why not decide that you will have tiny moments of awareness throughout a busy day, because then you're sort of tricking yourself. We have to trick ourselves sometimes, because if you say, I must meditate, it's another thing on the to-do list. I must meditate, I must go to the gym, I must stop eating unhealthy food. These musts become incredibly oppressive. But how about deciding that you will just drop into that mindful state 20, 30, 40 times a day without stopping doing what you're doing? That could be very pleasant. You could be busy. You could be washing your hands at the sink. You could be standing in a queue. You could be stuck in traffic. You could be sitting behind a desk, and you could practice a micro moment of mindfulness. A little moment. So what does that mean? It means you just feel the moment without judging the moment. You are feeling the hands moving under the soap and the water. You're feeling the ground under your feet. This puts you into a calm, present, positive state. And what becomes very interesting is when you can learn how to do that sort of against the odds. Because it's easy to do a mindful moment lying on a deck chair in your garden in the sun, sure. But what about when you're feeling pain or distress? Can we sort of lean into that sharpness of the feeling in a mindful way without pushing it away, without rejecting it? Because then we're learning to transform our relationship with challenges. So a very good place to start is whenever you're standing in a queue. Waiting is a thing that we do all the time. Queuing up for something, waiting for something. Those waiting moments are moments when we normally automatically tense up and we go into frustration mode. How about just totally letting go? We're in the queue anyway, it makes no difference. We may as well just totally abandon all hope, and the queue will move when it moves. Me standing there getting stressed does not send shockwaves through the queue that makes it move faster. It's pointless. But how about just releasing and relaxing, feeling the ground under your feet, dropping your shoulders? It's a simple thing, but it has profound benefits, because what you're doing is teaching yourself to relax into discomfort. So you can start working with waiting situations. Then you can build it into pain. When you're experiencing pain, course, I'm not suggesting you should just, exist with pain. Of course, you should see your doctors, take medication, do whatever you need. But there are moments when we just are uncomfortable, we're in pain, there's nothing we can do about it. What if that became the meditation? What if pain became the meditation? Would it then be pain? Maybe not. It would just be sensation. Pain in the body, pain in the mind. So this is how I worked with depression. I used to suffer from very, very severe depression. And things changed for me when I learned how to move into the depression without pushing it away, because I discovered that my depression was very much about a sense of rejection. I hate this feeling. I want it to go away. I can't stand it. I can't stand myself. I'm ashamed. All of those layers and layers of disgust on top of the depression. So what changed for me was learning how to sit with the depression and just move into it. Now, how to do that is easier if you can physically locate your suffering. And that is possible, isn't it? When you feel uncomfortable in your mind, it usually has a resonance in the body. So for me, it would often feel like a kind of twisting sensation in the heart, or heaviness, or sinking, or fear often feels like a fluttering in the belly or a tightness in the jaw. You know how you can feel your emotions in your body. So the technique is to drop the storyline, the information, oh, I'm unhappy because of this, this, and this. Drop that and just relax into the feeling. Because what you're doing then is you are abandoning the habit of resistance, and the feeling becomes your friend. You don't turn into some kind of masochist where you just want to suffer all the time, but you learn to meet distress with love. You learn to meet distress with love. Should we try that? Okay, let's meditate. I'm going to guide you through a short session, starting with the breath, and then moving into the technique I just told you. So just try to sit nice and straight. You don't have to be sitting cross-legged on the floor like they do in monasteries. You can sit on a chair. But see, I'm sitting up straight. I'm not lounging in the chair because I'll just fall asleep. So I'm sitting up straight. When you try this at home, you might want to put a small cushion behind the base of your spine to give yourself lower back support. But for now, just try to sit as evenly as you can, with your body in a kind of symmetrical posture. When I say symmetrical, I mean kind of balanced. Hands, palms down on the knees or the tops of the legs. I tend to meditate with my eyes open because I was trained that way, but many people find that challenging, so they start off with their eyes closed. But actually, in the long run, to meditate with your eyes open means you're just in the moment without trying to block anything. So it is actually a more profound way of meditating, but just for now, whatever is comfortable for you. It's always good to start the session by setting the intention of kindness, planting the seed of kindness and compassion. So take a moment to make a decision that you are going to be more compassionate to yourself and more compassionate to others, and meditation is going to be your tool for achieving that. So try to connect with the idea that this is good for me, and it's also going to enable me to be more kind to others. So plant the seed of that good intention. Now be aware of your body. Feel the connection between your body and the chair. Feel the chair under you. When I say feel the connection, I mean literally focus on the sensation of sitting, the contact between you and the chair. Feel your hands resting on your legs. Just notice the contact between your skin and your clothing. There's fabric, cloth, material, whatever you're wearing on your legs can be sensed through the palms and fingers. You can sense that. Your mind might fly off into description, oh, this is cotton or it's wool. Just pull back from the description and go into the sensation. Bring your focus up to your shoulders. Most people hold tension here, especially if you work at a desk. So just let that tension drop. As you focus on your shoulders, the stress in your shoulders kind of rushes down or runs down like water running off a cliff. Just let that stress flow down and leave your shoulders. Bring your focus round to the front of your body, your abdomen. That's where you generally feel the breathing. Just breathe naturally. You don't need to start breathing slowly or loudly or deeply. Just normal breathing. But feel how the breath makes the body move a little bit. You know, the chest or the belly is rising and falling like a wave. Feel that. Sense that. Experience that. Bring the focus up to your face. It's quite good to move the focus around like this because it keeps the mind more harnessed in the practice. So move the focus up to the face. Feel the air in your nose or your mouth, however you normally breathe. Let the air be very gentle. Don't try to breathe. Just let it happen without you trying. And feel the air traveling up and down your nostrils or in and out of your mouth. When your mind leaves and goes into distraction, gently bring it back. Keep inviting your attention back to the nose or the mouth where you can feel the breathing. Notice how busy the mind can be, or sleepy. Doesn't matter, just refocus. It's like you fall off the horse and you get back on again and again and again. Let's try another couple of minutes. Okay, now we're going to do step 2, which is to move towards discomfort. So just try and find in your body where you feel a little twinge of discomfort or a feeling of unease. Maybe it's the heat in the room, maybe it's a soreness in your back, or whatever it is, or it's an emotion that's kind of making you feel a little bit queasy inside. Just try to find the sensation which is strongest, the sensation that doesn't feel so pleasant, and try to relax into that sensation without pushing it away. Try to move towards it with your mind and become almost into it or in it or absorbed together with it, merging yourself with that sensation. So you're trying to have a accepting and compassionate relationship with discomfort. Being with it without pushing it away. welcoming it, allowing it, accepting it. Let's work with that for another minute or two. Maybe it's a sleepiness, maybe it's a feeling of nodding off. Don't fight that, just be with it, allow it. And now just go back to sensing the chair under your body and sensing the ground under your feet, sensing your hands resting on your legs. And the last step is to make a mental commitment to your own compassion, your own sense of growing the seed of compassion within your heart. A commitment to really learn how to be kinder to yourself and kinder to others. Really try to feel that commitment within you. And stop there. So that was just a brief meditation, and be careful not to judge it too much. Did it work? Did it not work? How did I feel? It's just exercise. It's just practice. It's not called perfect, it's called practice. And so the idea is to try and do this every day. And just to recap, I mentioned how you could start with tiny moments of mindfulness throughout the day, when you're standing, waiting for things, when you feel uncomfortable, or just washing the hands, brushing the teeth, chopping vegetables. And then it's really good to weave into your day a 5 or 10 minute meditation session. And the reason this relates to our theme today so strongly is because through meditation, we're learning to accept how we feel. Because how we feel is happiness or unhappiness. It's not outside, it's inside. So I hope that makes sense, and I hope it gives you some inspiration that might help you want to meditate further. But now let's take time for questions. There are some microphones going around. If you put your hands up, somebody can... Yes, there's a question there. Yeah, it's quite a small room, so if you have a loud enough voice, just go... Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry, this...
It's on, it will be on, yeah.
Yes, this question just came as a result of the meditation.
Okay.
And the fact that we're dealing with AI and lots of electronics. What do you think of the Muse and this sort of... the head sensors are meditating with...
Head sensors?
Yes.
I've never tried that. You mean you can put a helmet on and it helps you to meditate?
It's like a band that
helps you to meditate.
It monitors the brain waves or something, and then you're wearing earphones, and you're hearing sounds, and then it monitors how you respond to the sounds, and
so it's interesting.
It's sort of inducing it. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting, but my hesitation with that would be that you'd be dependent on the equipment. And so meditation then becomes very much equipment-based. And how do you then take that with you when you're in a crisis? When you're at work and you're stressed, you can't put the headset on. And so I often recommend that people learn to meditate just wherever they are, without needing extra equipment. Anything else? If you put your hands up, then microphone can be passed to you. Oh, there. Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Thank you very much for that. How would you describe, the impact of meditation as you got more as you practiced it.
The impact.
Yeah. So what does good feel like? And I accept everything you said about facing into the feelings that you're experiencing and kind of accepting that about yourself and being compassionate. But when you used to fight it, you obviously had issues. When it started to work for you, what did that feel like?
It's very hard to know how meditation is changing one, because it's a bit like growing as a person. Maybe the people around you notice it more. I don't know. For me, markers of it being useful in one's life are that one starts to discover how to make yourself happy within. You're starting to discover that happiness is like a switch inside yourself that you can flick and relax into. So you start to discover that you can be more in charge of your own happiness rather than constantly giving it away to others. And then conversely, you can bounce back from stress more easily. I get stressed, I get upset, I have the full range of human emotions, but I am discovering over the years through meditation how to deal with that differently. So I don't think success, if that's such a word, is measured within the session. Like, oh, it means I can do it better. It's not like that. I think it's just about how your life evolves in a more positive way.
Thank you for the session. You mentioned about working with organisations, and I think I'm seeing more and more in our Western societies meditation is becoming accepted. But how can we work better inside organisations to make this the normal way of being rather than a few people doing it?
Well, it definitely has to become the culture of the organisation, and it starts with a few people, and then it spreads. And some of the organisations I work with have now really started, they start their team meetings with meditation. They have meditation in the lunch break. They have rooms for meditation. That's a real luxury. Of course, there are many organizations where that's just not possible, but it spreads like a I nearly said virus, but that's a very touchy subject. It spreads in a positive way from the few spreading. And I think what really helps is if it has more of a scientific edge to it, because these days science is the gold standard for whether something works or not. And the more the research is put out there that this does affect your cortisol levels, this does affect adrenaline, this helps, and there are scans and results that show it, the more people will adopt it. Thank you.
I just had a quick question. How do I fall asleep faster? That's my biggest problem.
Faster?
Yeah. Like sometimes I stay 1 hour just thinking.
Yeah, that's the mind becomes like a washing machine at night, stuck on a cycle, doesn't it? We're just rolling round and round. So a very good way to let meditation help you sleep is to meditate in bed. You don't have to be sitting up doing what we just did. You can do a practice called the body scan, or the mindful body, where you lie down and you scan your mind through the body. And then you start doing that every night so that you're connecting meditation with sleep, and it's not going to be an instant change, but over time you start to have less problems with sleep. Also, if you wake up in the night, you can meditate when you wake up. And actually, if you meditate a lot, you need less sleep. When I was in we do very long retreats at our monastery. I did a retreat of 4 years, and during that retreat we had very little sleep. The day ends at 11 p.m. and starts at 3:45 the next morning, and so there's less sleep, but you don't need that much because the meditation is deeper than sleep. Who else? Hello?
Hi, thank you for the experience. I also practice sometimes meditations. I would like to ask you, how can you continuously improve the vibration around you to be enlightened with everything?
How to improve the vibration around you is, I think, to change your decision that the vibration around you needs improving.
Really?
So total acceptance and love, rather than thinking I need the vibration around me to be better. It is what it is, and it can be beautiful if one leans into it.
Okay, thanks.
It's a bit of a harsh answer, sorry, but it relates very strongly to what I was saying in the talk. Hello.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I have actually two kind of detailed questions. The first one is that you said that it's good to, let's say, to focus on either a pain or a sensation in the body. And my question is, what if during that sensation shifts or changes into somewhere else? Should you kind of focus on the original one to try to
move with it, yeah, and become curious about the movement. Oh, it's moving. Is it? How does it feel? Is it cold? Is it hot? Is it moving? Track it down. Move around with it with your mind. That's very good.
And the second question is that you mentioned that it is good to originally think that effectively to give purpose to the meditation and to decide that
the intention. Yes,
the intention. Yes. Is there a difference whether the intention is taught or whether the intention is felt? Thank you.
Thought or felt? What do you mean?
Effectively, I can think and decide, or I can try to release my thought and just effectively choose to feel that.
I think I know what you mean, and that's very difficult because when you're doing meditation every day, and in retreats and monasteries we do it many, many times a day, and each session you're meant to begin by setting the intention of compassion, and then you start thinking, well, I need to feel it, otherwise it's just fake. It's impossible because one ends up just trying all the time to feel a sense of purpose. And I think it's much more important just to think it and plant that seed because that becomes a habit. We become what we think. If we regularly think, I want to benefit others, that activates the motor cortex in the brain, which then becomes action. Thank you. Time for a couple more questions, I think. Yeah, we have 4 minutes.
Okay, I have 2 questions.
Where are you?
I'm here.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah, so the first one, do you have practical examples of meditation curing diseases permanently?
Curing diseases?
Yeah.
I don't know, but and it would be very unethical to make a claim, oh, it can cure disease, because it's not really the case. It could be in some cases, but what I think it can do is cure or transform our relationship with disease. Okay. So that's real healing, isn't it? If you don't mind being ill.
Okay, and the second one will be stage fright.
Stage fright.
Yeah, stage fright. How can you overcome that instantly?
Well, that's really interesting to me because I used to have loads of that and now I don't have it. I used to find public speaking terrifying to the extent that the first time I did it, I burst into tears and it was really embarrassing. And then I started to learn how to meditate before and during giving a public speech. And then the whole experience changed. For me, it's now like having a massage. It's great. It's very relaxing because I've learned to bring mindfulness into that situation that normally makes me tense and scared. So as before I go on stage, I will just feel the ground under my feet. While I'm speaking, I'll take my mind into that little meditation moment regularly throughout the talk, and it just keeps me grounded. And it's become kind of a habit now, so that public speaking is no longer frightening, it's relaxing. So you can change any fear, you can change it through learning to attach meditation to it. Time for one more question, I think. Yes, hello.
Hi, thank you so much for the session. My question is actually for people who are just starting out with meditation. So like you held the session just now, would you recommend that we learn to sit with kind of our own meditation and our own thoughts, or is it better to experiment with meditation through a guided meditation?
Guided meditation is okay, but we have to be careful not to get dependent on it. Otherwise, we always need that calming voice telling us do this and do that. And then it becomes a case that we can't take it with us into other environments. So I would use guided meditations a little bit, but then also learn to do it without needing headphones or something telling you what to do. So it can be useful, but learn how to use it judiciously. Thank you, and thank you everybody for your questions and for your time. And my one hope is that maybe tomorrow you'll meditate. Maybe you'll get up and think, okay, I'm going to do it. Or maybe you won't meditate, but when you're on the bus and you're hot and uncomfortable, or on the tube and you feel stressed, maybe you could just feel that moment with peace and start to discover that even the most difficult moments in your life could be the very thing that makes you grow. Just like fertilizer on a field is made from rotten vegetables. It's a bit of a crazy example, but anyway, thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that beautiful session. Gilon, thank you very, very much. Now we have a little break, and our next session will start at 4 o'clock. Good to see you all. I'm delighted to introduce our next panel, which is the Genesis machine. And it's actually going to be a hybrid panel today, so it's going to be very interesting. And our amazing moderator is back for the second time today. It's Dr. Kat Arney, who is the founder and creative director of First Create the Media. She's also the author of not one, but two, but three popular science books. She's the presenter of the Genetics Unzipped podcast and Ingenious on BBC Radio 4. Put your hands together for Dr. Kat Arney.
Hi everyone, how you all doing? Long day? Who was here in my session at 9 a.m. this morning? Hardcore. Who did the meditation session? Is everyone feeling a bit like, whoa? Okay, so hopefully we'll perk you up a bit, because this is a very, very exciting session. The title of the session is The Genesis Machine. Now, I don't know if you were expecting this was going to be some kind of talk about like an AI robot reconstruction of the band Genesis. That's actually tomorrow morning on the main stage, so there you go. But this is, in fact, a fascinating discussion about the implications of the revolution that we've seen over recent years in our ability to read, edit, and even write DNA with a scale and a speed and a precision that, you know, when I was doing my PhD, I could have only dreamed of. And then you add advances in technology and computing into the mix with that, and you have something with truly incredible world-changing potential. And these new technologies, they offer us unprecedented control, that's unprecedented again for anyone doing the bingo, unprecedented control over the genetic code that underpins life, or even the opportunity to create entirely new life forms at our whim. So what can we do? What should we do? And who gets to decide? So I am joined by two fabulous panelists who have spent their lives on the cutting edge of all this biology stuff, trying to figure it all out. So we're joined by Jane Metcalfe. She is the CEO and founder of NeoLife. She's an entrepreneur, publisher, speaker, advisor, manager, and investor, co-founder of Wired, which is a brilliant publication to have been at the heart of. And in 2017, she founded NeoLife, which explores the tools of engineering computer science to alter our own biology. And her book, NeoLife, 25 Visions for the Future of Our Species, is out now. You can find it in the online bookshop. And we're also joined by Andrew Hessel. He's the co-founder and chairman of the Centre of Excellence for Engineering Biology and Genome Project Write, which is about how we write to DNA rather than just reading it. He's a scientist, a communicator, and an investor exploring the future of biology and biotechnology. His new book, The Genesis Machine, Our Quest to Rewrite Life in the Age of Synthetic Biology, that's co-authored with Amy Webb, is also out now, and it is an absolutely fantastic read. So hopefully this session will whet your appetite to go and read it. Now, we're going to have 30 minutes of a quick chit-chat, and then we're going to have about 15 minutes for questions. So I thought I would start with Andrew. If you could explain what this kind of like, what do we mean, or what do you mean by the Genesis machine and all this kind of, you know, biology, technology stuff? How do you see it?
Hi, first of all, I'll just check to make sure that you can actually hear me.
I gotcha.
Terrific. I define myself as a synthetic biologist, and the field of synthetic biology has been emerging really since the beginning of the genomics revolution. It was very hands-on at the start, but really as the technology started to improve, it started to digitize. So we're seeing the appearance of digital biology. Synthetic biology is the intersection of three really crucial technologies. One of them is life science itself, or biology. One is computation and our ability to take digital information and manipulate it. And the other one is automation and robotics. And at the intersection of that, it just comes together to create something we've never had before, which is the ability to read and analyze and now program living machines at scale.
Jane, your publication is called NeoLife. I hope, is Jane still there? Yep, here we've still got Jane. This is a hybrid panel. Please bear with us with any kind of technical glitches. So, you know, you and I have chatted before about this idea. I think with biology, we either see it as healthcare, or, you know, David Attenborough, here's pandas and elephants and dinosaurs. So in your view, you know, what is this kind of this new biology, this new life science? How can we think about it? And what excites you about it?
Well, first of all, Kat, it's delightful to see you in person because I know we've communicated mostly via email. So, and we loved your article for the sex cells of lives, which was excellent in the highly recommended reading for anyone who wants to check that out. But yeah, I mean, I think if you're involved in the healthcare system because you or someone you love has a disease or a condition, you know, you would be following the leading edge, perhaps, of developments. You know, on the other side, if you are getting ready to have a baby or taking care of an aging parent or something like that, you might also be engaged. So all of those reasons to keep track are valid, but there's a lot of reasons why even healthy young people should be interested in what's happening, and that's because it's so amazing. The powers that we have right now to transform life are extraordinary, and it's about preventing disease. It's about um, uh, pushing back the onset of disease, but you know, it's about advanced reproductive technologies. It's, you know, how are we going to freeze our eggs? Are we going to freeze our embryos? Are we going to do, you know, genetic screening on our embryos before we implant them? If so, are we going to eliminate people with, you know, the propensity for mental illness? And if so, how does that change our society? So I just started asking those types of questions and realizing that we have the most powerful tools available to us than ever before, and we will use them to transform our own biology. And you are your own chief medical officer. If you have ever been through the healthcare system, you know that only you knows what's going on in your body and can advocate. And I really feel like it's up to each one of us to really understand our own biology, understand the technologies that are available to us, and to be able to make some intelligent choices, not only for ourselves and our families, but for society at large, because a lot of these capabilities are unleashing just unimaginably complex ethical issues to consider.
Absolutely. Well, let's start with some of the cool stuff. So I want to know, Andrew, in your book, you pull out lots and lots of different examples of how these new genetic technologies, synthetic biology, you know, making new genes, sticking bits of genes into different organisms. What's your favorite application or idea of what we can do with this kind of technology?
Well, my application and my interests are probably different than most people's, but I can tell you where this is really starting to make an impact today for the average person, and it's food. Food is the biology that touches our lives multiple times a day. It's absolutely essential for our fuel and health. It's also such a big part of our social world, and we know that as we continue to grow and thrive, we need to start modifying our food systems for sustainability. So synthetic biology and cellular agriculture are starting to make a real impact in the entire food chain. My particular interest is I like full genome synthesis, which is the ability to take the genome of an organism that has been sequenced, and we have essentially the entire genetic code, and print it from scratch. Synthesize it from scratch, assemble that genome using a digital file as the template, and then boot up that genome. This, to me, is one of the most powerful technologies we've ever developed. It's still in its infancy, but it gives us full programming control over an organism.
I did like one of the ideas that you pulled out in the book was the idea that, say, once we are exploring other planets, other moons, and if we were to find some form of life out there, probably a bacteria, I reckon, you could sequence it there, you could then beam the genetic code back to Earth and then recreate that bacteria. I mean, that's pretty cool.
It is. It's literally teleportation. It's been described as faxing an organism from one location to another, and it's being used here on Earth today. The most recent example that people are aware of is just the virus SARS-CoV-2 that causes COVID. It was first identified in China. It was sequenced in China. The code was released, and vaccine development began before anyone had received an actual physical sample of the virus.
So, Jane, for you, what are some of the most exciting applications of this kind of new synthesis of biology and technology that you've seen? Because you must get so many coming across your desk.
Oh, I do, and that's like the great joy of my life. But I spent a certain amount of time as a chocolate maker, which is kind of a funny thing to be able to say when you're talking about science and technology. But the opportunity we have, as Andrew was saying, to transform our food system is one that I actually think about deeply. And I am looking forward to a time when we don't put huge amounts of inputs, water and fertilizer and air and land and pesticides and all of those kinds of feed to cattle, to monoculture agriculture, to a time when we can actually grow things locally, perhaps in a vat on the roof of your apartment building, if not on your balcony itself or in your own kitchen, and that we can get our nutritional needs met in ways that don't require paving over the roads, shipping things long distance, and having a war in Ukraine cause famine in Africa. So I'm looking at not just the opportunity to ferment things in a vat as a way to form new food things to eat, but also a way to reduce the amount of animal suffering and the amount of just energy that goes into all of those things. So the transformation of our food system is clearly on my mind. The other topic, we published a story last week, the week before, on actually canceling menopause. So the idea that women start aging rapidly, it's an accelerated aging process from the time their ovaries stop producing eggs, and it makes them vulnerable to heart disease, mental illness, neurodegeneration. So the idea that we could actually prevent the ovaries from stopping, which means we could potentially prolong the time that women have a healthy later life, is just a mind-blowing capability that some friends of ours are working on. And there's incredibly interesting technology around that could really start to tinker with our notions of, healthy aging, basically.
Yeah, it's an incredibly interesting concept, the idea that we can use these technologies to, turn the clock back. Although I think, Andrew, in your book, you do raise what this scenario could be like if there's a whole cohort of people who are living to completely healthily to 100. This stuff, not just from the cool science of it, but actually will have societal impact.
It's hard to imagine all the societal impacts if we start to live healthy to 100 or 150. But it's not something that's going to happen overnight, obviously. It'll be a shift in demographics. So it might seem weird to us today if we're doing a scenario looking into the future, but I think it would actually feel pretty normal by the time we got there, with just a gradual change.
So one thing I do want to...
It's happening already, right?
Sorry.
We're already living longer.
Yeah, that is true. One thing I do want to pick up on is this concept. We talk about biology, the fusion of biology and computing, biology as technology. But I wondered if we could muse a bit on how much does the metaphor of DNA as computer code and the cell as computer hold up? Because biology is kind of squishy and doesn't always do what we want. I don't know, Jane, if you want to start with that one.
Yes, well, the whole idea that there is an alphabet that spells out your entire life is just flawed. It is a language, and it changes, it mutates, and some things are interpreted in certain ways and not in others. The idea is flawed to the extent that we take it literally. So but it is code, and it does set us up for things. So how we express that, the exposome, the way we eat, the way we live our lives, that's really the expression that makes us who we are.
And Andrew, you're obviously a big fan. You've already talked about the idea that we can download the code and then boot up a whole new organism. How far do do you in your mind think that this metaphor of DNA as code and cell as computer holds up?
It holds up really well at the level of microbes, single-celled organisms. Like a bacterium is essentially clonal. The code is relatively compact, and having bit-level control over it really allows us to learn how to program that organism well, even if it's squishy. Where it breaks down is that we tend to project that onto human and more complex creatures. And you need to appreciate a human is made up of about 50 trillion cells. So it's a much more complicated network. It may still be created and developed from a single program, a single cell, but it becomes complex on many more levels than just the machinery operating in a single cell. It becomes more like the internet, and we know, from the internet that it doesn't respond in the same way as a program because there's just so many more factors going into it and dynamics.
And we are starting to see that, even though biology is difficult and humans are annoyingly squishy and and hard to predict, we are starting to see this kind of technology coming through to the clinic. I saw some results the other day from a trial of CRISPR therapy for sickle cell anemia and for thalassemia, these blood disorders, with really transformational results. And we've agreed, we seem to have agreed as a society that that's okay to do. Given also the shenanigans that came out around the announcement by He Jiankui a couple of years ago that he had actually, genetically modified human embryos, the outcry of that seems like, okay, that's something as society globally maybe we think we shouldn't do. So I'm interested to explore where both of you feel like the boundaries are of like what should we do and what shouldn't we do with this new kind of technology. And Andrew, do you want to kick us off with that one?
Yeah, I think we're seeing these technologies come into the clinic in more and more ways, as you've just pointed out. What's probably more dramatic in the short term is just the ability to diagnose disease using DNA sequencing or nucleic acid sequencing. This has become really a powerful technology, not at the level of the genome, but at the level of understanding what genes are turned on or off, even in individual cells. So the turnaround time for a full human genome now is sub 6 hours at the forefront. That's coupled with machine learning and AI-based analysis tools that is completely changing some diagnostics of rare diseases and even some cancers. So we're definitely seeing this move into the clinic. It will continue to advance in the clinic as we start to have the ability to write code faster. We'll be able to make therapies not just for single gene defects, but to be able to make them dynamically on the fly for individual cancers or individual microbial infections or individual viral infections. As for this goes and what the limit should be, it's really hard to say at this point because we're at the start of this, and we don't want to completely quench the explorations. I think when it comes to human genome editing or genetic surgery, if it was used to actually produce a baby that could not otherwise have been born because of some genetic defect that was serious, I think people would have responded to that better than with the Chinese gene editing report, where it was actually an enhancement. It was not a life-saving genetic surgery. It was a life-enhancing genetic surgery. So I don't think we've seen the compelling case there that will really wake people up to the power of this, to bring people into the world that could not otherwise have been born.
And Jane, in your view, are there things where do you think we should draw the line with the use of these new technologies?
So there's a very interesting rule that exists among biologists working with genetic engineering, and that is that they can experiment with creating life from scratch or putting together chimeras, in other words, different species together in one life form, as long as they don't let it live more than 14 days. So there is this limit right now of 14 days, which is written about all the time. The scientists say, we did this amazing thing, and at 14 days, we terminated the life. It's a really interesting, completely random sort of number, 14 days. What if it were 21? What if it were 2 months? You know, so that's one of those sliders that we should be thinking about because, you know, it is through this kind of experimentation and this kind of engineering that we learn. We learn how life forms. We learn when it goes wrong. We learn when something gets baked into the code that's going to cause a problem later. So I think that's a thing that might be under reconsideration soon. And I think it's going to alarm people when the conversation reaches, you know, the public awareness, because, you know, at 2 weeks, it's like, okay, fine, there's no consciousness there, there's no pain there, there's no, you know, but is there? And, you know, we may find that pain exists from the very moment of consciousness. I mean, there's no nerves, but, you know, or we may find that it doesn't start until later. So there's huge implications for not only science, but also, you know, the right to life movement and so forth. So I do think that's an interesting one that's going to come up soon.
And kind of moving from the idea of, you know, engineering humans to a bit of the wider world and the risks. Now, I did my science communication training in the 90s, and we were very, very worried that there was this narrative about grey goo. This was the idea that, like, nanotechnology was somehow going to develop this goo that was going to take over the world. And as far as I'm aware, that hasn't happened. I don't know. I think we're good now. And so, you know, what are the risks of this? I don't know if anyone's seen the latest James Bond film, but there's a plot point there that hangs on using genetic engineering, let's put it like that. You know, what really are the risks? And are they realistic, or is this kind of like, you know, grey goo Mark II that everyone's panicking about and just getting their knickers in a twist? Andrew, do you want to pick that up?
Yeah, in fact, I rewatched the James Bond movie this weekend. And although it's dramatic, the idea of making personalized biological weapons is not far-fetched. We essentially do that whenever we develop a new cancer therapy. We're targeting broken cells within an individual. That level of precision and targeting is astounding, and would certainly apply if we wanted to target an individual in society. So it's not, so in general, I've worried about viruses because, as we've learned the last couple of years, a single virus can be pretty disruptive to our civilization. And we really weren't taking the virus seriously in terms of investing in detection and countermeasures. I hope we don't make that mistake again, but it's not looking good right now, in the sense that we're still treating a pandemic as just a health problem, an epidemiology problem, when I think, given our growing ability to synthesize these agents, we should really be thinking of it more holistically as kind of an immune system for the planet.
Jane, do you want to chip in there?
Yeah, one of the things that I find super challenging is, you know, with my background at Wired, I'm very much a proponent of this sort of do-it-yourself and find your own way, and people can teach themselves and so forth. But I think when it comes to some of this stuff, there are so many ways that somebody who wanted to wish someone ill could use these tools. And it seems to me the best way forward, and we're going to be teaching these, it's postgraduate work, and then it's undergraduate work, and then it's high school work. It's like these tools are available to anyone now. And so controlling access to the reagents and to, gene sequences, the oligos that you would order. There's lots of controls being baked into the systems now, but it's going to be one of those things like security, internet security. You're going to have to be constantly devoting resources to making sure that access to the things that you could use for ill are controlled, regulated, and most importantly, tracked. And so I think transparency is going to be very, very important. Who is working on these tools and what are they doing? And if that's the way we can move forward, I think we can mitigate a lot of the downsides, because I think we'll get very good at identifying people who are doing things that are not in the best interest, that are not following, the generally accepted rules of behavior among scientists or among governments. But I do think we need to sort of chip away a little bit at that sense of, this is mine, I'm going to do it in my lab, I'm not going to have any collaborators, I'm not going to have any oversight. But I do think we also need to keep in mind that it's very hard to create life, very hard to make something live. And the vast majority of science experiments fail, and so the idea that, a giant gray goo is going to take over, I think we're, apart from this idea of being able to generate the killer virus, I think we're a long way away from that from other aspects of it.
And it does make me think, though, because we're talking about there are now companies out there that will synthesize bits of DNA for you. And as you point out in the book, Andrew, these are run against databases of pathogens to make sure people aren't basically ordering anything naughty. But we now have, we have the dark web, we have people, using cryptocurrencies. And so I'm basically now going to leave this session and go and write a dystopian science fiction novel about people buying virus DNA off the internet. I think we can come back to that. Everyone's writing this down. Don't you dare. That's my idea. I think as well, so, we do need some kind of limitations on this sort of technology. And before we go to questions, I want to bring up the example where there was a moratorium, particularly in the US, placed on using human embryos for research. And actually that was a limitation, but it actually enforced a lot of creativity and probably indirectly led to the development of inducible pluripotent stem cell technology, where you can just take adult cells, treat them with some chemicals, wind the clock back and make them stem cells. Because if we can't get stem cells from embryos, we'll get them from somewhere else then. Screw you. Where are, will limitations open up a sort of a new idea of creativity? Or any comments in that? Either of you who wants to go first?
I think we're going to get through some of the low-level biological risks, because we'll understand that this is a shared problem, really, for our species. We're kind of a monocrop. And when it comes to the other checkpoints and the other, we have to realize that nature is constantly churning a vast number of microbes, bacteria and viruses, etc., all the time. And so we just having detection and the growing understanding of biological systems is going to make us more secure in the long run.
Jane, do you have anything to add there before we hit the questions?
Well, I like the fact that Andrew took a general approach to your question, because I'd like to actually go specifically into what you asked about induced pluripotent stem cells, because one of the things that not being able to tinker with human embryos means is, well, okay, even though there are many, many, many human embryos that are currently frozen and might never be used, there's a lot of biological material there that could potentially be used for understanding, again, how to cure disease, how to prevent things from happening, or even to how to enhance humans. But there's something even much simpler, which is the placenta. The placenta is this incredible reservoir of stem cells. And, this biological material gets eliminated with every birth that takes place, at least in this country. I'm not sure what the numbers are in the UK. There's a wealth of stem cells stored in the placenta and in the umbilical cord blood that's just thrown away. It could be used for so many things, and it seems almost criminal. It reminds me of how, in the olden days, we used to eat the whole pig or the whole cow, from tip to tail. And, we haven't even brought that level of sophistication, if you will, or basic kind of understanding of the richness of life to our own species. And so I think there's something there.
Thank you.
I think anybody in the audience who's thinking about having children, you should absolutely preserve the placenta, preserve the umbilical cord, cryopreserve it if you can afford it, and tell your MPs that this should be taken on by National Health Service. This should not be a cost to individuals.
Brilliant. Okay, any health policy people in the room? Placentas, please. Thank you. We're going to take some questions now. So if you have a question, please put your hand up. We'll take at the back first.
Okay. My first question would be how the comment at the beginning about working to genetically eliminate mental health issues is different from sort of Nazi eugenics. And also how you can have that train of thought without allowing for how actually technology has really, really altered the mental health build-up of the children that we're raising up now, the next generation that's coming up now. And to then be just looking at, oh, well, how can we just weed out that? I'm just very shocked, to be honest, not shocked.
So, yes, I completely agree. I think the difference between the Nazi eugenics program and this is that, in theory, the Nazis would have had that be a national program. And in this case, it's an individual choice. So individual families choose whichever embryo they want from among the multiple embryos they have. And I grew up with a lot of mental illness in my family. And, had those embryos not been selected, I would never have been born. And, if you look at the extraordinary amount of creativity among people who suffer from mental illness, both in terms of arts, but also science, technology, and so forth, I think it could potentially cripple us as a species to eliminate those people from our gene pool. And yet, that technology exists. And so these are the reasons why we need to understand how to use these technologies. You would certainly want to screen for any kind of physical deformity or anything where you would bring a child into this world who would experience pain. And that's a form of pain. So I think we have to make individual choices, but it's concerning. And I want people to be aware of it. And I want people to talk about it. And I want people to imagine how to do this in a way that preserves diversity. Because that's vital to our species. I mean, if we all choose tall, blonde, athletic, smart people, we'll run into a wall eventually, because that will turn out like a monoculture. That'll turn out to be more vulnerable to threats, less able to evolve as a species.
Thank you. And
something.
Andrew, have you got anything to come in there
on? I usually stay away from the mental health and genomics because it's a multi-gene trait that we barely understand all the effects of single gene traits on phenotype or how we live. But absolutely, to give you an example, there's an ethical debate right now with some deaf parents and embryo selection, because that I think really is going to continue to be one of the lightning rods for these types of ethical discussions. But I don't have an answer for it. Right now I stick really low level with single cells and am learning by doing and watching with what's happening in the broader perspective of how these technologies are being used in the world.
Thank you.
It's dynamic.
Let's take another question. We'll take one here.
Thank you.
lesser and lesser land will become available for agriculture production, compounded with water shortages. The question is, are there any solutions being offered by cellular agriculture to address those challenges?
I think that's one of the key advantages of cellular agriculture. You don't need a cow to produce milk. You don't necessarily need the whole animal to produce a steak or a lamb chop. So I think these technologies offer the ability to feed the world without having to cover the entire planet in managed farms. It's also, I personally don't like the idea of sentient creatures being used as products. But we're, again, just learning how to do this. We're learning how to do it at scale, at a price point that is cost competitive. But where we're starting to see really exciting examples of this achieving parity. And once we can do that, we can scale the manufacturing in a much more sustainable way.
I will add, you do paint a lovely vignette in the book of like a restaurant critic in 2037, imagining going to like this fancy restaurant and there are cultured meats, but from a much wider range of species. Like, have you tried the axolotl? Or even some woolly mammoth, recreated. So I think there, as well as the idea of like sustainability and actual agriculture to feed the world, I think there's some very cool ideas that you raise. Jane?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, it's one thing to continue to use, extracts from actual animals to create animals without sentience, to just create the animal flesh. But back to your question about sort of design constraints fostering creativity, just the simple idea that we can use alternative proteins, pea shoots, and there's companies that are checking every single plant compound there is to understand what the various ways they interact with heat or freezing temperatures, what their textures are, what their densities are, what their nutritional values are. So it's fostered this incredible sense of dynamism in the food industry, which I think is incredibly exciting. There's an explosion of creativity and innovation in the food space right now that doesn't involve any animals at all. And, I think that if you can change the way people think about food, you can change the way they think about just about anything. And if we can demonstrate in the food sector how we can use these technologies for good, to have a huge impact on climate change, if nothing else, the amount of greenhouse gases that are associated with agriculture is a staggering amount. And to have everything be local, to have it be maximized nutritionally, because we can tailor the inputs to exactly what the family's needs are. That's incredibly exciting. And I think the food industry is going to be the big win. Food and energy are going to be the big wins for synthetic biology.
Okay, any more questions? Yeah, can we take one there, please?
Hi. Earlier in the talk, you mentioned that scientific concepts move progressively from postgraduate research to graduates, and then undergraduates, and eventually high school. So to give you an example of my education, by the time I was in high school, the field of quantum physics was 3/4 of a century old, yet we didn't have anything in curriculum that even mentioned quantum physics. Now, CRISPR is, 10, 15 years old by now? Something like that?
Less than 10, about
Less
9
than
years
10.
old. Yeah.
How can we ensure that new concepts in science, new discoveries like that, make their way into the curriculum of schools and universities so that we can educate people faster on the benefits of these technologies and these discoveries?
I think that's a really important point, and more generally, the public communication about what these technologies are and what we can do. Jane, do you want to take this one first?
Sure. Well, I think it starts with teachers, doesn't it? And we don't compensate our teachers adequately once they've developed these super advanced skills. And it's very difficult to compete with the private sector in terms of the compensation packages. And so we see that with computer science, that it's very difficult to get, great genius leading edge computer scientists at the high school level because, especially here in Silicon Valley, I mean, there's so many other ways they could use their knowledge. So I do think that it has to do with encouraging our recognition of the value of teachers. But it's also, there's a YouTube video out there that can show you just about everything. So then it becomes a matter of access to, the tools, the reagents, the, whatever else you would need, the specialized equipment you would need. And I think private enterprise could well spin up opportunities and affordable options for a lot of those things. So it's going to be a mix of, I think, how your government manages education and how important they identify this. I mean, I think teachers with these skills are going to have to be cultivated and recruited and fairly compensated, and it needs to be a priority.
I will wave a little flag for my Genetics Unzipped podcast, because we actually know that a lot of school teachers do use that as a resource for their pupils. It's kind of quite widely used, particularly in A-level biology. Andrew, you are obviously a communicator of this kind of science. How can we make sure that it is getting out there?
It's been getting out there since the beginning. It's just education tends to lag in incorporating some of this material, because they're really trying to see how it fits in and where it'll apply. But I've seen a program called iGEM, International Genetically Engineered Machines, that was booted up at MIT in 2003, now grow into an international program that it encompasses over 45 different countries, and I believe has trained almost 50,000 students now. Learning by doing, all transparent. So there's a growing body of material that any student can access pretty much at every level. The big difference between computers and synthetic biology is, and like just genomics in general, reading, analyzing, and writing DNA, is that the reading and analyzing you can do with a laptop. So the resources are out there, and you can even start to learn by watching YouTube videos and taking online bioinformatics programs. But when it comes to actually doing some of this advanced life science work, we don't have cloud tools that make it accessible. Setting up a home lab in the garage or kitchen is not a viable option for most people. And there are community labs, but there's just a smattering of them around the world. But I've been tracking the appearance of foundries, essentially cloud labs that are programmable, that are making it more accessible. And in fact, in my presentations, I show that my daughter has been making biological art using a cloud lab based in California that allows her to create these really wonderful pictures using many of the same processes and tools that she'd use for a more sophisticated experiment.
Yeah,
so I feel confident. Yeah, I feel confident that this will open up and broaden every year as more people just become aware of the technology and interested in it and see a potential career for it.
Yeah, there's a startup I know about called Arcturus, and they're more for companies and organizations sort of, doing large-scale experiments, but it is basically a robotic lab in the middle of nowhere, and you do your thinking on the computer, send them all the things, and like, I want this experiment, I want that experiment, and they will do it with the robots and give it back to you. It's absolutely mind-bending. Unfortunately, we are nearly out of time. So I have a question, one last question for each of you, if we can do this briefly. We've talked about a lot of things, some things very exciting, some things very thought-provoking. I was wondering if there was one particular example that you'd come across that sounds like science fiction, but is actually real. So we'll start with Andrew. If you've got something that you've come across in your research that you're like, oh, wow, That's pretty cool.
No, it sounds like science fiction, but it's actually real. I think just the idea of being able to boot up an organism from a computer file, most people just aren't aware it can be done. And of course, the teleportation example that you used, which literally is closing the loop from organism to sequence and then back to organism, and really allowing us to beam organisms anywhere on the planet.
Cool. And Jane, you must have come across some pretty wild things in your research.
Well, I do every single day. And so my mind is scanning quickly, like, what am I going to say of all of the examples? I mean, I am most stunned by things like optogenetics, the idea that you could actually make a protein fluoresce and then use light to move it around. And they're actually using this to read and write memories, reactivate memories that have been lost and create new ones that didn't exist before. I mean, it's just in mice, so mice and rats, all the time. But yeah, the fact that at this stage in our evolution, the fact that we can prevent a monogenetic disease in an embryo from manifesting, that's pretty amazing.
Good. Very exciting. Watch this space, I would say. Thank you so much for your attention. I want a huge round of applause for our guests, for Andrew Hessel and for Jane Metcalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to the tech crew. Thank you to the gods of technology that stood with us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, thank you, everyone. And a huge round of applause for Dr. Katz, Andrew and Jane. Thank you, in her amazing shoes. Fantastic. Thank you. Please stick around for our next talk that's going to start at 5:30. It's a very important one, and it's about why emerging worlds need to include everyone. So we've got a short break now, and hopefully see you at 5:30. Hello, everyone, and well done for staying to this, our final, but I think such important topic and panel of the day, why emerging worlds need to include everyone, and they surely do. And to moderate this fabulous panel is the extraordinary Dr. Stephanie Hare, who is author of Technology is Not Neutral, and she's also a researcher and broadcaster. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Stephanie Hare.
Hello. I was just checking to make sure everybody's in sync in the backstage. So we've got two lovely guests who are going to be joining us for this very weird, interesting world that we're going to be discussing. So Jeanne Lopez is going to be coming on first.
Hi.
And Teddy Paglia. So come on out, Teddy.
Hi, everyone.
This is going to be, I think, a completely insane chat just because it's such an insane topic. And I'm also hoping that we can bust some of the hype
100%
around it. So can I just check, are there any journalists in this room? Raise your hand. Out yourself now. Good. Hello. Just to say that I think often if you're trying to research this topic, it's really difficult because there's so much discussion in the media that we want to try to get as real and grounded as we can, and we're very lucky to have two people who can help us do that. And we're also talking about this question of why it needs to include everyone, as opposed to, and we can discuss this, who it's including right now. So, without further ado, if you two could introduce yourselves a bit in terms of describing your background and your perspective on this topic of the virtual world, and then we'll go into a bit of chat and then open to Q&A. So, Jeanne, you first, maybe?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jeanne Lopez. I'm the founder and CEO of Black Girl Gamers, which is a community-powered organization started in 2015. And we essentially want to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion, specifically also for Black women in the gaming industry. So we do that via different ways. We do that via consulting, events, talent brokering. So we have our own niche talent brokering offering in the organization. We do that via mentorship and workshops and content creation as well. We've been going for around 7 years, and we started as a Facebook group and grown into, as I mentioned, a community-powered organization that now boasts over 8,500 members globally. We've worked with a number of brands that are both gaming and non-gaming brands. So you can think of the Ubisofts, EA, Square Enix, but also think of your Netflixes, your makeup brands, for instance, Anastasia Beverly Hills, Maybelline, and we also do consulting as well. So making sure that game publishers and studios understand the demographic that they, one, make characters for, or two, are trying to market their game to. So that's us in a nutshell.
Wonderful, thank you. Teddy, give us your perspective on where you're coming from so that we have a better sense of your background.
Born in Africa, been raised and I've done my studies in Europe, France, and I've been working in the tech industry as a consultant for more than 20 years across industries, countries, government agencies. And I've launched my business, Black Pixel, 2 years ago. No, 3 years ago already. It was in 2019. So Black Pixel is a digital innovation and metaverse consultancy. And we make the bridge, between technology and business. So literally what we do is that we advise brands and companies on how they can future-proof their business model using emerging technologies, to create new products, new services for the metaverse age. So, and, before all the NFT craze and the metaverse craze, I was preaching for years in the desert. And, everybody was looking at me like I was this crazy guy, talking about sci-fi things, sci-fi movies and all of this stuff. And since last years, the business has grown tremendously, and because of my early positioning into that space at the
the chance, I won't even say it's a chance, it's a blessing, to have been listed as one of the most influential people into the metaverse. So, from a kid that I had to grow through a lot of hurdles and adversity to even just to succeed my career as an IT guy, so I can relate to what it means, inclusivity, diversity, and all of this stuff. So now, beside of my business, I advocate for the use of technology for inclusion, diversity, and more than that, for the greater good for humanity. So, and business-wise, for the crazy guy, now my company advises one of the most iconic brands in the world that operate in the Web3 space now. I'm talking about, Vuitton, Nike, Converse, LVMH, Adidas as well. So yeah, this is what I am, this is what I do, and this is my story regarding my background.
Thank you. One of the things that I would like for us to kind of get to the bottom of is, does the metaverse exist already, or are we building it? And what's the role of gaming in that? Because a lot of people would just say the metaverse is just gaming, or that gaming is the gateway to the metaverse. Is the metaverse more than gaming?
Yeah.
So if we do nothing else in this talk, can we just at least establish that?
I'll start, and then Teddy, you want to jump in afterwards, because I know we talked about this before. And forgive me, I've got hay fever today, so I'm just literally sniffling every 5 minutes. So please forgive me. When you talk about the metaverse to gamers, I do think gaming is the predecessor to the metaverse of what we're looking to build, I would say. So you would have games like Roblox, Fortnite, Minecraft, and other games that have spaces where communities can meet and talk. Even with VR, and they had the Knuckles Sonic issue some time ago, but there were these spaces have been existing already. In terms of having these micro markets where you can buy aesthetics for your characters, where you can create clubs, create communities, etc. So I will say that a lot of what people are getting excited about, gamers have already established, and I think that became really, really apparent in the pandemic. Because even I was getting asked to talk about how to create community online, when gamers have been doing this since TeamSpeak, Skype, when we were using those tools more and creating those communities. So I will say that the metaverse descends from what existed in gaming at the moment, but I will say it is going to go, I think, beyond what we currently have, but also incorporate gaming still. So it's morphing into something new from my perspective.
What if, so I feel like saying the metaverse is hard to do without being a little self-conscious, because you feel like you're back in high school and everybody's talking about something, and you're kind of like, I was late to this party, I have no idea what it is. So for anyone who's in that room, I want to be on your side and just sort of name that feeling and say, how do I get to the metaverse? What would I do if I were, for instance, a 45-year-old who has no idea what this is?
Do you want to say that one? Go on.
Yeah, I would say that you don't have to do anything for that. The metaverse is coming for you.
It's coming for me.
Yeah.
Don't call us, we'll call you. So, for instance, if I wanted to go online or go into the metaverse with my teenage kid or something, or if I wanted to mint an NFT, for instance. So, if I'm playing Fortnite, am I already there? Right? What does this mean? What am I buying?
In a sense, yes, I think we need to give a broader perspective to the metaverse. Let's get back to the meaning of the word. Meta, which means something beyond, in between, that come with us, and that will still be there when we will be gone. This is what the prefix meta means. And then we have universe, which is, verse for universe. So what is this universe that comes with us, that is here with us, and that will still be left when we will be gone? Is the meta universe. So literally, it's not a virtual space. It's not a blockchain capabilities. It's the moment in time and history when the digital space, the digital world, digital tools and everything collide with the real world and merge to create a new reality. So literally, the metaverse is on slow release, and we already live in the metaverse. I mean, our smartphones are an extension of who we are, of our identity, such as the avatar, in-games avatar, your LinkedIn profile, your Facebook profile, your IG profile. All of this, constitute different aspects of your personality, of your character. So, and all of this is entangled into your real life somehow. So, this is just to give the broader perspective. To go back to the gaming industry, which is at the core of the concept, I would say the mainstream concept of the metaverse, because gaming represents these digital universes when communities aggregate. I mean, you can find, people have built their own families, talking about friends, the closest one to them. Maybe sometime closer for them than the neighborhood, and they recreate what we do in real life. They socialize, they interact, they even create economic, dynamics and all of these things. That is some kind of a replica of how human society is and how we function out as the communities. And this is what observing what is happening and what happened, already in the gaming industry. It's a good indicator of what can happen when we bring, I would say, a little bit of real life into the digital space and bring the digital space into real life.
So it sounds quite philosophical. So say that there's somebody here in this audience who's on Twitter, and I've never met them in person, but suddenly we meet here at CogX, and I'm like, oh, hey, because I'm like at Hairbrain on Twitter, and people might not know me, but now we're here, and perhaps you had followed me before on Twitter, or I had followed you. Is that the fact that we've had a relationship, we've shared things on Twitter, perhaps even in our direct messages, like we've actually started to talk together and work together, but we've never met in real life. Is that part of the philosophical concept of the metaverse, or is it something more than that? Because I think people can get that.
Yeah.
But how is that any different from just like you have a colleague in Ohio that you've only ever spoken to on the phone or email, right? Like it's different forms of technology. It's not using virtual reality or augmented reality. It's just using email on the phone or Skype or Zoom. But you still haven't met. You're only meeting via technology platforms. So if you had to get really specific, why is Mark Zuckerberg, when he's talking about launching and renaming his company's Meta, why is he sort of selling it like you can have meetings with your friends and colleagues where you're all little video game characters?
So if you take Black Girl Gamers, for instance, I mentioned we have like 8,500 members. I have not met all of them. 100%, a lot of them are actually in the States. And we facilitated and created this community via platforms like Discord or Facebook groups, etc. And I think from our perspective and like the gaming perspective, it's building on that to make, again, bring the augmented reality to facilitate the connection more.
Right.
That's from my perspective of what I think the metaverse will be. So, for instance, there are a lot of smaller businesses, even women-owned businesses, which I really love, creating shop fronts for brands like Charlotte Tilbury, Mary Kay, where you can go to these shop fronts digitally via your headset and try on products, etc. So it's bringing, it's developing on the experience of you going to a website, using an app. It's developing on that and using augmented reality, virtual reality to bring you. Merge the physical and the augmented together.
Do you need a headset to go to the metaverse?
I would say, to best experience it, I would say, yeah, from my perspective.
Okay.
Would you say that?
Yeah, definitely, and you are right. It's not just about using goggles, virtual headset and all of that. You can use your smartphone and have access to a construct, which is not a physical one.
Yeah.
But you can literally see it using a medium, right? So this is what it is. Even here in this room, we could have, we could have screens everywhere, just pushing the button and just being projected, propelled onto Mars or, the Caribbean or whatever, So this is a metaverse experience somehow. So it's not just about the Google. We have to see it from a broader perspective, when we enter into the matrix, somehow, because we don't go online, we go into the metaverse. So we can go into the metaverse using our avatars, into virtual space, gaming, virtual world like Sandbox, Roblox, Central, etc. Or we can go into the metaverse by using the headset and all of that, or we can go to it using our smartphone in augmented reality. So anything that can propel us into a digital construct where we can feel immersed somehow, it's a metaverse concept.
It's building on the concept of connectability and community, essentially, in my opinion. And yeah, exactly.
So one of the things that we're talking about here is why it needs to include everyone. So can we talk about who's building it? I have mentioned Mark Zuckerberg, obviously, but I'm sure there's more than just this one CEO founder. Is it bottom up? Is it top down? Is it networked? Are there certain countries that are leading the way? Is it all private sector driven? Is government involved in any way? So who's building it and who's not building it, right? Who's around the table and who isn't? And why does that matter?
Ooh, well, it's difficult because I think, well, obviously there's more than one. From my perspective, there needs to be a thought about inclusion in general. So for instance, with Black Girl Gamers, we've done workshops with Meta to ensure that Black women get the opportunity to speak to leaders building this space, and if they want to get involved with AR, VR, that's really important. And then the workshops went very, very well. It was a mentorship program. I see the metaverse at the moment as a collection of decentralized places where everyone's building theirs, some obviously bigger at the moment because they've got more money, but everyone's trying to build their own section. And it's kind of like if you go on the internet, who really owns the internet? You have your website, but then you can also go to another website which is owned by somebody else. And that's how I, at the moment, see the metaverse. So for instance, the other day there was Decentraland, they had a fashion show. And that's an area that is not connected to someone else's version of the metaverse. So yes, there's more than one company building their thing. And it looks different to different companies at the moment. I don't know whether it's going to be centralized. It's quite new at the moment. I think Teddy can speak a bit more about what that looks like, because I would be cautious of centralization, in my opinion.
Sorry. It's a great question. Thank you, Stephanie, for this. It's not top-down, bottom-up, side-to-side. It's volumetric, the approach. It needs to be built by everybody. Because what we are talking about, when we advise brands at Black Pixel to enter into the metaverse age, we are not saying entering into the metaverse age. So you have to think about your company, your brand, like an experience, a construct, a world by itself. How would you design that world? And how this world would be a more authentic representation of what your brand is, in terms of DNA, in terms of core value, in terms of positioning and everything. So now that it's not just about a flat website, a flat e-commerce website. It's the world. Whether you can access this world, this environment, using virtual reality or augmented reality or whatever physical mechanism that can propel your audience into another space, how would you design it? Like the desert? Like the beach? How would this environment would reflect the core values, the identity, the DNA of your brand, okay? And I would say, the evolution of the chatbot that is on your website to guide the visitor on your website, it will be an avatar in a more immersive space. This avatar, would it be Black, Asian, Caucasian? What language will it speak? And all of this participate in building the emotion, the feeling, and the interaction that you will have with it's not even customers no more, because you are into your world. it's your citizens, your community. So how would you define that? You know, so it's complex. And just as Jane mentioned, we'll have different spaces. We have to understand that what is the internet? Internet stands for interconnected networks. We tend to forget that. So it's an intangible space built on an interconnection, interoperability, just as you mentioned, between different resources, content, etc., and people can navigate from website to website. In the metaverse age, we will navigate from construct to construct, from experiences to experiences, from worlds to worlds. So it will be built by everybody. Now the question is, we will hold the keys for your identity to enter into that digital space. We all have internet service provider. So if the cat, we don't have access to the internet no more. So this is the difference between Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3, because Web 3 is the infrastructure layer of the metaverse. I mean, we build the metaverse on top of it. Exactly. So Web 1, totally decentralized, proprietary resources, and you have to have as many identities, I mean, username, password, as needed to access different resources. Web 2 is more socialized. This is the, I would say, the dominant era of social media. So with just one account, it could be your Facebook account or your Google account, you can access literally anything on the internet, everything. And now, Web 3 is that your wallet is your passport to the metaverse.
Digital wallet.
Yeah. Exactly. Because your identity is stored in your wallet, and everything you will own in terms of digital asset or real life asset, the receipts, will be stored in your wallet. So the question is, who will build this infrastructure to onboard all of us into the metaverse, not in terms of experience, but in terms of gateway? And this is what is at stake with the big techs right now. This is what, you know, Meta and all of the other companies are fighting for.
And how does that work with government pushes? I mean, we're in a country right now where the government is very keen to have us having a digital identity. And this raises all sorts of questions of, yes, it is more convenient if you wish to log in on various websites with your Facebook or Google, but you're also being tracked the entire way through by those companies, and not everybody's okay with that, right? Some people want their privacy. So is the metaverse or metaverses going to be something that's inherently surveillanced, if for lack of a better word? Like, can you have privacy in the metaverse?
Well, you look at gaming. I don't know about metaverse, but you look at gaming, you have people who make anonymous profiles all the time.
Yeah, so can you have an anonymous profile if you have a digital wallet that's got your ID that you're taking around? Like, can you encrypt it or? Right?
For those familiar with the history of crypto,
yeah.
Why did Vitalik build Ethereum? Vitalik is a gamer, and his identity was erased overnight by the company that made the game. And he was like, okay, I need to solve this. And this is why he built Ethereum with his original team. So it's really important. Identity in the digital space is everything, from gaming to access resources, social media, and all of that. You know, so Web3 wants to solve this by giving back the power to the people to own their own identity. So now government have their words to say about it. And the thing is, technology is moving so fast, you know,
Regulators
that exactly regulation is always behind. We haven't solved some issues with Web 2 already. And we have seen that with everything that happened with Facebook, data breach, and all of these things. And now we are moving to another thing, which is even more impactful. So it's one of the concerns of the larger metaverse community globally, you know, to onboard politics and government into, you know, regulating this space, because we have to protect our identities into the digital space.
Yeah, and make sure that they can't be stolen. The BBC's got a really interesting article on today about digital twins, that if you haven't had a chance, it might be fun to look it up, because it's this concept of it's sort of my fantasy in one way, but also my nightmare, which is like, what if I went to sleep, or I just decided to go and have a nice day outside in this beautiful weather, but my digital twin was answering my emails for me and scheduling stuff and like, I don't know, probably not calling my mom. I should do that for real, but you know, I'm on the phone with her outside. No, the digital twin is just doing admin. And you know, when I'm asleep, is it working for me overnight? But then, and again, this sounds very sci-fi, and I'm not, you know, maybe for all I know, this will happen. Digital twins have been more used to like model cities so that you could like experiment with the effect of climate change in London. So you would, you know, obviously not do that stuff on the real London. You would do it in your model. So it just becomes it becomes interesting and abstract. And I guess the question I would have is, what if we talk about, you know, emerging worlds need to include everyone, but what if there are people who are just like, I want out, like I'm tapping out. I don't want to be in the metaverse. I'm already online too much. I want to be outside or with my kids or like swimming. What is that going to mean? Can you also opt out of this? Or will we be sucked in?
I would look at everyday life right now and say, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I think with everyday life, everyone who doesn't have social media in here.
Here we are.
Yeah. It's like the freedom to be human, right? Like, can you? But then there's also, I mean, this is a self-selecting group. If you're at CogX on a Monday, you're interested. But like, there's also vast parts of the world where people are not online at all. So there becomes like, we've already seen digital exclusion in previous iterations of technology and existing today. That just becomes, I guess, another question is, who is the metaverse or metaverses? Who is it for? Who is it for, and what is it for?
Well, I can only take it from the perspective of gaming, but there are platforms where, for instance, there's a company called Unity that builds gaming development software, and you can download that for free. So I think there would be, for the next iteration of digitalization, there would need to be some versions of that for allowing people if they have the resources, ideally they would, and hopefully the resources wouldn't be too access heavy, to create their own versions of the metaverse. Whether we get there is another thing, but I think with platforms like stuff like that, like an example like taking Unity as a parallel and having a version of that for the metaverse and the next stage, that would help access everywhere. Because if you're looking at digitalization, they say in 2030, majority of gamers are going to be people of color in general. So that's just how it's going to be, and that's increasing more and more and more. So if we're going
Why is that? That sounds really interesting.
Why is that?
Yeah.
Because access to software, cloud gaming is going to make it more accessible for everyone. Right. So you can game on your phone, on a screen. Microsoft and Xbox are at the forefront of that kind of stuff. Okay. So lessening the need for hardware and having that upfront heavy cost to access gaming and games in general. So that's, and also access to the internet. There's projects to build more pipelines around, I know, for the African continent in general. So that's why more access is going to be happening. The metaverse would have to see like how that pans out in general.
And I guess the question, so we talked a little bit about the geography of technology here, and you just mentioned Africa. And with Teddy here, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as well. Some of the problems with technology have been, I think it's safe to say, the dominance of Silicon Valley in a certain point of view and demographic that dominates in that area. And also, very American interpretations of freedom of expression over the First Amendment that don't necessarily apply in the rest of the world or could actually be quite dangerous in certain contexts. You mentioned access to different languages, and I love this idea of, I don't personally like chatbots, but maybe I would like them more if I could configure one that worked with me better. I'm always like, I want to talk to a human. Put a human on, please. Human now. Human, thank you. So I'm like an absolute nightmare technologist because I always go for the person, probably because I just enjoy the chat. But maybe if the chat was better and you could do it and be like, oh, I'm going to practice my French while I'm doing it or something. But I guess, I'm joking aside, there is this problem at the moment that people funding tech, people building tech, and a lot of the people still using some of the more emerging technologies are a smaller group. And I guess the question would be, we didn't do inclusion very well for Web 1 and Web 2. What do you guys think we need to do to make Web 3 more inclusive in every sense?
Jay touched a very important point was, to make the tools more easier. Not everybody right now can make a website. And the website is, social media is here. We have all our profile on IG and all of that. But if you want to go further, you need to build your own website. That will be the repository of, what you can share with the world. So the question is, now that we are moving to something else that will be more immersive, the tools have to be accessible for everybody to build their own space, their own construct. So instead of telling you my mind, I'd rather build it and bring you into it so you can experience what is going on in my head somehow. This is what is at stake. So, and to go back to your question, it's very crucial. You're talking about the funding, the innovators, and all of that. More than ever, it's crucial to make sure that we are inclusive and diverse. Why? Because the two goes along, right? The two goes together. So when we have a certain group of people sitting at the table and they all look the same, they all have the same paradigm, all thinking the same, what they will build will look like them. So it won't be inclusive. It won't be diverse. And just look at the history of the internet. I remember 25, 30 years ago, people were like, small businesses, even big businesses were like, what? Selling things on the internet? This is a waste of time. We have, our retail network, which is working fine. And we don't need that. It doesn't work. See, now, if you don't have access to the internet, excuse my French, you fucked up. Literally. So now that we are building the next iteration of that means that people that don't have access to the internet today, they are left behind. They are out of the world, what is happening in terms of wealth creation, in terms of just, to exist as a human being. Literally, imagine not having access to the internet. Impossible. I can't even imagine that. So we are now building the next iteration of that. We have to make sure that everybody is included. So there is no answer to that. The solution is, I'm African, okay? I'm coming from one of the largest and ancient people from Africa, the Bantu people. And in our paradigm, the ones who are destined to rule, we raise them through hardship. Even sometimes, if needed, humiliation. Because they have to get rid of their ego because they will be the one destined to rule. And ruling is not about applying your will, your power, your authority upon your people. It's about making sure that everybody is okay. This is why this power has been granted to you, to take care of your people and the territory upon your responsibility. Let me quote Sam Raimi, Spider-Man, because I'm a nerd as well. With great power comes great responsibilities. So the solution is it's not a matter of the weak to become stronger, it's the matter of the stronger to make sure that the weak is okay. This is what is on the table, and this is what we have to solve. And everybody involved into building this new world has to take their responsibilities.
I think it also comes down to the people who are already in power learning that they are not okay. They're not enough. For the future, they're not enough in terms of they need to also mentor people who look like me, who look like Teddy, to take their position. You can't expect the world to be okay with the same people running everything all the time. It's not going to work. And for instance, with my organization and bringing things back to the metaverse, these brands, now they're creating these constructs, they need to have ethoses, they need to have rules and conduct. You cannot allow racist things to happen in your space. I run a space of black women, and I still don't allow them to discriminate against each other. And that's enforced by the fact that you're coming into this space, you have to abide by these rules. They need to lead with that in mind, and unfortunately, it's been the nature of the world where they haven't led with those kind of strategies in mind. They don't lead with, I'm going to create this space and make it diverse and representative first, and then create the brand. And so now they are playing catch up with recruitment issues, with the fact that they haven't got enough Black, Asian, non-white people at top of funnel. And that's part of the problem. So now we're, in general, a lot of companies, especially, I can only speak to gaming companies at the moment, but gaming companies are coming to us to ask about, how do we diversify our recruitment? Because they know for the next stage of their business, now we have social media, we're going to be vocal about the fact that you haven't included us now.
Yep.
And that goes for the metaverse too. And I think it will be an interesting scenario when companies don't have inclusive spaces, but people who are not included can show up digitally in the space. And what that looks like in the metaverse, where you're actually witnessing this digital discrimination. And I think, there's a lot to be done around that. But like I said, recruiting, inclusive marketing, and understanding that when you create a physical construct, digital construct, like I've done, you have to have rules and things in place before you even think about capitalizing off of that space. So like shop fronts for like your brand partners, as I mentioned, Charlotte Tilbury, don't think about creating a shop if you're going to have an open space where people can join and they can come in and say something that's going to affect your other customers that might meet digitally in this space. So there's so much to be done. Like I said, we haven't fixed the problems with Web 2 yet. And I think moving forward, we have this habit of moving very fast, and not sitting down and thinking, maybe we should fix the recruitment problem. Maybe we should check, okay, we don't have a diverse team of builders. Can we mentor for the next stage? Because not everyone's going to have the skills, because we know that there's a lack of accessibility. Maybe we can hire those that do have the skills at the moment, but if there's a less number of them, how do we create more?
To grow them.
And we still haven't fixed that issue yet.
I'm just mindful of the flashing, exciting clock in front of me, and that there might be people
catching my eye for this whole talk.
Because I'm completely gripped by what you were both saying, but I want to make sure that if anyone's got any questions, you have an opportunity to pose them. So, is there someone in the back with a microphone or anything? Yes, cool. Shall we just go straight into Q&A?
Hello. So what's the protocol? Stand up or
whatever you feel comfortable with.
Do a little dance. Hi, thank you both so much, or all three of you so much for this. I have a strategic question for you. So looking at national strategies here, central government in the past 6-ish months has published strategies on net zero, cybersecurity, digital skills, digital strategies, roadmaps. There was the Leveling Up white paper, and there's shared prosperity funds. So all of this is around investment. When you're thinking about the metaverse in the context of national priorities, what do you think are the first steps for regions that are not already thinking in the metaverse? To get them thinking holistically and inclusively around these other strategies as well, so that it's not multiple things moving in different directions, but rather the volumetric, I think was the word you used, a volumetric expansion.
Great question.
Yeah, it is a good question. I'll default to Teddy on this one first.
With the internet, we have seen the rise of the largest companies in human history, right? They literally control everything. They're more powerful than countries. The question, government, countries, and even her citizens, we have to ask ourselves is, do we want that to go further? Apple, it took 40 years for Apple to go from 0 to 1 trillion. It took them only 4 years to go from 1 trillion to 3 trillion. This is the kind of acceleration we are seeing in the tech space. And it won't slow down. By the way, it's speeding up, right? So we have this larger and larger corporation that we call the big techs. We can literally, if Facebook was a country, it would be the biggest country on the planet. 3 billion people. They can provide anything for, having access to knowledge, digital schools, public services, healthcare, banking, everything. So governments, they have to understand that in the near future, if not already now, they have to compete toe-to-toe with, I would say, private companies already. This is the thing. So they have to really to step up the game and to think holistic, right? Because if not, I mean, Uber, which is the largest transportation company in the world, has no assets. They don't own any vehicles, but still, they're the biggest transportation company with a market cap of 70 billion. America Online, 17 billion. See the difference? And the barrier to entry to an airline company, into the transportation industry, it's the operating cost and buying the planes, and we are talking about hundreds of millions. They cannot compete with a software company. And the same thing will happen to governments and public services. They have the infrastructure, they own the infrastructure, but it's not enough. They have to step up and to make sure that they can deliver services just as good that tech companies can deliver in the same industry. So we are talking about healthcare, education, and all of these things. So if they don't think holistic and try to improve, and I would say think about productivity, efficiency, and to make sure that they operate at the best level that they can do, they will be Uberized. This is how important it is.
I've got kind of a two-parter. So like the first part, half of me. Okay, firstly, that there's, you're talking about like how we need to include everyone as we transition forward into a new technological age, but there's a pretty big barrier of entry, which is technological costs, and actual hardware, bandwidth, in order to access and stream online information. And like you were saying, there are solutions, and Microsoft are pioneering, but that requires a subscription to Microsoft, and basically like subscribing to a large corporate entity again, like Instagram does. And we know how that narrative goes. You sacrifice basically who you are. Like you lose your I listened to what you're saying about working with Louis Vuitton and like what they see as their space. But like, do you believe that it will, like this metaverse will come, to me it just seems like a hyper exaggeration of Web 2.0, and like the greats getting better and the worst getting even worse.
Even worse.
Like, and how do you stop, what are you putting in place, like when you're speaking to these companies, to stop you from saying, I want to stop the division, like I want less polarization, more inclusivity? Is it working with the bigger companies, or is there a solution that is I hate to throw about buzzwords, but decentralized, like away from these like governments, as you put it?
Who wants to take? You want to go first? Yeah. I can only speak from the gaming perspective, and it's not easy. Like when you work with a community that has those issues that you're talking about, right? The issue with access to hardware, access to funds to even get the hardware and that's why with us, with the companies that we work with, we'll make sure that we'll do mentorship programs. We'll get the companies to send out the tech to them. Like, you need to be the bridge. And I don't expect to change the world in a day, but I can expect to make things easier for certain people that are in my care. So again, sending them the tech, giving them free workshops that they can access again to learn the code, to learn so that they can better themselves or get this skill. And you teach someone a skill, you're good. Sometimes giving them the equipment isn't just it. Like, you need to have the skill. And it is difficult. I think people need to be a bit more vocal, challenge the industry. Yeah. That's how I got where I am today. I'm not, I didn't grow up in wealth either. I grew up from a single mum. I created a space and challenged these companies to understand that black women are being excluded from your company. Like in gaming, 5% of people working in gaming in the UK are black, and that has not changed within the last 2 years. So again, challenging what they think is progress, helping them change their strategies and be a part of that strategy so that you know at least you're delivering to the people that you want to deliver to. Because sometimes if you leave these companies to execute on their own strategy, you don't really know what impact they're having. So I think there is opportunity for other organizations like mine to bridge that gap and make sure impact is being had, and slowly but surely you can change the fact that access is an issue. I know, for instance, gaming companies like Ubisoft are doing courses now at Newcastle and offering bursaries and sponsorship opportunities, informing those processes to allow more people who are underprivileged or underrepresented to have access. It's a long journey. I don't have a succinct answer for you. I can only tell you what we do bit by bit to change that narrative and offer black women opportunities. So I know at least 200 black women have got interviews, and I think a handful have gotten jobs. And it's been hard to even get to that stat, let alone. But, you know, slowly but surely we're making a little bit of an impact. It's just difficult, really and truly.
She's absolutely right, bit by bit, step by step. It's a long journey, but we have to all, be involved somehow.
So Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither will the metaverse be.
Exactly.
I'm so sorry. I think we have to end, I think. I'm just checking just because of the time. I don't know if we're getting thrown out of the building. I would stay here all night. I'm just looking. Can we have maybe one, two more questions? If they're fast, if they're tight, go for it. You, and then you, and there's like 5 of you in 2 minutes, so go for it. Let's see what happens.
Let's go.
Worst chair ever.
Question, is inverted racism? Is there such a thing as inverted racism?
No.
And could there be?
No.
And if it was inverted racism, would it still be racism?
No. Until the power structure changes, there's no such thing. There's prejudice, but there's not inverted racism.
And I was coming to a black person's job, and I was saying, look, can you hire me? And I got a no because I'm white. Is that racism?
Depends. That depends where you live, what the infrastructure is.
No, because if it was the other way around, it would be racism, right?
Let me counteract you. 1 second. Let me counteract you.
Do you want me to reply
good.
to that? Okay.
Global system. What you'd need to do is have 400 years of slavery flipped on its head to have white people at the bottom. Then have systematic racism excluding you from opportunities, healthcare. You need to be experimented on for gynecology. And all of these things, you've had to have your years of your children's heads being chopped off. These are major things that you can't invert just by the fact that a white person hasn't got a job by a black person. Is that prejudice? 100%. Should they be an issue there? Yes, but it's not racism. Racism includes systematic issues. That's different, completely different. And I want that to go into your head right now, because you might get in trouble saying that to somebody else, because that is not a really good question to ask, specifically a black person. You might want to go and read a little bit more in that area, because that is a very infuriating question.
And speaking of infuriating, this has to be our last question, because I'm getting signs to genuinely cut, but I want to make sure that you get a chance.
Okay, no problem. I'm going to try and put it succinctly. I like what you brought up earlier in terms of, is it actually including everyone? I understand why companies may want to appear like they're inclusive or appear like they care about diversity. But in actual fact, even, when people are being socially responsible, at some point there was a profit incentive to do that, whether you believed in it or not. At the moment, people are trying to do that. So even if we get into certain industries, I know a lot of people, black people, that are in the tech industry, they are qualified, they get looked over for promotions, looked over for funding, have to train other people more junior than them, that then go on to take jobs higher than them. So, it's a very big problem. And I want to know how true you feel the movements are going to be now, or it literally has to be a decentralized system where nobody knows who anybody is, and it's remote. And that way you can take away any type of prejudice and kind of make a better world in that sense, because once 2 people see each other, if they still have that inclination, those things will still happen despite what the stats say.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Equity is a main thing for me. Equity, ownership, very important.
That's what I was going to say. Thank you both for doing this. Thank you all for doing this. And I've noticed both of you are CEOs of your own companies, and I think that looks like the only real way for us to move forward?
Certainly a very powerful and impressive way. I'm going to have to wrap it up, I'm afraid, or I honestly think somebody's going to come out with one of those hooks and pull us off stage. It's very scary what's happening behind the curtain. You have no idea.
I just want to say one word. You know, it's not just about black people, right?
Yeah,
it's about
100%.
all underserved community. Women, black people, Asian people with disability, everybody.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much for this panel. I'm here to wrap up today. Give me 60 seconds. First of all, I'm giving you a physical strategy, not a digital one. Think of the whole day. Was there anything you really disagreed with? And was there anything you thought, that's a completely new thought? Keep those two things in mind. And now go out there and find somebody to talk to and answer those questions to each other. And find somebody who doesn't look like you. Or find somebody who's in a different industry or is a different age. Let's start there. All right, I hope to see you all tomorrow morning. There's no set place to go to now, so just go out there and see who has a badge and go drinking, partying. And see you tomorrow morning at 9.